You're listening to Out of the Ashes, Book 3 in the Ending series, a post-apocalyptic fantasy and romance adventure, written by Lindsey Fairleigh and Lindsey Pogue. This is part 1 of a 2-part audiobook. You can find more about the series, links to other audiobooks in the Ending world, and our suggested reading order in the description below. Be sure to like and subscribe, and happy listening.
Out of the Ashes, the Ending series, number 3, written by Lindsey Fairleigh, Lindsey Pogue, narrated by Natalie Duke. Chapter 1. Jake. March 23rd, 1 AE, Colorado Springs, Colorado. Body tense and heart racing, Jake scoured Zoe's face for any inkling of recognition. He couldn't allow himself to believe she had no memory of him or all they'd been through together. She'd admitted she loved him only hours earlier. Now she was scared, casting furtive glances around the room at friends and family she clearly didn't remember, including him. In the dying moonlight seeping through the undressed windows, Jake watched her, desperation making it hard for him to breathe. Her eyes. He couldn't tear his gaze away from her teal eyes. Zoe studied the two women in front of her, taking in Chris and Danny before settling her gaze on her brother Jason. Her wide, appraising eyes narrowed, and her chest heaved like she was frantically trying to remember him. Her gaze lingered a moment longer without a hint of recognition, and then landed on Jake. He could see the confusion and fear warring within their depths, making his heart ache and his conscience cloud with an undeniable guilt. He shouldn't have left her alone on the golf course. Her head tilted slightly as she considered him, and he prayed there was even the slightest nagging familiarity. "Remember," he silently pleaded. But seeing no recognition of him, of them, reflected in her eyes, he knew the Zoe standing in the room, looking at him like he was a complete stranger, was only a shadow of the woman he'd fallen in love with. His grip on the door frame tightened so hard he thought the wood might detach from the wall. Zoe was terrified, and for the first time since he'd met her, there was nothing he could do to help her. He fought the instinct to go to her, knowing that if he did, he would frighten her more, and then he might risk losing her completely. Unable to stand the tension any longer, unable to bear the feeling of loss and his encroaching devastation, Jake turned and strode out of the suffocating room. Each step provided distance, and the more distance he put between them, the easier it became to breathe. He couldn't get away fast enough. Cooper, his loyal friend through it all husky, trailed behind him, panting and trotting to keep up as Jake made his way down the hall. He needed space, needed air. Continuing toward the kitchen, he hoped the fresh air beyond the sliding glass door would give him a clearer head. But regardless of how quickly he strode through the house, the image of Zoe's fearful eyes remained, permanently projected in his mind, a constant reminder of his failure to protect her. His hands fisted at his sides. He'd known something wasn't right when she said she felt strange outside the colony, and if he'd have just stayed with her instead of leaving her side to help Harper, she might not have run off. She might still be her. With a roar, Jake spun toward the wall. His fist met the hard, textured surface in unbridled anger. His knuckles cracked beneath his skin as they barreled through a layer of drywall, but he barely noticed. Bracing his hands against the wall, he tried to catch his breath, to stop his mind from spinning out of control. They'd already been through so much. Why was this happening? Hearing Danny and Zoe's muted voices in the bedroom down the hall, Jake turned away from the hole his fist had made and continued into the small kitchen, then stopped. With a heavy sigh, he leaned against the Formica countertop, not ready to go outside with the others, not ready to answer questions. Almost immediately, Jason came through the doorway behind him. In 2 steps he was at the counter, gripping the ledge, and in the dim light pouring through the sliding glass door, Jake could see the hard set of his features. "I can't blame the colony this time," Jake said. "I knew something was wrong." Zoe was infuriating and stubborn, but she wasn't stupid. She wouldn't have just run off for no reason. But without her memory, there was no way to know why she'd done it. With a yawn, Cooper lay down on the linoleum floor, his eyes angling up to Jake, and then to Jason, ensuring that, even in their silence, they were still standing there. After what felt like a few minutes, Jason grunted and shook his head. His shoulders were tense, and Jake could almost feel the apprehension rolling off him in waves. Jake couldn't help but wonder if Gabe, his best friend turned traitor, was to blame for all of this. Despite their friendship as children, Gabe had brought soldiers into Jake's home, ready to take his sister Becca away from him, and then he'd lured Danny into the colony for the general. Had he been involved in what had happened to Zoe too? "What a fucking mess," Jason said, shaking his head. "I guess I'll just keep nulling her, at least until—" The sound of footsteps approaching brought both men's attention to the hall doorway. Chris spoke softly, Zoe's hand resting in hers as they entered the kitchen, Danny and Jack, her German shepherd, close behind them. Though Chris and Zoe were both grown women, the image of them walking hand in hand resembled that of a mother and child. Jake's eyes met Zoe's as she was led past him. Hers were shrewd and penetrating. They were the same eyes that had affected him so intensely the first moment he saw her, their brilliance and expressiveness capturing his attention, his soul, in a way no other woman ever had. Regret and anger gnawed at him. He'd never told her any of that, and now she might never know how he felt. Her eyes fixed on him. He could tell from the way Zoe walked, with less fortitude and more uncertainty, that she was a poorly made replica of his Zoe. But she was a version of her nonetheless, and like always, the bottomless depths of her eyes housed her every emotion: embarrassment, curiosity, confusion. Jake was grateful she didn't seem to be afraid, and he knew he had Chris's ability to curb Zoe's unease with a single touch to thank for that. Chris whispered something inaudible, and Zoe's gaze shifted to the sliding glass door. They stepped through and outside, heading toward the rest of the group and the horses waiting in the early morning shadows, Danny's dog traipsing after them. Danny, however, hung back in the kitchen. She moved closer to Jason, her gaze darting between him and Jake. With her broken arm, swollen and bruised face, and hunched shoulders, she looked like she'd been the general's punching bag while held captive in the colony. She gave him a sidelong glance. Jake's blood ran cold. "What is it?" he asked. "There was a letter," she said tentatively, fingering the edge of the sling holding her left arm. "It's from one of my colony contacts. She brought Zoe here after finding her in the golf course. With Clara." Jake stopped breathing. His anger drained from him, his stomach knotting with fear. Clara. He exhaled slowly and rubbed his hand over his face, harsher than was necessary, fighting to maintain what semblance of composure he had left. Clara had had it out for Zoe from the first moment they'd met. Back at Fort Knox, she'd poisoned Zoe in a desperate attempt to get rid of her, then attempted to kill them all in the barracks fire that had claimed several lives. And now she was here in Colorado trying to hurt Zoe again. White-hot rage and self-loathing scorched through Jake, and he clenched his shaking hands into fists. He should have left Clara in the hospital where he'd found her, pleading and scared. "She's dead now," Danny said, but Jake's anger lessened only slightly. Dead, he repeated hollowly. Clara might have been dead, but not before managing to strike one final blow. Danny's eyes met his for a brief moment before settling back to Jason's. Did you tell them about the TRs and the memory wiping? Jason nodded. It looks like that's what happened to Zoe. Sort of. Clara started the process, got interrupted. At least now she's gone for good. Jake studied Danny. How do you know for sure? He asked. Danny smiled weakly and shook her head, wisps of her curly red hair escaping the braid it was gathered into. My contact said so, she said. I trust her, at least with this. She glanced between them once more, like she wasn't quite sure of something. There's more, but we should probably get going. Jason reached for her, lacing his fingers with those of her good hand, and nodded. We'll figure the rest out on the way to Colorado Trails, he said. We've got to get moving, or Kai and the others will think something's happened to us. The sliding glass door opened, and Becca stepped into the doorway. She glanced between Jason and Danny, and even though she still didn't seem to believe that Jake was her brother, her eyes found and locked with his. We should go, she said, her voice raspy as it had been since she was young. I have had a vision. If we do not leave soon, the general will find us. Shit, Jason muttered, and Becca turned slowly and exited the kitchen, leaving the door open behind her. Danny led Jason toward the sliding glass door, his imposing form dwarfing her petite, battered one. Part of Jake wished Zoe's wounds were as straightforward as bruises and broken bones. Those wounds would heal. What Clara had done to her might not. Feeling deflated, Jake followed after them. Once again, Zoe was right in front of him, but as unreachable as though she were miles away. It infuriated him. While Clara's first attempt to kill the only woman he'd ever loved had inevitably brought Zoe closer to him, Clara's final attempt might have succeeded in tearing her away completely. Chapter 2. Zoe. March 24th, 1 AE, Rocky Mountains, Colorado. Potty break, Danny said, halting her paint horse Wings in the middle of the highway just ahead of me. I'd been riding a brown mare named Mocha since leaving the house in Colorado Springs, the others taking turns staying close to me since I had no clue what I was doing. Tavis was my current companion, riding on my right. I liked him. He was a funny Australian man who didn't talk much, but when he did, it was playful and put me at ease. Becca, the woman sharing his saddle, seemed nice, though she hadn't said much to anyone during the 5+ hours we'd been on the road. She seemed almost as lost as I felt. Danny struggled to dismount Wings using only her right arm, since her left arm was cradled in a sling. She was obviously in a lot of pain, despite the medicine the Dr. Harper had given her. I glanced up ahead at Jason, assuming he'd be charging toward us to help Danny in her flailing attempt to dismount and chastising her for attempting it on her own. But he was at the head of our parade line, talking to Chris and completely oblivious to Danny's self-dismount. When Danny's boots hit the ground, she glanced toward Jason, then looked up at me, a sheepish grin on her face as she brought her index finger to her lips. Don't tell him. I smiled and shook my head. I liked Danny a lot. She was fiery and peppy, and the ease with which she spoke to me made it easier to cope with what was going on, like I had a friend who would stay by my side no matter what. When she'd tried to explain to me what had happened to the world, that we'd grown up together and had spent the last 3 months trying to get to one another only to be separated by the colony again, I'd begun to freak out. The weight of reality and my lack of memories and sense of self were all too much to bear at once. But Chris had been quick to wrap her arms around my shoulders, telling me that it would be all right. I just needed time to readjust. And for some reason, that had made me feel better. Danny had later explained that it was because Chris had the innate ability to comfort people. Although I got the distinct impression there was more to Chris than that, a nagging suspicion in the back of my mind. I liked the way I felt in her presence and savored the reprieve of unwanted emotions when she was around me. "Come on, Zoe," Danny said, holding her good hand up to help me climb out of Mocha's saddle. "Let's go pee. You never know." She scanned the tall aspens on either side of the road. "We might not find another woodsy spot before we stop for the night. Might as well take advantage of the privacy while we have it." I considered the image of the two of us standing side by side, best friends who, I'd been told, were so completely altered from the last time we'd seen each other. Tiny little Danny, with her bruised pixie face framed by wild red curls, and me, tall, with an unmarred exterior but hollow interior. I wish I could remember. But having been found inside the bedroom closet of an abandoned house the night before was as far back as my memory went. "So, you okay?" Danny's brow furrowed. "Do you need me to get Harper?" I shook my head. I had 1,000,001 questions, but a pee break wasn't the time to ask them. Instead, I offered her what I hoped was a reassuring smile. "No, I was just thinking." I waved her proffered hand away. "I got it, Danny, but thanks." I didn't want to hurt her by jerking her body around as I dismounted. "It's only a couple feet." I decided it was much easier getting up into the saddle than it was getting down, an art I was determined to master if this was going to be my spot during our several-day journey. While the others seemed all too excited to meet up with the rest of our group, it meant that I had even more people to reacquaint myself with. Danny had spent part of the morning filling me in on my relationships with them. Now I just needed to remember all that she'd told me. Sarah, apparently a friend I'd traveled with from the East Coast, was pregnant. Her boyfriend Biggs was a military man we'd met up with along the way. Mr. Grayson was my high school history teacher and had been traveling with Danny for months. And Jason's best friend Kai and Kai's older brother Ben were waiting for us deeper in the mountains. I stood up in the stirrups, prepared to fling my leg over for an awkward dismount. "Here," Tavis offered kindly as he strode up beside Mocha. I hadn't even noticed him dismount his own horse. He wore an easy smile, and his blue eyes crinkled in the corners where his smile touched them. His dirty blonde hair was a little long and mussed from running his fingers through it so frequently. Caught off guard, I felt my heart flutter a bit. "Fling your leg over, and I'll help ease you down." Flashing him a brief smile, I did as Tavis instructed. With one hand gripping the saddle horn and the other gripping the edge of the saddle seat for leverage, I swung my leg over Mocha's rump, just like Danny had shown me. As I was about to lower myself to the ground, Tavis's hands grasped my waist, firmly but gently, and he helped lower me the rest of the way down. "It's not mountain climbing, so you'll be a pro in no time," he said as I pivoted around to face him. "Thanks," I chirped, and he answered with a nod before he turned and headed back for his horse. Turning around, I found Danny eyeing me carefully. Jake, a man who hadn't uttered a single word to me since they'd found me, but had taken to watching me with unnerving intensity, sat upon his horse behind her, his gaze equally assessing. "Jason," Danny called ahead, startling me. I looked up toward the front of the caravan as Jason turned around in his saddle, his gaze questioning as it shifted between us. "We're gonna pee," she said. "It might be difficult for you to keep nulling for a minute, but we'll be right back." Jason's eyes hardened. "Be careful." "Come on, Zoe," Danny said, biting her lip. There was a hint of uncertainty in her voice. "There's some stuff you should know." She hooked her arm in mine, and we headed toward the tangle of bushes a dozen yards away. "Danny," Jake said, swinging his leg over his saddle, clearly intending to come with us. Danny shook her head at him and patted the handgun in her shoulder holster. "We'll be fine, Jake. I need to talk to Zoe for a sec." Although Jake didn't seem pleased with the decision, he remained in his saddle, his gaze shifting between us as we turned away. Wait, Zoe. Sam, a forward little boy I'd spoken to only a few times, called from behind us. We'll be right back, Sam, I said over my shoulder as Danny pulled me forward. I was practically stumbling as I tried to keep up with her. What? Zoe, I know you're probably exhausted and more than a little confused about everything that's going on, but you're super close to getting yourself into a mess that you'll regret later. Trying to stay at least partially aware of where my feet were landing, I gave Danny a sidelong glance. Her bright green eyes were a bit glazed over in the sunlight. I could tell the pain meds were starting to kick in. What do you mean by a mess? Near panting as we clumsily hurried through the underbrush and over uneven ground. You're with Jake, she said. I blanched and stopped, the abrupt movement making Danny wince. What? A faint thrill wriggled down my spine. Yeah, for a few months now, I think. She shook her head. What's important is that you remember that, especially when you're chatting it up with Tavis. She urged me toward the berry bushes a few feet away. Falling into step behind her, I frowned. But Jake hasn't even talked to me. She snorted. That might have something to do with the fact that you don't even know him anymore. Pulling a wad of tissues from her pocket, Danny handed me a couple, and then looked down at her broken arm. This is going to be fun, she muttered, and I tried not to laugh, although I didn't do a very good job. I found that preoccupying my mind with observing Danny, her little quirks that I was still trying to understand, was a good distraction from all the things I was supposed to already know, the things that threatened to overwhelm me and bring me to tears. As we each squatted behind our own cluster of bushes to do our business, I allowed my mind to wander, if only a little. I considered what Danny had told me about Jake and me being together, and I found it impossible to picture. He seemed so quiet and capable. It was a little intimidating. I couldn't even imagine having a conversation with him, let alone being with him. But in spite of my reservations, there was also a mysterious air about him that was intriguing, and I was curious to discover what the old me already had. The number of questions ticking through my head increased exponentially. Hearing leaves crunch beneath footsteps on the other side of the shrubbery, I sighed and finished up. Geez, you're fast. I assumed I'd have to help Danny, not that she would leave me in the dust. Jumping up to my feet, I zipped up my jeans and stepped out from behind the tangle of leaves and branches. I froze. Sam was standing a few yards away, his bow drawn and an arrow aimed at the figure of a small girl standing between us. Her back was to me, her blonde hair hanging in a knotted mess. Sam's expression was one of pure horror, his pale eyes wide and his nostrils flaring, but his stance and aim were unwavering. What the hell are you doing, Sam? I screeched. What's wrong, Zoe? Danny called from behind the bushes, but I was too focused on Sam and the little girl he was prepared to shoot an arrow through to answer. Sam, I said again. She's just a little girl. Put your bow down. Dark brown hair hung in his eyes, but he stared at her, unblinking, and I could see his uncertainty. Sam. As if hearing the scolding tone of my voice had brought the little girl to life, she slowly turned around. At the sight of her, my heart nearly stopped. The front of her nightgown was covered in dried blood, as were her arms and neck. Her face was doll-like, with crystal blue eyes wide and gleaming in the sunlight, and her porcelain skin was hidden beneath what looked like weeks' worth of layers of dirt and blood. Mommy? The haunting pitch of her voice sent chills up my spine. Jesus, I breathed. Are you all right? Although I had the innate urge to run away from the little girl, I took a hesitant step toward her, wondering what the poor child had been through. Zoe, get away from her, Danny said from behind me. The little girl took a step closer to me, her eyes narrowing and her lip curling into a snarl. Her body was suddenly trembling like her muscles were coiling to strike. Gritting her teeth, she growled, Mommy? As she lunged toward me, an ear-piercing crack resounded through the air, and before she could take another step, the little girl fell to a crumpled heap on the ground. A crimson patch blossomed on her nightgown, spreading across her chest. My hands flew to my mouth, and I screamed, tears trickling down my face. "Oh my God!" Turning around, I found Danny, handgun drawn and still pointed where the little girl lay. Danny's eyes were wide, her face ashen, and her mouth hung open. "What have you done?" Danny blinked several times, and her gaze slowly shifted from the small body to me. Her eyes were filled with shock and horror. "She was a crazy," she said, lowering her gun. "She was a crazy." I wasn't sure if she was trying to convince me or herself. I had to. She was a crazy." "A what?" I turned back to the little girl and stared down at her. I was suddenly shaking uncontrollably. "What the hell just happened?" I asked no one in particular. "She's just a little girl." I heard a rush of footsteps and calling voices, but I couldn't focus on anyone but the dead child lying horrifyingly still on the ground. Her eyes were open and staring directly at me. She thought I was her mother. "I've never seen a kid one before," Sam said, and I looked at him. "I tried to warn you." "This is gonna be bright," Harper said as he sat me down on a log beside the fire and clicked on a small, near-blinding penlight. He shone it directly into my eyes. An instinct I tried to blink, but Harper wouldn't let me. His fingertips were warm and firm as he held my eyelids open. "Sorry, baby girl, but I just want to check one more time." Still trying to understand the whole ability thing Sam had explained during the last stretch of our journey, I decided now was as good a time as any to start asking more questions, especially since Sam was probably getting tired of being the one having to answer them all. "Harper? Were you a doctor before, or is this, just part of your ability?" I had no idea what counted as an ability, only that Sam had said everyone who survived the virus had one, at least those who weren't crazies. Harper smiled. "This doctor stuff is all training, baby girl. I was a medic in the army. My ability has to do with visions and seeing things that haven't happened yet." I snorted, determined not to cry out in confusion and disbelief. "I know it's a lot to take in, especially all in one day, but we can't risk another incident like earlier today." I shrugged, figuring the more answers I had, the easier it would be for me to fit in. "Yeah, Sam said he has heightened senses, that he can hear, smell, and see things that others can't." I shook my head. "Try not to move, baby girl." "Sorry." Harper shifted his hand down to my chin, gently gripping it while he moved my head from side to side in tandem with the flashlight he waved in front of my face. "What are some of the others' abilities?" "Well," he began, "let's see. I'm not sure what Tavis or Daniel can do, but Carlos can control electricity, Danny can communicate with animals, Sanchez is telepathic, Jake can regenerate, Chris and your brother, well, they're the reason you're dealing with things as well as you are. Chris is keeping you calm, and your brother is keeping your ability hidden. He can actually nullify or amplify other people's abilities." Regeneration? Communicating with animals? Telepathy? Controlling electricity? I was almost afraid to ask. "What's my ability?" I placed my hand on Harper's, gently pushing the penlight down so I could look him in the eyes. "What's Jason protecting me from?" Harper gave me a sympathetic smile. "You can see people's memories. You can feel what they're feeling. On top of everything that's happened today, we didn't think it was a good idea to add your ability into the mix, too." Jason and Chris had been shadowing me pretty closely all day. Part of me wondered if I should be offended that they hadn't told me about this sooner. But then again, the idea of having an ability, especially one that was so intrusive, didn't seem like something I could handle on top of everything else. Harper clicked the light on, blinding me once more. "Is there something wrong with my eyes?" I asked a bit tersely. The more he wanted to check them, the more concerned I became. "No, sorry to scare you. There's nothing wrong. He gave me another sympathetic smile as he clicked the light off. "I was just making sure there's no brain damage, or I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything that might help us figure out exactly what she did to you, or how bad it is." He sighed. "But I don't see anything, and I doubt I will without doing an MRI or—" "It's only been a day," Danny chimed in as she walked by. It was the first time I'd heard her speak since the incident with the little girl, the crazy. Danny stopped in the narrow clearing where everyone was setting up their tents for the night. "You might be back to your old self by tomorrow, Zoe. Could be all you need is a good night's sleep." Danny fought to keep a nylon sleeping bag from slipping out from under her good arm. Although she flashed me a smile over her shoulder, I could tell it was weak and forced. I could picture a real Danny smile brightening her face to glowing, nothing like the half-hearted smile she gave me now, which had quickly faded. I watched as she struggled to open a tent bag. "I'm sure you're right," I said, and glanced up at Harper. "Tomorrow will be better. Can I be done?" I felt like I needed to be doing something to help Danny, since I was otherwise useless and she was having such a hard time after such a crappy day. Harper nodded absently, not really staring at me so much as staring through me. He rubbed his jaw and took another deep breath. I stepped toward Danny but hesitated the moment Jason appeared beside her, crouching to help. He muttered something I couldn't hear. "Yeah, I just want to go to sleep," Danny said. "This isn't even our tent, and you shouldn't be doing this on your own, Red. You'll just make your arm worse. Please, just ask me for help next time." Jason, a man of words that were few and to the point, continued to grumble as he pulled the tent out of its bag and unrolled it like doing so was second nature. "I didn't want to bother you." Danny rested her hand on his shoulder, his body tensed and stilled. "I was thinking Zoe and I could share a tent tonight, since it would be weird for her—" Danny's gaze drifted to Jake. Hurt flashed in Jason's eyes. "It's all right," I rushed to say. The last thing I wanted was to be more of an inconvenience than I already was. Jason and Danny both looked at me. "I don't mind having my own tent. You guys share, really." "I don't think you should be alone tonight, Zoe. What if something happens?" I noticed Danny's eyes skirt to Jake again. He just dropped his own tent on the ground on the other side of the fire. "What if your memory comes back and you're all alone?" Danny said, bringing my attention back to her. "I should be with you. Unless—" Again, her eyes drifted to Jake. What does it mean that he can regenerate? A rush of anxiety filled me as I thought about sleeping in the same tent as him. Danny might have told me that Jake and I were together, but she hadn't given me any of the details, and I wasn't quite ready for that yet. Becca walked past, startling me. Her face was soft and glowing in the building flames. "We can share a tent tonight, if you would like," she said. I hadn't talked to her much since we'd left Colorado Springs, so I was surprised she'd even offered. I flashed her a grateful smile. "Thanks, Becca." Looking at Danny, I asked, "Do you mind?" Danny shrugged and shook her head. "Only if you're sure, Zoe." "Yes, I'm sure." "You can use this tent," Jason offered, prepared to pull the tent poles out of the pack. "That's okay, Jason. I can finish. You guys can set up your stuff. Can you just point me to my things?" I hadn't needed them for anything yet, since we'd been writing all day. "I do have things, right?" Jason nodded to Danny, and with a willing smile, she picked up the flashlight he'd set on the ground and walked with me over to Mocha. As I trudged along behind her, I noticed how many people were bustling around, chatting while they set up for the night. Our cramped little camp was in a wooded area off the highway, out of sight but not so far away from the road that I couldn't hear one of the horses clip-clopping lazily on the asphalt. Stepping up to Mocha, Danny started untying the 2 long stuff sacks secured behind the saddle with one hand, tossing me each as she freed them. Both were black, with a purple Celtic knot painted on the side. "That's your sleeping bag and sleeping pad," she said, pointing to each before she peeked into one of the saddlebags, which were still on the horse. "Yep, your clothes and whatnot are in here. Give me a sec and I'll have these down for you." "Don't worry, I'll get them," I said, not wanting her to struggle needlessly. As I fumbled to loosen the saddlebag, I stared at the knot painted on it. I had no idea what the heck it meant. "Apparently I really like this symbol," I said. "It's all over my stuff." Finally unfastening the bag, I turned around. Danny eyed me a moment, her face cast in shadows. Obviously it meant something important to her, too. I glanced back down at the bag, the knot glaring at me. Assuming it was my confusion that made her expel a tiny sigh of sadness, I released a sigh of my own. "I'm sorry, Danny. I wish I could remember." She stepped closer and nudged my arm with her good shoulder, offering me a reassuring smile that didn't touch her eyes. "It's okay, Zoe. We'll figure it out tomorrow. It's been a long day and we all need our rest." I nodded and turned to tug the leather bags off of Mocha's back, but grunted when they were heavier than I'd expected. What the hell did I put in here? "Here." A deep rumble came from behind me, and an arm reached over my shoulder and grabbed the cross strap of the saddlebags. Jake pulled them effortlessly off the horse and asked me where I wanted them. "Over by Becca," I said, pointing dumbly. I'd decided Jake was intimidating. Alluring, but intimidating, and it prevented me from putting on a show of calmness around him like I could around everyone else. A pained expression pinched his features, but without another word, he headed to the other side of camp, toward Becca. Danny was watching me, idly patting Jack, his tongue hanging out of his mouth. She gave me a reassuring nod, the nod that I'd grown used to over the past 12 hours, before I followed quickly after Jake. Feeling inadequate in our silence, I occupied my mind with observations of the rest of the campers, busy in their various stages of getting situated. Chris, just finished setting up a tent for Camille and Mace, was pulling her blonde hair up into a ponytail, while Mace, huge, dark, and imposing, stood in front of the tent with Camille in his arms, her head resting on his shoulder. They'd been inseparable since she'd awoken right before we stopped for the day, and despite being unconscious since they'd found me, she still looked exhausted. Mace stared at the nylon dome like it was from another dimension. He seemed constantly confused, even more than me, which I thought a little strange, but after a brief moment of hesitation, he ducked inside the tent with Camille. Gabe, the tall blonde man who seemed to keep to himself, was setting up another tent beside theirs. "What's his ability?" I asked Jake. When he peered back at me, I pointed to Gabe. Jake's jaw clenched, and I immediately regretted asking him. "He can manipulate people's dreams," he said. I didn't need to know the history between them to know it wasn't a good one. "Oh." Sanchez, who seemed to be leading the group with Jason, was stacking wood next to the campfire while Sam and easygoing Tavis hauled over bunches of kindling. I enjoyed watching Sam and Tavis interact. They acted more like brothers than father and son, though I'd been told they were neither, and they laughed more than the others, which I found comforting. But as much as everyone seemed to coexist easily enough, a cloud of tension hung over the group. I wasn't sure I wanted to learn the cause yet. Trying to remember everyone's names, their abilities, and my relationship with each of them was chore enough. Jake stopped short in front of me, and I ran into his back. "Sorry," I said, unable to stop a nervous laugh from bubbling out of me. "I got distracted." I dropped the load in my arms on the ground near Becca. Jake set my saddlebags down as well. "I'll be right back," he said, and headed back toward the horses. I watched him for a moment, watched the way he rubbed the back of his neck and the way his shoulders relaxed the further he was from me. I turned to Becca, who was attempting to finish setting up our tent. "Thank you, Becca. I appreciate you offering to stay with me tonight." When I realized she was practically wrestling with the tent poles, I crouched beside her to show her how they worked. "It's pretty easy once you get the hang of it," I said. I was surprised I remembered silly things like that. How to set up a tent, how to excuse myself when I sneezed and cover my mouth when I coughed. Why can I remember those things but not others? "You have done this before," Becca said quietly, watching the way my fingers moved and how I maneuvered the fabric of the tent as I pushed the poles through the red nylon loops. "Yeah, I guess I have. You've never been camping?" Slowly, I forced one end of the pole into the corner of the tent and watched as Becca mimicked what I was doing. "Not that I remember, no." Her voice was distant, as if her mind was somewhere else. "Yeah, me neither. At least, not that I can remember." Jake returned, dropping 2 more stuff sacks on the ground, what appeared to be another sleeping bag and pad. He looked at Becca. "Those are mine, but you use them tonight. We'll stop somewhere tomorrow to get you your own gear." Becca watched Jake, her mouth pulling into a barely there smile. "Thank you, Jake." The way she spoke to him seemed deliberate, like she meant more than what she said. He watched her for a moment, his head tilting slightly to the side before he nodded. When his stare shifted to me, he appeared uncertain and regretful. There was a long, awkward silence before he said, "Will you please let me know if you need anything else?" His tone was soft, beseeching even. There was something warm and inviting about his deep, velvety voice. "Anything," he repeated, his eyes filled with a sadness I didn't understand. "Yes, I promise. Thank you," I said. With a final nod, I watched him walk back toward his tent, which he had yet to finish setting up. Becca unzipped the tent door behind me, and I turned around, ready to follow her inside. She just stood there. "What's wrong?" I asked, stepping up beside her. The light from the fire danced around inside, illuminating the tent enough to see there was nothing wrong with it. "I guess I will sleep in my clothes," she said so quietly I almost didn't hear her. "Is that all?" I asked and snatched up my saddlebags before sidestepping her and heading inside. "I'm sure I have something you can borrow." Becca followed me in, bringing the sleeping bags and pads in with her. Fiddling with the ends of my hair, which were draped over my shoulder, I watched Becca as she just stood there. "Have a seat," I said, and opened my bag. I rummaged through the haphazardly folded clothes tucked inside, trying to find something for each of us to sleep in. "Here," I finally said, handing her a long-sleeved thermal shirt and a pair of sweatpants. "These look comfy, and it looks like I packed, 2 of each." Becca smiled, or at least I thought it was a smile. It was the first time I'd seen her be very expressive at all. "Thank you, Zoe." "Why don't you have any clothes?" I asked, zipping up the tent to change. Slowly, Becca peeled her clothes off one by one until her ensemble was piled on the floor of the tent. "I have only just joined the group. Along with Dr. Gabe, Mace, and Camille, we were unexpected, so we are relying on your friend's kindness to take us in. Danny and the clothes on our backs were all we brought with us." "Danny was with you?" Becca made a non-committal noise and pulled the sweatpants on. They were too long and very baggy on her, but I figured that meant they were perfect for sleeping. "Yes," she said. "Danny was with Gabe and Dr. Wesley in the colony." Becca's voice was distant, her demeanor instantly shifting from open to hesitant. I tugged my long-sleeved V-neck on over my head. "Did you not want to leave the colony with Danny?" I couldn't stop myself from asking. The more complicated things became, the more my curiosity amplified. "You don't seem happy to be here." I glanced over at Becca in time to see the bruises on the side of her body before she pulled her borrowed shirt down. "I am happy to be away from there. It is just that things are not simple for me." She looked at me. "Or for you." I shrugged. "Hopefully my memory will come back tomorrow." The look Becca gave me made me feel nauseous. "You don't think it will?" I asked. "I do not know everything," she said, offering me the slightest of smiles. "Only some things?" I asked wryly. Without hesitation, she said, "I have the gift of prophecy." Still unable to fully process the whole abilities thing, I paused. Becca bent down and began folding her clothes so meticulously that I thought she might be in the military. I looked over at my saddlebags and almost laughed. The clothes I'd changed out of were tossed on top, no rhyme or reason or organization. Feeling self-conscious, I gathered up my dirty socks, jeans, and shirt, and after unwadding them, I folded them as neatly as I could. My attempt was pathetic compared to Becca's, but it sufficed. Becca must have been watching me because when I looked up at her, her smile turned genuine. "You are very different from the last time I saw you." My eyes widened. "How so?" I unrolled my sleeping pad, then pulled my sleeping bag out of its stuff sack and laid it out on top. Unzipping it, I crawled inside to keep my feet warm. Becca studied me and did the same with Jake's sleeping gear. "You and Jake were fighting." "Really?" I hadn't been expecting that. "We were fighting?" She nodded, her eyes fixed on mine like she was gauging my reaction. "He was going to leave you and your people and take me away. He said it was not safe. But Father sent a team to retrieve me, and I escaped during the gunfire." Becca looked down at her fingers, which were laced on her knees. "I had to return to the colony. Jake did not understand." "Did Father do that to you?" I asked, pointing to the bruised side of her body. After contemplating my question for a moment, Becca nodded. "I had to get them out of there," she said to herself, and I assumed she was talking about Danny and the others she'd escaped with. My mind filled with images of a distraught Mace and newly conscious Camille. "The others are like you, too," I said, suddenly feeling an intense desire to know what had happened in the hours I'd lost my memory. "Mace and Camille, they're different, like you. The way you speak and how you see things like it's for the first time. They're the same." Becca nodded. "Yes, we are called regens at the colony, though Jake says I am his sister as well." My brow furrowed at yet another surprising truth. Jake didn't treat her like a sister. But then, Jason didn't treat me like one either. At least not how I thought a brother should treat a sister. I was beginning to think that whatever remaining perception of reality I had was both misleading and impractical. "I saw things," Becca continued, her voice a panicked whisper. "Horrible things. Things that I could not let come to pass. I had to tell them. I had to get away from there." Becca continued to stare down at her hands. "I am not sure what to think anymore." "No?" After a depleted sigh, she said, "No." Pulling the rubber band from my hair and letting it fall around my shoulders, I ran my fingers through the dark strands, wading through my limited memories, trying to determine how I felt, what I thought. All I remembered were strange voices and surprised faces staring down at me as I huddled inside the closet. Did I really forget all that Becca just described? It seemed impossible, and a ravenous emptiness drained any optimism and hope I had left. A sick feeling settled in my stomach as it dawned on me. Every single moment that shaped me into Zoe was gone. I am no one. "You are not no one," Becca said, and I stirred, not realizing I'd been thinking aloud. She rested her hand on my shoulder. "You are important." "You've seen this?" My sudden curiosity to know more of what she'd seen was making me antsy. I twirled a strand of hair. Becca shook her head. "No, I haven't seen your future, nor do I know your purpose. But your mother is Dr. Wesley. I know that much. If you are her daughter, you are important." She paused in thought. Jake loves you, and he is important. I know that as well. So you must be, too. Jake loves me? I wasn't sure why I was surprised. Danny had told me much the same earlier. But he's barely talked to me all day, I said. All day, I have thought about two things. Becca began, her voice a bit softer than before. I considered what I might do now that I no longer have a home, a place I belong. And I thought about Jake. If what he says is true, if I am his sister, then he has lost both his sister and the woman he loves. Now here we are again, and neither of us remembers him. I cannot imagine how he might feel. Becca frowned. I generally am not so reflective, I think is the word. But much is changing. She stretched out in her sleeping bag, staring up at the bouncing shadows on the nylon overhead. We were quiet for a while, and I nearly allowed the crackling fire outside and the sound of crickets in the woods beyond our tent to lull me to sleep. But before I was out completely, I heard low voices by the fire. We've got to figure out a way to fix her, Harper said, his voice low and thoughtful. It's not like there are any rules to any of this shit, Jason grumbled. The sound of wood being tossed in the fire filled the momentary silence. There has to be a way. It was Jake's baritone, followed by retreating footsteps. I glanced over at Becca to see if she was awake, but her back was to me, and all I could see was the outline of her torso rising and falling with each breath. I lay there listening to my friends discuss my condition like it was simply an infection needing proper treatment. My mind reeled with questions and mounting fear until their voices fell silent, and I eventually drifted to sleep. A slight breeze caressed my skin as I sat on a dock, gazing out at a lake. Its glassy surface was illuminated with pinks and oranges, like it was set aflame by the sun sinking behind the rolling hills. My chest grew heavier, and I was nearly suffocating under the weight of too many emotions. I know what I want, said a deep, rumbling voice. I spun around to find Jake standing beside me, his luminous amber eyes peering into the depths of my soul. He knew me. I could see it in the way he looked at me, those eyes filled with longing and uncertainty and need. Like his emotions sparked my own, I felt the need to weep from the inexplicable love I felt for him. Jake, I didn't have time to think, to say anything. In seconds, his lips were pressed against mine, his kiss fierce and blazing. My hands moved of their own accord, grabbing a handful of his jacket and pulling him closer to me as his fingers tightened in my hair. An overwhelming frenzied greed consumed us both as my arms snaked around his neck and his hands explored my body. We were panting, and a low groan resonated deep inside his chest. My body throbbed with a pleasurable ache I wanted to both last forever and go away, ridding me of my torment. Jake froze, sending an unnatural anger and despondency simmering through me. He stepped away, leaving me to stand there alone, the cool breeze turning icy against my exposed skin. Panic riddled my nerves, and I tried fervently to grasp hold of him. He was pulling away from me. He was leaving me, alone. With a jolt, I opened my eyes. I was surrounded by darkness, only the starry sky overhead visible through the rectangles of netting on the roof of the tent. There was no more campfire, and there were no more voices. All I could hear was the wind whistling through the trees. As I lay there, my heart still pounding from the dream, I felt completely lost and alone. I didn't like the dangerous intoxication that settled over me as I remembered Jake's hot breath, the thrill that sang through me as I recalled the feeling of his fingers pressing against my skin. Zoe, are you all right? Becca asked quietly. Yes, I said quickly, not feeling comfortable talking to her about it. Are you sure? I just had a strange dream. I'll be fine." Becca was quiet for a moment. "Was it a dream or a memory?" Rolling over, I studied her darkened outline. "A dream. At least, I think it was." "Do not fight it," she said. "If it is your memory, you should not fight it." Had it been a memory? It had been so vivid, so charged with emotions I couldn't remember ever feeling before, that part of me doubted it was even possible. Chapter 3. Danny. March 28th, 1 AE. San Juan National Forest, Colorado. Carrying a small bin of grooming tools under my good arm, I led Wings toward a retention pond beside the field where we'd set up camp for the night. We passed between one of the 3 carts and the replica Pioneer chuck wagon that we'd found in one of the barns back at Colorado Trails Ranch. We'd stayed at the ranch only one night, wanting to put as much distance between us and the colony as possible, as soon as possible. That single night was just long enough for us to stock up on tack and another dozen horses from the area, redistribute our supplies among the pack horses and conveyances, and convene for a quick strategic meeting and for Harper and Jake to attempt a regenerative blood transfusion on Zoe, which ended up being the most anticlimactic fail ever. She still remembered nothing of her life before the golf course. Zoe's memory loss was proving to be as stubborn as my best friend was, or used to be. This new Zoe, this not Zoe, was different. She was less closed off, less severe, and every time she said or did something that emphasized just how much Clara's violent mind-wiping had changed her, the thundercloud that had become my mood darkened. Just as it did every time I spoke to Jason, lied to Jason, avoided Gabe, or remembered my time in the General's concrete interrogation room, or the way the light had faded from the child crazy's eyes as she bled out from the bullet wound I'd put in her chest. Maybe if I hadn't burned out my telepathy again, and I could speak with Wings, Jack, and Ray, as I'd grown so accustomed to doing over the past few months, I would have been able to find comfort in their steadfast companionship and stave off the looming negativity. But my ability was burned out, and missing my usually light-hearted, sometimes philosophical conversations with my animal friends only added to my doom and gloom mood. I spotted Mace and Camille sitting at the edge of the pond while they filtered water into large plastic jugs and nodded a hello. Camille's remarkable recovery was the only bright ray of hope keeping the thundercloud from overtaking me completely. She'd woken up 5 days ago, the night after we found Zoe and left Colorado Springs, her memory intact, but her ability to speak apparently gone completely. Harper's best guess was that certain parts of her brain must have suffered permanent damage during her seizure and resulting coma, and he'd even proposed that she might have had a stroke, though he couldn't tell for sure without some pretty high-tech equipment. But she was awake, and more whole than she'd been since she'd died, the first time. Her recovery, at least, was something. I sighed and shook my head. Zoe was following Wings and me, shadow trailing behind her. The other 17 members of our group were moving among the tents clustered around the campfire or through the scattering of trees lining the field, searching for firewood. Except for Jason, he was absolutely committed to the task of nulling Zoe, of keeping her ability from surfacing and pummeling her shattered mind with foreign memories and emotions, and therefore had become her ever-present second shadow. Or third shadow, if you counted her horse. I snorted at my lame, silent pun and blinked rapidly as my eyes started to sting. I would not start crying just because I found Jason's commitment to protecting my best friend, the sister he had successfully estranged through emotional and physical distance, so sweet, so admirable. It was like this tragedy had jump-started his brotherly instincts, making him realize all he'd missed out on over the years. His renewed devotion to her made me feel like such a crap friend in comparison, because the more time I spent with this Zoe, this hauntingly familiar stranger, devoid of everything that had made her my best friend, the less I wanted to be around her. Like I said, crap friend. Reaching the edge of the pond, I set the small bin of grooming tools on the ground and waited for Wings to amble closer. She did and ducked her head down to slurp at the water. Zoe and Shadow took up a position a few feet away, just on the other side of the bin, and Jason hoisted himself up and settled on the bench seat of the nearest cart. He pulled out a pocket knife and his latest whittling project, an as yet unrecognizable hunk of wood about the size of a baseball. My eyes lingered on him for a moment longer, tracing the angry red scar crossing his face from hairline to jaw and the hunched set of his shoulders, before I went over to grab a soft bristled brush and turned my attention to Wings. "Thanks for teaching me all this horse stuff," Zoe said from behind me. I glanced over my shoulder to study her and frowned. I'd been doing that a lot lately, both studying Zoe and frowning. The setting sun gleamed a burnished purple off her and Shadow's onyx hair. I'd offered to walk Zoe through the basics of horse grooming, hoping that doing something with her, something I always found soothing, might alleviate some of my infuriating aversion to her. Meeting her eyes, I forced a tight smile. "No problem. You used to like helping me with grooming them back when we were in high school, so I thought..." I shrugged. "I don't know." I returned my focus to Wings, running the brush over a coffee brown patch on her shoulder. "I just thought you might still like it." I didn't tell Zoe that I was searching for some remnant of my best friend, some sliver of hope that she was still her. There was a long moment of silence, and then Zoe exhaled heavily. "I've been thinking about that. About me before and me now. Do you think..." She paused. I could hear the sound of soft bristles running over Shadow's coat as Zoe started brushing him. The black gelding was still recovering from the neglect he'd suffered at the hands of a couple of crazies, and the 6-day trek through the southern Rockies with only a half-day and night's rest at Colorado trails hadn't done him any favors. Although he was doing better than when Zoe's group had first found him, he was exhausted and hurting, much like the rest of us. It didn't need my ability to know that. When Zoe didn't resume her question, I looked at her. "Do I think..." She stopped brushing, turned to lean her shoulder against Shadow and sighed. "It's just that if I don't have any memories of what made me me, do you think I'm even still me? Do you think I'm even still me?" Zoe's question seemed to echo in my mind, burrowing deeply, mostly because it was pretty much the same thing I'd been wondering since we first found her. Was Zoe still Zoe if she had no memory of experiencing the things that had made her the loyal, guarded, and determined person I loved? A dull, incessant ache spread through my chest, a yawning void created by her mental disappearance. My eyes stung, again, and I cleared my throat. "You know, Zoe, I think knowing who you really are is hard for a lot of people." Yes, I was avoiding answering her question completely, but I meant what I said. After all, I hardly recognized myself anymore. My frown reemerged. Anyone who cracked me open in an attempt to find out what made me me would discover a rancid, tingly wad of guilt and self-loathing and plain old misery. My best friend, thanks to a psycho with the ability to alter people's perception, even erase their memories, had no idea that she was my best friend. And the reason she'd fallen into Clara's manipulative little hands? Me. I'd been stupid enough to get ambushed and abducted. And thanks to my bad judgment, Zoe wasn't really Zoe anymore. My frown deepened into a scowl. I really hated myself sometimes. After a few more strokes over the paint-sculpted shoulder, which I was pretty sure soothed me more than it soothed Wings, I glanced over at Jason. If he noticed me watching him, he didn't show it. It was like we'd traveled back in time 10 years, to the days when I'd spent every possible moment stealing glances at him and he'd spend just as much time ignoring me. Before my stint in the colony, I thought I had him figured out, but now he was even more of an enigma to me than he'd been during my teen years. He was still a classic Adonis, all lean muscle and chiseled features, but now his masculine perfection was marred by an angry red scar slashing across his face. It added a layer of menace to the confidence and sense of carefully honed power he usually exuded. He'd always been guarded, just like his sister, but since my abduction, he'd withdrawn further into himself. For the life of me, I couldn't figure out why, and I didn't know how to draw him back out. Even though he was never far from my side, emotionally, he was miles away. I missed him. I turned around, facing Zoe, and leaned my head on Wings' shoulder. My need for girl talk, for Zoe to listen as I spilled out all of my gnawing worries and offer up her usual no-nonsense advice, was becoming overwhelming. Should I just talk to her like everything's normal? Can't I just pretend she's her? I really needed my Zoe. You're staring at me, Zoe said. She lowered her brush hand and, using her opposite fingers, tucked a flyaway that had escaped from her ponytail behind her ear. Are you okay? I blinked several times, noticing the excessive moisture in my eyes, and forced a smile. I'm fine, I think. Zoe shifted her feet and looked down at the dirt. She swiped ineffectively at a dark smudge staining her jeans. You can cry if you need to. I don't mind. In fact, you can consider me your official shoulder to cry on. She shrugged, meeting my eyes only briefly. It's the least I can do, since I'm pretty much otherwise inept at everything. The thundercloud thinned just a little, and I started chuckling. That was something Zoe would have said. She'd always looked out for me, always been the first to comfort me when I needed it, and the first to defend me when I couldn't defend myself. Not that I didn't try to defend myself. It was just that I was so damn small, nobody was ever intimidated by me. And when I had made a point to stand up for myself, or shudder, lost my temper, I was pretty sure people saw me as the human version of a snarling chihuahua. Not scary at all. From the way Zoe was watching me, it was obvious that she was unsure how to respond to my abrupt shift from verge of tears to genuine, if gentle, laughter. Her eyebrows drew down, and the corners of her mouth twitched. She smiled weakly. It was like she was trying to figure out how I wanted her to react, how the old Zoe would have reacted. For a moment, the disquiet I felt around her melted, and the only thing that mattered to me was making her feel comfortable. I pushed off Wings gently and stepped closer to Zoe, nudging her arm with my shoulder. Don't try so hard, Zoe. Just do what feels natural and stop worrying about the rest of us and what we expect from you. I flashed her a half-hearted grin. We'll figure it out as we go. Empty platitudes for the most part, but from the way the tension around her eyes relaxed, I could tell the words meant something to Zoe. Apparently even crap friends could pull through every once in a while. Just as I was turning back to Wings to resume brushing her, I heard a dog barking. I craned my neck to see around Zoe and Shadow and spotted Jack trotting through the overgrown field beside our camp. He barked several more times as I watched him draw nearer. Without warning, something inside me snapped. A whoosh, like the most intense ear-popping imaginable, knocked the air out of me and I doubled over. My ability burnout wore off in an instant, and thousands upon thousands of sparks of awareness burst to life in my mind's eye, a glowing galaxy representing all of the life forms around me. It was glorious and unexpected, and so far beyond too much that I thought I might be crushed under the enormity of what I was sensing. Several things happened at once. Jack reached me, dancing a circle around me, his tail hanging low while he whined and chanted, "Mother, mother, mother." In my mind, Zoe's hand wrapped around my upper arm, the support she offered the only thing keeping me from doubling over completely, and Jason appeared before me, crouching and placing his hands on either side of my head.
"Red?"
Jason said.
"Look at me, Danny. Open your eyes."
His hold on my head tightened. I hadn't realized I'd squeezed my eyes shut until he told me to open them. I obeyed, clenching my jaw. Jason's face, inches from mine, was carefully blank, but his eyes held a concern so wild and intense that it verged on panic.
"What's wrong?"
His voice was low and even. Too even.
"What do you need?"
I swallowed, despite my mouth and throat feeling unbearably dry. My ability. Too much, I managed to say through gritted teeth. Something like this had happened once before. I'd overextended the reach of my telepathy and nearly lost myself to the collective pull of the minds around me. I should have been stronger now, especially after the painful but productive electrotherapy session I'd accidentally experienced back in the colony. I should have been able to control my ability, to pull back, to shut it off, to do something, but I couldn't. As he'd done the last time, Jason acted as the grounding wire to my telepathic lightning rod. Using half of his ability, he boosted mine, giving me back the control I so desperately needed. The magnetic lure of the minds around me waned, fading into the background. I took a deep breath, then another. Smiling, I filled my eyes with as much warmth as I could and placed my hand over one of Jason's, giving it a gentle, grateful squeeze. Thank. My voice caught in my throat and my chest clenched. Something was wrong. I couldn't sense Jason. I looked at Zoe, feeling my eyes widen. I couldn't sense either of them. I could sense the animals all around, but I couldn't sense any human minds at all.
"Red?"
Jason's voice was soft, cautious. "You're gone," I whispered, feeling like I'd been kicked in the stomach. "You're all gone." I looked into Zoe's piercing blue eyes. "Gone." My voice sounded hollow. Zoe's grip tightened on my arm. Jason swiped the pads of his thumbs under my eyes, wiping away the tears of strain streaming down my cheeks.
"Do you have control of it?"
The concern filling his eyes intensified, and his calm expression cracked.
"I've got to stop boosting you. Zoe."
Oh, God. No. Reality slammed into me like a punch in the gut. Jason's ability had two parts. He could amplify others' abilities, like he was currently doing for me, or he could nullify them completely. But he couldn't do both at the same time. If Zoe's empathy kicked in as violently as my telepathy just had, and if she started feeling other people's emotions and seeing their memories without knowing how to control it, I nodded vigorously. "I'm good. Help Without warning, Zoe gasped and her hand clenched. Her fingernails dug into my arm. We were too late. The floodgates had opened. Chapter 4. Zoe. March 28th, 1 AE. San Juan National Forest, Colorado. I gasped as an unused part of my mind sparked to life. It seemed to shift and realign, jump-starting my true consciousness as if I'd been running on autopilot, but was now finally in control. Everything changed in the blink of an eye. I felt whole, at least more myself than I had since the others found me. For a brief moment, among the torrent of feelings and memories flooding my mind, I thought the old me might resurface too. I think I'm getting my memories back? It was almost too much to hope for. As my mind spun, so did the onslaught of conflicting emotions, too random and unrecognizable to have been my own. "Danny," I breathed. My eyes met hers, and I used the comfort I found in them as my anchor amid the impressions of foreign lifetimes competing for space in my mind. Something's not right. Dizziness enveloped me, and I gripped Danny's arm more tightly, automatically reaching for Jason, too. "It's your ability, Zoe," Danny said, composed and reassuring. "Don't fight it. You'll only make it worse." Images of Jason and Danny flickered in my head, but instead of trying to push them away, I let them come, vivid and countless as they were. With what felt like a breath of life, I inhaled, and everything in my mind's eye sharpened. As unsteady as I felt, the clarity brought a sense of relief I hadn't expected, and the dark recesses of my mind filled with colors and shapes and sounds, recollections of the past. Danny and Jason's past, but not mine. "I'm so sorry, Zoe," Danny said, her fingers brushing softly over the back of my hand. "This is all my fault. Stupid. So stupid." I could feel her guilt, and I shook my head, only vaguely aware of why she felt that way. Danny's concern replaced my confusion, her curiosity and hope quickly following. Although I didn't necessarily understand the onslaught, I welcomed it. Everything I saw, everything I felt, was new and unexplored. My mind, once an empty cave, suddenly housed echoes of the past, assembling them into an irrefutable truth that seemed to lighten the darkness and partially fill the lingering void inside me. But as abruptly as the emotions assaulted me, they vanished, and I felt empty again. The images and feelings were nothing more than fading memories. Disappointed, I turned to Jason. "You're taking it away?" He exchanged a skeptical glance with Danny. "Yeah," he said, sounding unsure. No longer needing to steady myself, I loosened my grasp on his arm and looked at him beseechingly. "Please don't," I said, self-conscious but needing this other part of me. "It feels right." Jason frowned. "Well, it's your choice," he mumbled, and although he seemed baffled, he nodded. In an instant, another flurry of guilt, frustration, and despair swirled around in my mind. I blinked, once again focusing on Danny as memories and feelings poured out of her. Like a camera shutter opening and closing, I saw Danny for the first time. Yes, she was a fiery, red-haired pixie with bright green eyes and a seemingly carefree nature, but she also felt lost and afraid and confused. I could feel everything. Her undeniable love for Jason and the relentless shadow of a not too long ago broken heart. Inexplicably, I shared her longing to see the woman who'd raised her grandma who was gone, and her yearning to speak with her one last time. And then I saw an image of the dead little girl, haunting Danny and flooding her with guilt. My best friend, who I only knew from her coalescing memories and our stilted conversations over the past week, stood in front of me. And now I understood why she seemed to cry at the drop of a hat. Her emotions were so raw, rampant, and fierce that they almost brought tears to my eyes. Enthralled by the insight I felt bringing me closer to Danny, I vaguely registered Jason walking away. I blinked again. "Zoe?" Danny's hand rested on my shoulder, sending acute waves of anxiety and eagerness rippling through me. "Are you all right?" Her voice teetered between panic and remorse, and I could feel the questions practically jumping off her tongue. She was hoping that my memories had returned, but felt guilty for thinking it, and she was worried she'd accidentally and irrevocably hurt me. Forcing myself, I smiled, if a little weakly, and refocused on her imploring eyes. "Yeah, I am. I'm fine. Better than fine, actually." "Are you sure?" Nodding, I tried to reassure her. "I can see and feel it all so clearly." "Like you can feel what I'm feeling?" A burst of apprehension flared inside her. I bit the inside of my cheek, trying to articulate it. "It's more than that," I said, my voice tinged with excitement. "There are images, like memories, too." Danny's eyes lit with hope. "You remember?" Crap. I sighed and shook my head, feeling a tidal wave of excitement recede between the two of us. "No, I don't remember," I admitted, watching the light in her eyes dim. "I still don't remember anything from before the golf course. But I see you, Danny. I see you and me, my dad and Jason." I shook my head. "It's the strangest, most horrifyingly amazing thing I've ever experienced." Although I had no attachment to the memories themselves, Danny's profound intimacy with each impression made me feel like I'd found a small piece of myself within them. "It's like I was there when you were sick and Jason found you, and then when you were alone and at Graham's house." I tried to shake away the overwhelming fog in my head. "There's so much." Danny eyed me curiously, her fingers stroking the sling cradling her injured arm. "I can feel your pain," I said, studying her black, removable cast. "I can see what happened at the colony. I feel like I finally understand what's going on." Danny's eyes widened as fear replaced her curiosity, and the jumble of images focused, a tumultuous memory flashing prominently through her mind. Danny stood in a stark office, a perfectly organized desk separating her from Dr. Wesley, who was sitting behind it. The doctor eyed Danny warily. "So you know?" Danny felt a pulse of rage. "That Zoe and Jason are your kids?" "Yeah." Another more vivid memory immediately followed. In the same office, Dr. Wesley still seated behind the desk, and Danny standing opposite her. The doctor's features hardened into a frown. "If your actions kill my children, then everything I've done to keep them safe will have been for naught. That's on you." Danny shook her head, so much hurt and anger filling her that she could barely speak. "Zoe and Jason might blame themselves for everyone's deaths if they knew about you, but I don't. I blame you." She seethed and stormed to the door. "Would you rather I'd killed myself, thus killing the two people you love so dearly? Gregory would have found another geneticist to engineer his virus, and everyone would have died anyway." The memory faded, leaving in its place violent emotions tangled in my gut, nearly bringing me to my knees. Dr. Wesley is my mom. I'd completely forgotten that. Danny took a step closer. "We can't tell him," she whispered as her eyes darted around us. "He can't know about your mom, Zoe. Not yet." I hedged. "But she's our mom, Danny. He'll be furious if we don't tell him, won't he?" Lacking any tangible connection to Jason, I still wanted to do what was right, and I'd seen enough of his silent tantrums in her memories to know this instance would be no exception. "She's your mom, and she killed nearly everyone to keep you guys safe." Danny closed her eyes and took a deep breath, her eyes pleading when she reopened them. "Please, Zoe, don't say anything. He's not ready. Can't you see? Can't you feel it?" Danny's acute panic and desperation were nearly overwhelming. Rough laughter startled me, and I glanced over to the cart to see Jason and Carlos chatting as they sat on the bench whittling. Although I had the impression that Jason wouldn't want me to pry around inside his head, I needed to. I needed to understand why Danny was so adamant to keep the truth from him. Focusing beyond her swirling emotions, I searched for Jason's. While Danny's were easy to access, an invisible wall surrounded Jason's, cold and excruciatingly controlled. I focused harder. It was difficult with Danny so close, her emotions so intense, but I could see and feel just enough from Jason to understand. There had been too much heartache, and too many lies and surprises to unleash another tumultuous mess on him while he was already so distraught. Like he could somehow sense my cerebral intrusion, Jason stopped whittling for a moment and glanced over at me. The instant his knowing eyes met mine, the invisible wall protecting his mind solidified, blocking me out completely. Standing there with only a brief impression of who he was fresh in my mind, I felt closer to him than I probably ever would have had my ability remained dormant. And I understood. Danny was right. Learning that her mom was still alive, that she'd made the choice to leave when Jason was a young child, and that she'd been the cause of so much death, would devastate him, especially while the real me wasn't around to help bear the weight of the discovery. Danny clutched my hand, silently pleading with me to keep quiet as Jason glanced between us. With a quick squeeze in return, I reassured her of my silence, at least for a while. Harper and Chris emerged from the nearest cluster of trees, chatting amiably as they made their way back to camp with armfuls of firewood. When Harper's eyes found mine, his relaxed expression tensed, and he hurried over to us. "You doing okay, baby girl?" His expression was pinched with worry, a look I'd grown weary of over the last few days. "You're pale." "I'm fine," I said, waving his concern away. There was nothing like a resurgence of forgotten memories and pitying glances to make me feel like the most pathetic woman in the world. As I took a few steps toward Harper and Chris, I stumbled, the bombardment of their worries, memories, and emotions throwing me off kilter. Dropping his armful of firewood, Harper jogged the final few steps between us to lend me a supporting hand. I snickered. "Yep, I'm pathetic." "I'm okay," I said. "It's just my ability. It's a little overwhelming, and my head's frazzled, I think." "No. So, Jason's not—" Chris glanced over at my brother. "A little advance notice would have been nice," she grumbled, though I didn't really understand her spike of irritation. "It was an accident," Danny chimed in, sounding tired. She patted Wing's neck. "I'll send Wings and Shadow out to pasture with the other horses, then head over and warn—" Danny's gaze flicked to me, and her cheeks reddened as shame emanated from her. "Tell the others." After a brief moment, the sound of lazy, clomping hooves retreated behind me. Harper helped me over to lean against a lone tree trunk growing along the edge of the pond. His memories and feelings resonated within me, and I mentally waded through the streaming information, effortlessly absorbing pieces of who he was. He was so good and confident and calm. I couldn't help but admire him. "You sure you're all right, baby girl?" he asked, scanning me as I gripped the trunk of the tree. "Yeah, I'm okay, really." I blushed at being the center of unwanted attention. With a pat on my shoulder, Chris excused herself and headed over to join Jason and Carlos. I hadn't missed her and Harper's silent, charged exchange before she walked away. Their growing connection was impossible to miss, especially when I could feel their mutual attraction. Harper glanced over at Chris's retreating form, appraising her covertly, or so he thought. When he noticed me eyeing him, he smiled, a knowing glint in his peridot-colored eyes. "Interesting," I said, eyebrows raised in amusement. He nudged my shoulder with his. "You see too much," he said, and waggled his eyebrows. I knew that was true, so all I could do was shrug. "Still learning how to navigate this whole ability thing," I said. He winked at me. "You'll get the hang of it." "And in the meantime, you'll all avoid me like I'm a leper?" I asked acerbically. Being bitter wouldn't help, but it was hard not to be when people were suddenly running as far away from me as possible, despite their smiles. "Everyone just needs time, baby girl, including you. You'll get the hang of it, and if not, they'll warm up to it eventually." "I sure hope so," I muttered. Tavis's laughter rumbled on the faint breeze, and I could hear him and Sam bantering back and forth. After a quick glance around, I spotted them walking along the other side of the reservoir, water jugs in their hands. The still water began to ripple, and I realized I hadn't noticed the wind pick up. "Whatever," Sam said. I smiled as they drew closer. Their companionable chatter was familiar, the one feeling I yearned for the most. I welcomed the sense of comfort that came with the sounds of their voices. "Not true," Tavis said with a laugh as they approached. "You'd never beat me if it weren't for your ability, mate, and that's a fact." Sam sighed, his annoyance making me smile. "You're just using that as an excuse." "As if," Tavis said with half a laugh. "Even Zoe's a better shot than you," Sam said. "At least she was." Tavis stopped mid-step, appalled by Sam's comment. "Not even true, and your ability gives you an unfair advantage." Sam laughed. "You're just mad because you don't know what your ability is yet." "What? Grayson doesn't know what his ability is either." Narrowing his eyes to slits, Tavis tried not to smile. "Maybe we're crazies." "That's what I was thinking," Sam said. Looking to me and Harper, Tavis shook his head. "Can you believe this kid? He has supersonic hearing and can see a mile away, and he thinks I'm using it as an excuse." Unbidden, a soft chuckle escaped from my throat. "I just don't understand why you're not improving your archery skills, Tavis. I mean, Sam seems like a good teacher. Maybe it is you." "I can't bloody believe it," Tavis said, peering up into the sky and spreading his arms like someone might actually care enough about his aiming issues to listen. "I taught the kid everything he knows, and suddenly I'm the one who needs to practice." He tisked and shook his head. "Cheeky little bugger." A wolfish grin spread across his face, and he and Sam sauntered closer, stopping beside Harper and me. Harper rumpled my hair, messing up my ponytail. "If you're all right, baby girl, I'm going to head back to camp." He glanced at Chris again, who was still standing with Jason and Carlos, before he turned to Tavis. "Her ability's back online," he cautioned, and I sighed involuntarily. My presence warrants a warning now. Great. Taking a deep breath, I tried to remind myself that while others' memories helped me feel a little more like a member of the group, being so emotionally exposed wasn't something most people would appreciate. "Do you remember us yet?" Sam asked as he crouched and picked at the burrs in his shoestrings. I bit at the inside of my cheek and felt my eyebrows draw together. "No," I admitted. "Not yet." I didn't bother telling him that I knew he'd won his first blue ribbon in a relay race in 3rd grade, and that his sister Anastasia had been born a year and a half ago, and that his father had died from the virus right before his mother had been raped and killed by crazies. I knew all of that, but had no recollection of him from my past. "But do you think you can work with me on my archery? From what Harper tells me, I used to be a decent shot. I could use a skill or a pastime or something, at least until my memories get sorted out." Sam peered up at me. "Yeah, we might as well." He paused, squinting one eye as he studied me. "Do you think you'll really get your memories back?" Shrugging, I said, "I'm not really sure. I'm still trying to piece things together. It's weird to see myself with everyone, to watch their memories play out like a movie, but still not actually recall any of it." Tavis crossed his arms over his chest and stared at me, contemplating. "Why not stop trying to figure out the past and try embracing the way things are now? You can't change anything that's happened, and you have no idea how long this issue might last. You might never be your old self again," he said matter-of-factly. I looked into Tavis's inquisitive blue eyes. "I haven't thought about it like that." "Well," Sam said, "I want you to get your memory back." "Yeah? And why's that?" I asked. Sam took a deep, thoughtful breath. "For starters,
You can't hold up your part of our deal like this, he said somberly.
Our deal?
Yeah, he shrugged. You're supposed to teach me how to draw, and I'm supposed to help you with your archery.
Sam seemed annoyed by the inconvenience of my memory loss, but I could tell he was more disappointed than upset with me.
Well, I ventured, I can try.
Sam was shaking his head before I could even finish my train of thought.
No?
He looked at me, a yeah right expression on his face.
Do you even know if you can still draw?
I feigned offense. Well, no, not exactly. I haven't thought to try. I can still do other things.
Just trust me, Sam said.
Well, you're an honest kid, I'll give you that much. There's no beating around the bush with you. Sam only shrugged again, and Tavis chuckled. Sam keeps things interesting, Tavis said, his tone more affectionate than I thought he realized, and a great big smile engulfed my face. Being around them made me happy. It was a welcome distraction from the awkwardness I felt around the others. A girl could get used to hanging out with the two of you, I said. It was then that I noticed Jake and Cooper striding over from the other side of the pond. Jake's gaze shifted between Tavis and me. The look in his eyes sobered me instantly. There was something about him, regardless of the fact that I couldn't remember him or the us I'd been told about, that made my insides flutter with anticipation. I took a step closer to him. Hi, I said a little breathily. We'd barely spoken, and I always seemed to struggle with what to say to him. Being around him made me want more than ever to have my memories back, to be able to understand the feelings I thought I could almost feel somewhere deep inside me whenever he was nearby. Or is it all just in my head? It was impossible to say, but I wished, more than was probably healthy, that one day I might know. If we were a couple, I should just talk to him. I didn't see any harm in that. He didn't bite, at least not that I was aware of. Jake's eyes passed over Sam and Tavis to land on me, and a tight smile pulled at his lips. His dark gaze focused on me like he was trying to see inside me, trying to figure me out. Hey, Coop, Sam called and shuffled over to the husky, patting the dog's head and rumpling his scruffy neck. Want to play fetch? Jake smiled down at Sam as the boy fawned over Cooper, but I wondered what brewed beneath the surface of Jake's composed demeanor. His eyes were telling. I just hadn't figured out how to read them yet. Just as I was about to push away from the tree I was leaning against, Sam jumped up to his feet, brushing his hands off on his pants. Did you hear? Zoe's ability's back. Jake's smile faltered, and his gaze darted from Sam to me. No, he said. I didn't. His hands flexed at his sides. Not her memory yet, but the rest of her. I thought I should probably talk to Jake about us before too much more time passed and the distance continued to grow between us. But just as I was about to ask him if we could go somewhere to talk, he turned and walked away, calling for Cooper over his shoulder. Slouching back against the tree, I sighed. Or not. Chapter 5. Jake. March 28th, 1 AE. San Juan National Forest, Colorado. Lost in a tornado of thought, Jake swung an archaic, rusted axe, splintering the last of the firewood into stackable, burnable pieces. Probably more pieces than were actually necessary. His palms were raw, but he welcomed the burn, the distraction. The sun had just set behind the serrated mountaintops, and the brisk evening air against his sweat-dampened skin helped take the edge off of a day filled with problematic surprises. Jake crouched and gathered as much of the firewood into his arms as he could carry and headed over to the wood stacked on top of one of the carts. Cooper raised his head from snoozing, no doubt hopeful it was time to go lie by the campfire, where it was warm and there were plenty of people to pet him. Not yet, buddy, Jake said as he unloaded the armful of wood. Watching Zoe, wondering what the hell she was thinking, had become almost unbearable over the past week. Simply talking to her about what had happened, about them, proved harder than he'd imagined. If she wasn't lounging with Tavis, she was with Danny learning the ropes in their new world, or Chris was prodding around in Zoe's brain, trying to figure out exactly how much damage Clara had done. And since the blood transfusion they'd tried a few nights ago hadn't done a damn thing to repair her shattered memory, he was beginning to lose hope that she would ever be the same. The good things are worth fighting for. Joe, his guardian during the year after his mom died, had told him once. It was a motto Jake lived by. But now that Zoe's ability was back, Jake wasn't sure fighting for her was the best thing for her. He was worried about what she might feel or see when she was around him, and he didn't want to scare the hell out of her before she even had time to get to know him, or herself, again. But Zoe wasn't the only complication he was dealing with. Having Gabe and Becca suddenly back in his life were almost more than he could handle. His sister was still different, and looked at him like he was a complete stranger. And Gabe... Jake shook his head. He didn't want to think about Gabe, which was easy enough. As usual, his thoughts returned to Zoe. Over the months he'd known the teal-eyed, raven-haired beauty, she'd become his home. But she didn't tease him anymore, and her maddening stubbornness and innate devotion to those she loved was non-existent. Resting the axe on its head, Jake let the handle fall to the ground. He exhaled and scrubbed both hands over his stubbled face. A shadowed figure came toward him from the copse of trees a few dozen yards away. Cooper was up and running toward it before Jake even realized it was Gabe. He was carrying an armful of firewood that he let fall to the ground as he stopped in front of Jake. Needing to put some distance between them, Jake decided it was time to call it a night, and he reached for his jacket draped over the cart. "I need you to know something," Gabe said quietly. Jake turned around to find Gabe crouched and leaning on the discarded axe. Jake clenched his jaw, contemplating whether or not it would be best to simply walk away. Gabe sighed and rested one elbow on his knee, letting his hand drape in front of him. "I know you won't forgive me," he said, "but I am sorry. I didn't want any of this to happen. If I'd known what Becca was going to do..." After a short pause, he shook his head. "I did everything I could to help her in the colony." "And Danny?" Gabe let a despondent chuckle escape from his throat. "Like I had a choice? Don't you get it? I had to bring her in to protect your sister." In an instant, Gabe was on his feet. "Everything I've done has been to protect Becca. The general, he would have tortured her. He did torture her. If I hadn't brought him a two-way telepath, you don't want to know." Seeming to deflate, Gabe let out a humorless laugh. "And poor Danny was the one to pay for my loyalty to Becca. To you." "Loyalty? Loyalty would have been telling us what the hell was going on in the first place, not bringing armed fucking soldiers into my house, not letting them knock me out, then disappearing and taking my sister's body with you." Jake gestured toward the campfire where everyone was gathered. "What happened to Danny isn't on me and Becca. It's on you." For a moment, Gabe said nothing. "I know." His hopeless tone affected Jake more than he wanted it to. "How the hell did you get yourself in this mess to begin with?" Gabe looked at Jake, his eyes silver in the moonlight. "I'd been researching abilities for a while, but I didn't know about the general's plan until the virus was already spreading. When you called and told me Becca was sick, it was right when I'd started putting the pieces together." He looked away. "They wouldn't let me off base without an armed escort. I came, brought them, because I wanted to help her, and I didn't have much of a choice." Jake pinned Gabe in place with an accusatory glare and allowed himself to ask the one question that outweighed all others. Did you know they'd turned Becca into a regen? Gabe returned his glare. No, Jake, I didn't. I didn't know she'd kill herself either, or that they'd knock you out or appropriate her body. He was breathing harder. Do you know how I left your house that night? He paused. At gunpoint. I wasn't going to leave you, not passed out. I thought you were dying, but there was nothing I could do. I couldn't let them take Becca. I was barely able to write that goddamn note before I was escorted out. Jake was speechless, more than stunned by Gabe's admission. Gabe sighed and his voice softened. In case you lived, I needed to warn you, and I knew you would go to the gun cabinet. He was quiet for a moment, leaving Jake's thoughts to reel. Finally, he took a deep breath. You're my brother in every way that matters, Jake. Always have been, and always will be. Nothing could change that, not even you hating me for the rest of your life. Jake leaned against the cart, crossed his arms over his chest, and sighed, expelling months' worth of anger and betrayal and hurt. Having no idea what to say, he stood there in awe, the orchestra of crickets the only thing filling the silence. He was surprised by how quickly things seemed to shift, and how grateful he suddenly felt to be standing only a few yards away from his friend again, despite all that had happened. Jake shook his head. What does Becca know? Gabe shook his head, and he ran his hand through his loose hair, a nervous habit he'd had since childhood. Nothing. She has no idea who I am or that I've been looking out for her. To her, I'm just Dr. McLaughlin. He lowered his hand. And I swear I had nothing to do with what happened to Zoe. If I could do something, help somehow. I know, Jake said. He knew Clara hadn't needed any incentive to hurt Zoe. I know, he repeated. Not wanting to think about all the bad decisions he'd made and how they kept returning to bite him in the ass, Jake grabbed his jacket. Thank you, he said, and turned to head back to camp. Come on, Coop. Voices and laughter carried on the breeze as Jake drew closer to camp. Cooper rushed past him, heading straight for Becca and Carlos, who were chatting by the chuck wagon. Despite Jake's best efforts, his eyes automatically sought out Zoe. She was sitting by the fire, her hair wet and hanging around her shoulders. Sam was sitting beside her, and both had pencils in their hands and sketchbooks on their laps. Jake's heart ached at the sight of her smiling with the kid, and when he noticed Tavis leaning over Sam's shoulder, misery cemented in the pit of his stomach. As if he'd voiced the thought, Zoe's gaze shifted up to his. Her smile vanished, making him feel like an intruder, and her eyes grew wide and questioning. Instinctively, he offered her a curt nod before he turned and strode for his tent. Hello, came a soft, raspy voice. Jake turned around to find Becca standing directly behind him. He let out a shaky breath. He was still getting used to seeing his sister's gray eyes, no longer the violet color he'd been used to growing up. Jake's hands found his pockets as he stood there, feeling an uneasy excitement. Are you hungry? She asked, offering him a bowl of stew. I notice that you have not eaten much today, and you have been overworking yourself. He eyed her curiously, wondering if it was concern that slightly changed the cadence of her voice. Aren't you hungry? He gestured to the bowl. Becca smiled timidly and shook her head, her wavy brown hair brushing against her shoulders. I've already eaten. This, she took a step closer, is for you. Her eyes shifted between Jake and the bowl. Please, take it. Realizing she might take his surprise as some sort of rejection of her kindness, Jake offered a grateful smile. I'm starving. Thanks. He wrapped his fingers around the warm bowl and walked back toward the fire, lowering himself into an empty chair
and accepting a red and white checkered napkin from Becca as well. "Sarah has been teaching me how to cook," Becca said as she pulled over a chair to sit beside him. A faint scent of herbs wafted off of her. Becca had never been much of a cook, neither of them had, and Jake wondered if that happened to be the only thing about her that hadn't changed. He stared down into the bowl and then back up at her, hesitant. When her eyes met his again, they were expectant. Clearing his throat, Jake took a deep breath, leaned forward, and put a spoonful of stew into his mouth. The broth was warm and salty, and surprisingly delicious. He looked at his sister askance. She was fidgeting beside him, worrying her bottom lip. "Well," she said, "what do you think?" After chewing and swallowing a hunk of meat, Jake took another bite. "It's good," he said, proud of Becca's effort to become part of the group. He was comforted by the fact that she was going to the trouble to have a conversation with him, too. "It's really good." Becca smiled. "I am glad." "You like cooking, then?" he asked, taking another mouthful. Her brow furrowed, and she looked at his bowl thoughtfully. "I think I do," she said. "At least, I do not dislike it." "Good." He offered her a reassuring smile before taking another bite. Becca sat beside him while he ate, watching him intently. Although he wondered what she was thinking, he didn't want to push her, so he sat with her in companionable silence. "Jake," she finally said. His gaze shifted to her as he swallowed another spoonful. "I wanted you to know that I am sorry." Nearly choking, he set his spoon down and wiped his mouth with his napkin. "You're sorry for what?" he asked. Becca's eyes focused on his. "For not remembering." Jake was the one who'd gotten her into this mess. He looked away from her and into the fire, frustration resurfacing as the events of the past couple months came crashing back down on him. "It's not your fault, Becca. None of this is. I should have—" "Perhaps not," she interrupted and placed her hand on his arm. "But it still hurts you." Jake was surprised she cared much about that. She'd been reticent to believe all he'd told her about her past in the first place. "Although I do not have strong emotions like you and some of the others seem to have, I cannot imagine what it must be like to have me sitting beside you with no recollection of our past together, and now—" Her eyes traveled over to Zoe. Jake's chest tightened. "I know it is not easy for you, and I am sorry there is nothing I can do to help." Her final words to him the night she'd bled out in his arms coalesced in his mind, and he wanted so badly to know something. "You told me that night, the last night I saw you, that I would save her, but that I would also kill her." He paused. "Do you have any idea why you said that, or what it meant?" Every time Jake thought the moment Becca had warned him of had come and gone and that Zoe would finally be safe, something would happen that would make him doubt the danger had passed. Becca closed her eyes and shook her head. "No, I am sorry." Appetite waning, Jake set the half-eaten bowl in his lap. "You don't have to be sorry, Becca. You—" "The way you look at her," Becca interrupted him again. "You keep your distance when you should not." Jake collected himself, a little stunned by Becca's adamancy. Then his gaze darted to Zoe once again. Like before, her eyes drifted to his. "I don't want to scare her," he admitted. "Why would she be scared?" "She's not the same. I can see it in her eyes. She won't understand what she sees, what she feels." When Becca said nothing, he met his sister's confused stare. "You mean your feelings for her? Why should that scare her?" "Wouldn't you be?" "Scared?" He nodded. I am scared right now. I know no one, just as she does not. But I am still curious. I still want to remember. I want to understand the truth. To understand who I am. Jake closed his gaping mouth.
You do?
Becca nearly smiled again. It is hard to predict another person's feelings, is it not? She frowned infinitesimally. You cannot protect her from what is. You can only help her understand. If I said such a thing to you before... Becca glanced quickly to Zoe. Then there was a reason. I am certain of it. But it could very well already have come to pass. Jake gave Becca a quizzical look.
Won't it be overwhelming for her to learn about us if she doesn't even remember me? I'm a complete stranger to her.
Becca's eyes brightened with understanding, and she smiled sympathetically. You are assuming she will reject you.
Hell yeah, I am.
His sister tilted her head. And what if she doesn't? What if she accepts you instead? She asked fluidly without her stilted, formal inflection. Shouldn't she get to decide how she feels? Jake frowned this time. When he realized his sister's eyes were gleaming with an emotion he couldn't quite place, he couldn't help but think she knew something he didn't, and the hope that swelled inside him scared him shitless. Sighing, he leaned forward, knowing that allowing Zoe to see his memories could create an irreparable fissure between them. I should go, Becca said abruptly and rose, taking his bowl. Surprised, Jake straightened and glanced up at her. He was about to ask her to stay when he noticed Zoe slowly approaching from the other side of the fire. Her hands tapped at her sides and her gaze fixed on the ground. Her face was relaxed, unmarred by the worry lines he was so used to. She smiled at Becca as they passed one another. Jake watched her approach with bated breath. Hey, Zoe said, exactly as she had the day she'd walked into the auto shop at Fort Knox, the same uncertain, beautifully curious and awkward look on her face. But when she finally made eye contact with him, Jake couldn't help but notice that the usual mischievous gleam was gone. Jake smoothed his palms over his thighs and moved to stand. Zoe held up her hand to stop him. Please, don't get up. She shook her head, causing her hair to fall in front of her eyes. She let it hang around her face like it was a shield and stared down at the camping chair beside his. This is so silly, isn't it? She said and finally met his gaze. There was something about the look on her face that prevented him from speaking. Automatically, she started to lower herself into the chair beside him, then froze. Eyebrows lifted and eyes filled with what Jake thought might be embarrassment. She cleared her throat. Sorry, she said and shook her head as she let out a nervous breath. Do you mind if I sit?
Of course not,
Jake said. He had to resist the urge to brush her hair away from her eyes, to pull her closer, to hold her hand, to do something that was them. Finally, gathering the loose strands of her hair behind her head, Zoe twisted them away from her face before she let them fall and unfurl down her back. She dropped her hands into her lap, took a long, deep breath, and closed her eyes. Jake wanted to reach out to her, to offer her some sort of reassurance, but then she tilted her head to the side and peered into his eyes, which surprised him. You're avoiding me, she said as he began.
How are you feel?
She smiled at him and licked her lips as she rested her elbows on her knees. It's weird, she said, blushing.
Which part?
Jake asked, knowing everything she'd learned about her life, about the world, was probably equally difficult to grasp. Biting the inside of her cheek, she studied him for a moment. You're more difficult to read than the others, she finally admitted. Jake felt a sudden flood of relief. Well, except for Jason, but She waved the idea of her brother away. Look, Jake, I know I'm not her, but She gazed up at him thoughtfully. I don't want you to have to feel like you can't be around me. I mean, if you still want to be. I don't want you to avoid me like the plague unless you know. I'm not avoiding you. Not exactly, he finally said. I want to give you your space. A chance to get used to things. Zoe shook her head. You're also worried I'll see too much, so you avoid me. It just makes everything worse. Harder. She bent her knee and pulled it up, hugging it against her chest. I want to feel normal, but how can I when everyone acts differently around me? When everyone tries to censor themselves, their memories? She stared into the fire, lost in thought. Jake watched her as she bit the inside of her cheek. He'd never thought about it in that way. When he didn't reply, Zoe peered at him, her eyes softening. I know this must be hard for you too, and I'm sorry I don't remember you or us. But maybe if you just give me some time. Her eyebrows pinched together, and her voice sounded near pleading. Jake studied her a moment. I don't want to rush you, he said, and he forced himself to say the next words, wanting, more than anything, to comfort her. You'll remember. Soon. Zoe offered him a weak smile. Maybe. Her ambiguity was evident. You don't think so? Zoe shrugged. I feel like it would have happened already, but... She shook her head, her hair falling around her face again. Anyway, I just wanted you to know that you don't have to avoid me. Abruptly, she rose, and without thought, Jake reached for her hand. When she froze and glanced down at his fingers entwined with hers, a weak smile tugged at her lips. She cleared her throat. Good night, she whispered. Good night, he said, and he thought he felt Zoe squeeze his finger slightly before letting go and walking away. He tried not to let his heart swell with too much hope as she returned to her spot on the other side of the fire, Sam and Tavis laughing with one another and smiling at her as she plopped down between them. Chapter 6. Danny. March 28th, 1 AE. San Juan National Forest, Colorado. I sat atop the bench of the chuck wagon, the highest spot in camp, keeping watch by staring out at the moonlit field of tall grasses and the wooded foothills beyond that. Not that the keeping watch part of keeping watch was strictly necessary now that my ability had returned, even only partially. Dozens of nocturnal creatures were linked into my telepathic network, ready to alert me of any incoming two-legs, and their senses were so much better than mine, even when I was paying super close attention, which, I was a little ashamed to admit, I definitely wasn't doing at the moment. Part of me was wondering what Jason was doing, since he'd originally been scheduled to be my watch partner tonight, and part of me couldn't get enough of basking in the gentle touch of the non-human minds all around me. It was one of those things I hadn't truly appreciated until I thought it was gone, maybe forever. I couldn't help but dwell on the possibility that my relationship with Jason might be headed in that same direction. Apparently, I was paying too much attention to those things and not nearly enough to my surroundings. Someone touched my knee. Clearly not a dangerous someone, since the animals hadn't warned me, but that didn't stop me from being startled. My left elbow nicked the armrest, and just that small impact sent a shock of pain branching out along my forearm. Ow! I scrunched up my face, which also hurt, thanks to Clara getting a little too slap-happy with me during my time in one of the colony's subterranean interrogation rooms. Careful, Carlos murmured as he hauled himself up onto the wagon's bench seat. He draped an arm over my shoulders and tucked me close against his side. Since my escape, he'd been hovering around me nearly as much as Jason had been, but unlike Jason, Carlos hadn't built an impenetrable fortress with a moat and alligators around his emotions. Having Carlos around was comforting rather than draining. In the several months since we'd freed him from the mind-controlling clutches of a madwoman, he'd become the little brother I never had. I smiled up at him. He was a good half-foot taller than me, despite being only 16, but then pretty much everyone was taller than me. Even Sam was taller than me, and he was only 10. I sighed my most damsel-in-distress sigh. What would I ever do without you? You don't want me to answer that. Carlos's tone was dry, but one corner of his mouth quirked upward. My eyes narrowed. Smart ass. Inside, I grinned just a little. At least Jason's sullenness wasn't rubbing off on his protege like his general mess with me and I'll rip your face off attitude and absolutely filthy mouth were. So where is Jason anyway? Not that I'm disappointed to have you join me, but he was supposed to be my partner for first watch. Carlos gave my shoulders a squeeze. He fell asleep after dinner when you were off with Zoe and Chris at the creek. He chuckled softly. He was just sitting by the fire, his head hanging down like this. Carlos's arm slipped away, and he mimed nodding off with his chin lowered to his chest. So I offered to take his place. He's passed out in your tent. He scooted over, putting a few inches between us. So, I haven't really been using my ability since the breakout thing. I mean, I don't know if you noticed or anything. I had noticed, mostly because I'd been told about his ability, that he had some sort of control over electricity, but other than knowing he'd knocked the power out during the escape from the colony, I'd yet to see him use it up close. He'd overexerted it, resulting in ability burnout just like me, but his had come back online days ago. He seemed reluctant to use it, and I assumed it was because he feared he would burn it out again. I noticed, I told him with a slow nod, continuing to scan the circle of colorful tents that made up our camp and the darkness surrounding them. Sure, I'm totally curious to see you work your electricity mojo, but I've lost access to my ability a couple times now, and I get it. Losing it, even for just a little while. I shook my head. It's like going blind or deaf, or getting a hand chopped off, you know? You think about it, miss it, all the time, because it's not there. I sighed. And sometimes when it comes back, it's broken. I didn't say. Carlos crossed his arms over his chest and stared out at the horses who were milling around in the overgrown grasses. I guess, yeah, I was scared of losing it again. At first, I mean. I thought using it might burn it out again, and then I started thinking, what if something happens and, those people take you again? Or take any of us, and we have to do it all over again? What if that happened and I couldn't send out an EMP blast? I studied his profile, thinking I should probably say something comforting or wise or Grams-like. Nothing. I couldn't think of a single thing to say. I touched my hand to the silver medallion hanging around my neck. It had belonged to Grams, and I was hoping to draw on some of her maternal wisdom through it. Nope, no such luck. Carlos shrugged, still not looking at me. But then He met my eyes for the briefest moment and laughed a soft, humorless laugh. It was like I could hear my sister yelling at me, telling me I was being stupid, that it was okay to be scared, but not to let it rule me, you know? It was the first time he'd ever mentioned his sister, but it wasn't a surprise that he'd never mentioned her before. Not many of my companions spent much time talking about the people they'd lost, myself included. Talking about it made it seem that much more real, that much fresher. It made us really acknowledge the fact that we would never see any of them again. Because of Zoe and Jason's mom. So I started practicing again, turning stuff on, sending out small EM pulses, and, well, Carlos turned his moon-shadowed eyes on me, looking at me fully for the first time since joining me on the wagon's bench seat. If I show you something, will you keep it a secret? I don't want everyone to know yet. He smiled and shook his head and for once looked like the teen boy he was. I'm not that good at it yet. I swallowed, searching his eyes for some clue of what he was about to share with me. Finally, I nodded.
Hold out your hand.
I frowned and hurt filled his eyes.
You don't trust me?
My heart felt like it dropped into my stomach. No, I mean, yes, of course I trust you. I'd trust you with my life, I said in a rush. I held out my hand, palm up, and forced a smile that I hoped offered him some reassurance. Please, show me. Relief filled Carlos's shadowed eyes, and he returned my smile with a tentative one of his own.
Don't move, okay?
When I nodded, he extended his hand, holding his palm directly over mine.
I found a physics textbook, and have been reading up on electromagnetic fields and charges and Faraday's law and how...
He laughed and shook his head.
You don't care about that stuff.
But he was wrong. I did care about that stuff. I cared that he was actively seeking out information that might help him explore his ability. Electromagnetic fields, charges, and something called Faraday's law sounded like fairly ambitious research topics, especially for a 16-year-old. He should talk to Gabe.
That stuff I read got me thinking, Carlos continued. And I tried some different things and, well, I came up with this.
He paused, and when he spoke again, his voice was nearly a whisper.
Ready?
Again, I nodded. He took a deep breath, and a gentle tingling sensation spread over my palm. It felt odd, a little itchy, but not unpleasant. Gradually, almost like I was dipping my hand into hot water slowly enough to allow my skin to grow accustomed to the temperature, the tingling sensation spread, climbing around to the back of my hand and up to my wrist and higher. When it reached my shoulder and just started to extend onto my torso, I drew in a shaky breath. What is this?
Does it feel okay?
He asked, his eyes searching my face.
It doesn't hurt, does it?
No, I said, laughing a little. It's just, I don't even know. It's almost fuzzy, sort of. Does that sound right? The tightness around Carlos's eyes relaxed, and he nodded. The tingling sensation started spreading down my torso and up my neck much faster.
I got the idea from you, actually.
A quick smile flashed across his face before it retreated under his increasingly tense mask of concentration.
I thought, maybe if I could control it enough, we could do our own version of that electrotherapy stuff you mentioned, but without the torture part.
His eyebrows drew together as the tingling reached my opposite arm and my thighs.
You know, so like a lot slower and with less electricity and stuff, but still enough to make our abilities stronger.
I had to stifle my first instinct at hearing him mention electrotherapy, which was to shudder and pull away. I took a deep breath. I think that's an excellent idea. I bet Gabe would love to help.
No.
Carlos retracted his hand, and the tingling sensation evaporated immediately.
Not him. We can't trust him. Not after what he did to you.
That earned another frown. Carlos... I reached over and touched his wrist. Ouch! As soon as our skin made contact, electricity shocked my fingertips, numbing my hand almost instantly. Carlos leapt off the wagon, stumbling as he landed on the ground.
I'm sorry.
He spun around and stared up at me, his eyes opened too wide.
Shit, Danny. I'm so sorry.
Carlos.
You can't touch me when I've been doing stuff like that. I forgot to tell you. Jesus fucking... I could have killed you.
Shaking out my arm, I laughed, aiming for nonchalant, but hitting nervous perfectly. No worries. Just killed the nerves in my hand for a few seconds. I held up my hand and wiggled my fingers. It's already going away. Carlos didn't look the least bit reassured.
I'm sorry. I should have warned you.
He hit his forehead with the heel of his hand several times.
I wasn't thinking. It was stupid.
It's fine, really, I said as I moved to the end of the bench seat and hopped down. I took 2 steps toward him and offered a tight-lipped smile. It's better than fine, really. Pausing, I looked into his haunted eyes. This could be a game changer down the road, if we can use this to increase our abilities. As I trailed off, I shook my head. I wasn't exactly looking forward to the undefined period of having a non-functioning ability that resulted from electrotherapy while my invigorated synapses settled back down, but there was no denying how badly we needed to be as strong, as capable, and as dangerous as we could possibly be. And, a tiny voice said in the back of my mind, maybe this could fix my broken ability. Carlos's brow furrowed, uncertainty and hope clear on his face. You think this could work the same as the electroshock stuff they did to you? I took a deep breath, exhaling slowly. I do, I said with a nod. But I really think you should talk to Gabe about... I held up my hand, cutting off Carlos's protests as soon as he opened his mouth. He knows more about this kind of thing than anyone else. He's experienced it, firsthand, just like me, and he's a freaking genius. If you want your non-torture version of electrotherapy to work, he's your best bet. Carlos's gaze shifted to some point low and off to the side. I'll think about it. Hey, I said, and without thinking, I reached for his arm. Maybe... He backpedaled out of reach so quickly that I flinched. I'm sorry. I held my hand up. That was stupid. My fault, okay? Carlos stared at me with wide, horrified eyes. You can't do that shit around me, Danny. I could... Kill me, I know. I sighed, frustrated with myself for upsetting him. He'd already been through so much. Too much for most people to experience and be able to keep going. And now he had one more problem to deal with, worrying about whether or not he might accidentally electrocute the rest of us if we touched him at an inopportune time. There was only one person who could help him with his new problem. I placed my hand on my hip and straightened my spine. Do you have any clue what his job was? Carlos raised his eyebrows. Huh. Gabe, back at the colony. Do you know what his job was? I repeated. Carlos kicked a small rock. No. He was in charge of ability research. He was? Carlos looked up, interest flitting over his features. Yep. I moved across the trampled grass to stand in front of him. And if anyone can, he's the one who can help you figure out how to do the electrotherapy thing safely and effectively and learn how to control that whole zapping people thing. I looked up, met Carlos's eyes, and waited. A second. 3. 20. Carlos pressed his lips into a flat line, inhaled deeply, and nodded. Fine. Okay. Yeah, I'll do it. You will? I said, doing a really poor job of hiding my surprise. Jason's stubbornness had been rubbing off on Carlos in a really unfortunate way. Carlos looked at the ground. Yeah, but not yet. I mean, I want to get a little better at all this first, and can we not tell Jason? He met my eyes briefly, then looked away. It's just that he hates Gabe, and I don't want him to, think I'm betraying him or something. My stomach flip-flopped, making me feel a little ill. Yeah, sure, why not? What's the harm in one more secret anyway? I ignored the part of me that whispered, you mean, what's the harm in one more lie? We can help too, Mace said as he stepped out from between two of the carts, little more than a hulking shadow. I yelped and jumped at least a foot off the ground. Jesus, Mace! Sorry. Mace ducked his head as he moved closer. Camille followed close behind him, her own slender, shadowed form half his size. They stopped a yard or so away from Carlos and me. I knew you had first watch tonight, and we wanted... Camille hit his arm with the back of her hand. Scowling, Mace corrected himself. I wanted to tell you something Camille told me earlier. My eyebrows rose as my gaze slipped from Mace's hard, dark features to Camille's pale, elfin face. She wouldn't meet my eyes. I glanced down at the small, dry erase board she was clutching to her chest. It was another of the items we'd taken from Colorado Trails Lodge. Camille still wasn't speaking much, but it seemed that Mace had managed to get her writing during the hours they'd spent driving a cart together earlier today. I returned my attention to Mace.
Dr. Wesley's a liar.
I frowned and glanced at Carlos, who shrugged before pulling himself back up onto the wagon. I refocused on Mace. About...
She loves him.
I cocked my head to the side. I'm sorry, Mace, I'm not following.
Father. General Harrison. She loves him.
My mouth fell open. That's not... I started to shake my head. That's not possible. She'd gone out of her way to save me by making the neutralizer and attuning it to my blood twice. And Zoe... Dr. Wesley had shown up before Clara, the General's shiny new toy, could do more harm to Zoe than simply wiping away her memories. Dr. Wesley had been leading the anti-Harrison rebellion by supplying neutralizer to a trusted few, including Gabe and, before he'd been killed and made into a regen, Mace. She hated General Harrison. Except, she hadn't really done anything to stop him, and she had an ability that could tear the foundation of his power, his mind control ability, right out from under his feet. She was even stronger than Jason and could probably nullify every damn ability in the colony at the same time. So why hadn't she? Why didn't she do it after the virus, the gene therapy, destroyed the world as we knew it, and the General could no longer keep tabs on Dr. Wesley's family, could no longer hold their well-being over her head as additional motivation to behave?
Before Camille died,
Mace said.
She overheard a conversation between Dr. Wesley and someone else.
Mace's dark gray eyes were wide, imploring. He looked from me to Camille.
Show her what you showed me.
I, too, looked at Camille. Slowly, she pulled the small whiteboard away from her chest and turned it around so I could see the words, bubbly and slanted to the left. Mace pointed to the board.
That's what Camille heard the doctor say.
The board said, I won't leave, won't abandon him. I love him too much. My mouth was filled with sand, with cotton, with bile. I closed my eyes, took deep breaths, and somehow managed to convince myself not to lash out at Camille. It wasn't her fault that Dr. Wesley was an even worse human being than I'd originally thought, though I did wish Camille had spoken up earlier, so to speak. I was now certain of two things. I could never ever tell Jason the truth about his mom, and I couldn't trust anything that woman had written in her letter to me, not to mention whatever else she'd included in the care package wrapped in a manila envelope she'd left with mind-wiped Zoe in Colorado Springs. I opened my eyes, swallowing my rage. Camille's pale gray eyes were locked on mine, and she reached out to take my hand in hers and give it a squeeze. She let go of my hand and wiped the words off the dry erase board with the sleeve of her sweatshirt. Hastily, she scrawled, I trusted her too. She met my eyes, then continued writing. And she betrayed me. Her gaze flicked to Mace, filling with an overabundance of pain. She promised me that everything would be okay. She promised to look out for him. Camille wiped her words away again. She lied. I inhaled and exhaled slowly, then sent a sidelong glance over my shoulder at Carlos. He was watching the woods beyond the field. Do you know who she is? I mean, who she really is? I met both Regen's eyes. Camille wrote on her board, and when she showed her words to me, my heart seemed to plummet into my stomach. Jason and Zoe's mom. As I kept an eye on Carlos, I swiped my fingers over the words, doing a half-assed job of erasing them. At least they were no longer easily comprehensible. When I looked at Mace again, he nodded. How do you know? She told me before I died, Camille wrote. She said she was sorry for her part in my mom getting sick and dying. Camille snorted and her letters became sharper. Not that she told me what her part was. She met my eyes and I could relate to the hatred shining in their silvery depths. And she told me she did it to keep her kids, Zoe and Jason, safe. And apparently because she's in fucking love with General Douchebag, I muttered. Mace grunted. I met both sets of eerily gray eyes again. You can't tell anyone. I raised my eyebrows to emphasize how serious I was. I mean it. No one. They both nodded, no hint of reluctance. Inhaling deeply, I sighed. Thanks for telling me. I needed to hear this. It'll help me figure some stuff out. Mace nodded, and Camille's lips curved into a humorless smile. I rubbed my hands together and turned to Carlos. Right. So, about electrotherapy.
Chapter 7. Zoe. March 29th, 1 AE. San Juan National Forest, Colorado. Whoops, Sarah chirped. Wringing out the last of the wet laundry I'd just scrubbed clean, I glanced over at her. With one hand braced on the slim trunk of a pine tree, Sarah began to slowly lower herself down to collect the t-shirt she'd dropped on the newly sprouted grass lining the retention pond's bank. Sarah! I jumped up from my crouched position at the pond's shore, letting one of Harper's shirts fall back into the water, and rushed over to her. I'll get it, I said. I wiped the water trickling down my bare arms onto my pants and helped Sarah straighten back up before bending down to pick up the shirt myself. After shaking the loose debris off, I draped the shirt beside the rest of the freshly washed clothing that hung over a nylon rope we'd strung between two sturdy pines. The last thing I need is you toppling over on my watch, I said, only half joking. Sarah flashed me a half-hearted smile. Thanks, Zoe. One of her hands automatically found her belly, while the other went back to straightening the clothes hanging on the line to dry in the early morning sunshine. Returning to Harper's water-soaked shirt, I wrung it out once more and shook the wrinkles loose. Here you go, I said, handing it up to Sarah with an insuppressible yawn. I'd been trying to ignore my encroaching sleepiness since I'd woken. Sorry, I said, shaking thoughts of sleep from my brain. Not sleeping well, Zoe? Sarah asked as she draped Harper's shirt over an exposed portion of the line. I yawned again. No, not really. Sarah glanced down at me, her brow furrowed. It was an uncommon expression for her. She was always so bubbly. Why not? Is everything okay? She turned, more like hobbled, to face me. Her expression was intent as she brushed her hands off on her ankle-length skirt. I'm fine, I said, waving her concern away. I just had a strange dream last night. Leaning down to avoid eye contact, I collected the liquid soap and scrub brush I'd been using for the last hour. I had a hard time falling back asleep is all. That wasn't all, actually. Thinking about the dream had more than kept me up, and it had been smoldering in the back of my mind since the sun had come up. What sort of dream? Sarah asked, her head cocked to the side as she rubbed her hands over her belly. She looked like a bohemian princess with her dark curls falling messily around her face. One vivid image after another from my dream flashed before my mind's eye. I shrugged and rinsed my hands off in the creek, trying to avoid her seeing my beet-red face. Just a random dream. Gathering my cleaning supplies, I dropped them into a canvas bag and looked up, freezing immediately. Sarah's hands were on her hips, her eyebrows raised as she waited for an explanation. She obviously wasn't going to let it go, so I cleared my throat. I'll tell you, but don't...
Don't what?
She asked skeptically. Just don't judge me, okay? And don't say anything to anyone. It's sort of embarrassing. I dropped the bag of supplies into the empty wheelbarrow we'd used to carry the bags of dirty laundry down to the pond. I had a dream about Jake last night, and I swallowed. Intimate dream. It left me a little distracted. Sarah burst into laughter.
Is that all? Well, that doesn't seem so bad. I probably wouldn't have gotten any sleep either.
My body warmed and tingled as I remembered the sensation of Jake's lips trailing down my neck and the heat of his touch as his fingertips drew a line between my breasts. I couldn't help but look down at my chest, remembering it was like I could still feel his hot breath against my skin.
That good, huh?
I heard her say.
Zoe?
I glanced at Sarah to find a huge smile engulfing her face.
You're thinking about him right now, aren't you?
No, I said in exasperation.
Of course not. Liar.
She giggled, but when she saw my mortification, she took a few steps closer and placed her hands on my shoulders.
What's wrong with you thinking about him? You're together. It's normal, don't you think?
My head was shaking before I could stop it. We were together, Sarah. It's different now. Besides, I don't remember any of it. It's like he was with someone else, you know? Sarah's mouth quirked at the corner, and she stared at me, sympathetic.
You don't want to be with Jake anymore?
It's not that. We haven't been together. We haven't even held hands, really. Thinking about us doing more than that is daunting.
But why? It's Jake. Because you don't remember him. Sorry, I keep forgetting.
She waved her ignorance away.
I blame it on the pregnancy. It's like my brain doesn't have room for any more information or something.
I picked a rogue leaf from one of her flyaway curls. It's not that he scares me. I mean, I'm petrified around him, but that's only because I'm completely clueless about what to do, how to act. He thinks about her when he's around me, at least from what I can feel. He's really difficult for me to read. Putting my hands on my hips, I let my head fall back and exhaled my frustration. I feel so stupid. Jake's uncertainty around me and his apparent fear of what I might rediscover made it clear enough that there were some intense, private moments to be seen, and a part of me was secretly grateful he'd been keeping his distance. The pressure to be that Zoe made it difficult to just go with the flow and let things happen.
You're just curious and nervous, Zoe. That seems normal.
A knowing smile filled her face, and her eyebrows lifted before she winked.
Just give it some more time.
I appreciated her attempt to lighten the mood, but her teasing wasn't helping. I buried my face in my hands, trying to gather my thoughts. As it is, it's hard trying to be someone I don't remember ever being on a daily basis. I mean, I'm not complaining. I know worse could have happened, but what? It's like there are expectations. Expectations I can't possibly live up to. What if being with me is like being with someone else? The last thing I want is to finally work up the nerve to kiss him or let him kiss me, only to learn he wishes I was someone else. I might be a shit kisser now. I groaned, leaning against one of the trees. I don't think I'm ready for that sort of rejection yet.
But it's you, Zoe. It's not just some other woman, it's you. You have to remember that.
Easier said than done, I grumbled. I just feel bad for putting him through this.
It's only been a week. Do you know how long it took you guys just to say a few cordial words to each other in the beginning?
I shook my head. She tapped her index finger on her lips.
I don't either, actually, but it was a while, she said. Look, Jake cares about you. A lot. It's obvious. You can even feel it, can't you?
She nudged my shoulder.
He knows you're different. We all do. Neither Jake, nor anyone else for that matter, expects you to be the same as you were before.
I knew that wasn't true. Only moments ago, Sarah herself admitted to forgetting I wasn't the old me, to expecting me to react like the old me. But I kept my observations to myself.
Maybe you just need to give it a little bit more time.
Knowing she was right, that regardless of the pressure I felt, at least some of it was only in my head, I smiled. Yeah, you're probably right. Thanks, Sarah. She nudged my shoulder again.
All right, let's get back to camp. I'm ravenous.
As I bent down to collect the folding chair Sarah had been using for her frequent breaks, I noticed a full linen bag resting up against the side of the large rock we'd been using to place the folded stacks of clean clothes that had been drying overnight.
Sarah?
I looked over to see her wiping water from her mouth, an empty plastic bottle in her hand.
God, I love this stuff, she breathed. What's up?
How many bags of laundry did we have to do this morning? Sarah squinted, and I could tell she was mentally counting.
3. Oh, crap.
She took a step toward me and peered over the other side of the rock.
Crap. I knew that seemed to go by way too fast.
As if it were trained to do so, her stomach rumbled.
Go back to camp, I said on a heavy exhale. I'll finish up here. Are you sure?
I dumped the contents of the half-filled bag onto the ground.
It's fine. Go ahead.
I wouldn't want you to starve or anything. Sarah smiled gratefully.
Are you sure you won't be mad?
I nodded and snagged my bag of gathered supplies out of the wheelbarrow. I got this.
All right, Zoe. Thank you. I owe you big time.
Yeah, you do, I muttered playfully, dropping the bag by the water's edge. Just leave me one of those chocolate bars I saw stashed in your secret hiding place. Sarah's mouth dropped open, and her eyes widened.
How did you...
Resisting a grin, I pretended to zip my mouth shut. Just leave me a bite, would ya?
All right,
she grumbled and headed back to camp. I crouched down to separate the dirty shirts and socks. Although it wasn't the most luxurious job in the world, it was a necessary task and something I could do without feeling inadequate, so I happily washed the laundry with Sarah when needed. It felt good to contribute, even in the smallest way. Plus, it gave me time to think. I diligently scrubbed one shirt and then another until I was finished and they were rinsed. Then I moved on to the socks. Most of the time I was around people and unable to block their invading memories and emotions. No matter how hard I tried, I'd yet to figure out how to stop sensing them. Although I initially thought it was exciting and useful to gain insight into the minds of the people I was surrounded by, it quickly grew bothersome. Like Danny, now I had to hold on to the knowledge that my mom loved the general, the man we were practically running for our lives to get away from. It was just one more item to add to the list of things Jason didn't know. Plus, none of my companions liked having to worry about what I was gleaning from their minds, and some even avoided me outright. Cleaning the laundry was somewhat therapeutic, and it enabled me to have time away from the others to collect my own thoughts. Hearing muffled conversation through the sparse trees beyond the pond, I glanced over my shoulder just in time to see Sam and Tavis emerge through a small copse of trees.
Zoe!
Sam waved at me. He held up a string of rabbits attached to a tether.
We caught dinner!
Nice! I called back, submerging someone's socks into the water before squirting a blob of liquid laundry soap onto them and working the fabric clean. You mean we won't starve? Not today, Tavis answered as they sauntered over. Oh, good. You're cleaning my socks. I'm running low. I stopped mid-scrub. Oh, they're yours? In that case. I pretended to toss them into the center of the pond. Such a comedian, he said. Sam started toward camp. You coming, Tavis? Tavis shook his head. I better stay here and protect my socks. He grinned at me. All right, Sam said. With a sigh, he trudged away, rabbit tether in hand.
For a few moments, only the sound of the scrub brush against the cotton socks and the trickling of water as Tavis rinsed off his hands filled the morning. As I wrung the water from the last sock, an unexpected ripple broke at the pond's edge, splashing me. Jesus, Tavis, do you have to wash your hands so enthusiastically? I glared over to find him crouched and picking at something on the ground. He looked at me. What? Nothing, I said, shaking my head. I needed a nap to rest my addled brain. Eventually, Tavis wandered over to me and stared out at the cloudless sky. The weather here is funny, he said. I'm used to the seasons at home. It should be getting colder, not warmer. I like it, though. I'm not much of a winter kind of guy. Really? I said. I hadn't thought much about it. I think I like the cold. I especially like the mornings. Everything seems fresh and new. There's something about the crisp water, too. It's refreshing. Sort of awakens my senses a little. Tavis made a non-committal noise. Hang these up on the line for me, would you? I waited until Tavis turned to face me and tossed each balled-up sock at him consecutively, laughing as he juggled to catch them all without dropping any. Careful, those last 2 socks are yours. I wouldn't want you to have to wear them dirty. He flashed me an easy smile and winked. I'm so sure. I enjoyed teasing Tavis and liked that we had so little history together, that he had so few memories of me, and that there wasn't much I had to live up to. I liked that I didn't have to worry about disappointing him. I'm just looking out for you, I told him. Like you care, he quipped, draping the socks over the line. I heard him swear, and when I looked over, he was shaking off a sock he must have dropped. Damn it! That's Jason's. You better make sure it's clean. Tavis strolled closer, holding out the soiled sock. Shaking my head, I refused to take it and handed him the scrub brush instead. Be my guest. I grinned. I'll check to see if anything on the line is dry yet, and we can head back up to camp. Tavis looked at me askance, then crouched down to grab the soap and scrub brush. I just caught us dinner, he grumbled. And, I countered, you just dropped my brother's sock in the dirt. In fact, you should probably make sure it's extra clean. You might want to scrub it a second time just in case. Again, such a comedian, Tavis chuckled. I batted my eyelashes at him and felt a splash of cold water on my face as a result. I blinked rapidly in surprise, my mouth gaping. Really? Sorry, I guess my aim with water is as good as my bow. But you did say you like the crisp water, he said in a sing-song voice and flitted his own lashes. Smiling despite my annoyance, I tisked and shook my head. You're the one who doesn't like it, I said, splashing him back. Once. Twice. All right, I'm sorry. Tavis took a few hurried steps backward, chuckling and holding his palms out defensively as he stumbled over the larger rocks scattered about. I surrender. Just don't make me drop the bloody sock again. He held the sock up, still laughing. I nearly snorted in amusement at Tavis's sudden change in tune. You're pathetic. It's just water. Hearing panting and the crunch of twigs behind me, I turned around to find Cooper running happily toward the water, and Jake standing beside one of the pines, holding a piece of grass between his fingertips. My face heated, and I suddenly felt like I'd been caught doing something wrong. Hey. Jake's gaze traveled from me to Tavis and back as he let the blade of grass fall to the ground. Hey. Just finishing up with the laundry, I said, wiping my wet hands on the front of my t-shirt. His eyes fixed on mine as I closed the distance between us. I appreciated the fact that the bright morning sun provided me the opportunity to study Jake's features. His nose was a little crooked, and long honey-colored lashes fanned around his amber eyes. And although I could hear Tavis moving around behind me, my attention remained on Jake's freshly shaven face. Your brother wants us to start packing so we're ready to go after breakfast, Jake said. I smiled. Okay, I should get all my crap together. I glanced back at Tavis, who was already putting my canvas bag of wash stuff into the wheelbarrow, along with the stack of the clothes that were already dry and folded on the boulder. I'll get it, Tavis offered. He exchanged a quick glance with Jake, then pushed the wheelbarrow toward camp. Walking side by side, Jake and I followed behind him. Your shirts are clean, I said awkwardly.
Shadows fed,
he offered in exchange and treated me to a rare smile. I grinned. Thanks. Maybe I'll get to start writing him soon. He seems to be doing a little better.
Yeah, I think so,
Jake said. I could tell he was trying to figure out what to say. So, what do two people talk about when one knows nothing and the other knows everything? I asked, wondering if my nervous babble helped break the tension or only added to it. Jake offered me a sympathetic smile.
I don't know everything.
After a brief hesitation, he added,
What do you want to know?
I thought about it for a moment, wondering which of all my questions I wanted to ask Jake the most. What were you like before the ending? I mean, what did you like to do for fun and that sort of thing? He looked at me with an amused grin. I know it's probably not the question you were expecting, but I figured I'd start with the basics. Leaning down, Jake pulled a piece of wild grass from the field, and we continued walking.
For fun?
He shrugged.
I traveled a lot, took a lot of odd jobs, and got into a lot of trouble instead of going to college.
Jake paused, and I could feel a sudden sadness filling him.
I came back when Gabe's sister passed away from leukemia and decided it was time to get my act together. I needed to be there for Becca.
Oh, I'm sorry about your friend, I said. At least you still have Becca and Gabe, I guess. I'd seen enough of Gabe's memories to know that was sort of a sticky situation. Jake nodded, and I could tell he was grateful.
I just wish I hadn't taken so long to do the right thing. I finally found a good, steady job as a mechanic, bought a house, and figured out how to stay out of trouble.
Yeah, that's good. I had a hard time picturing Jake getting into trouble, but then I had no idea what I even did before the ending. And how was it that you managed to stay out of trouble?
Reading. A lot.
Oh. He gave me a thoughtful, sidelong glance.
Oh?
He smiled.
What were you expecting?
I'm not sure. I just didn't picture you as a reader, I guess. He shrugged.
I couldn't picture you as a gallery assistant.
A gallery assistant? I can't really picture it either. We ambled along, Tavis a dozen yards ahead of us, rolling the wheelbarrow into camp, and Cooper exploring the sparse woods nearby. I wish you could ask me a question, or rather that I could answer one, I said quietly. And I'm sorry you have to tell me all of this again.
Actually, we've never really talked about this sort of stuff before.
No, but I thought... Jake shrugged.
Past don't matter much when your whole world is ripped away from you. We just weren't like that. We didn't dwell on the past.
It was hard to miss the longing in his voice. Oh, I said.
Sorry, that probably wasn't very helpful.
Since he was closer to me than usual, I had an easier time feeling his emotions. I knew he was sad and hopeful and confused, which I understood and tried not to hold against him. I felt the same way. Maybe one day you can tell me more about myself? I joked, realizing how idiotic that sounded. Too bad it was true.
Or maybe.
He stopped walking, and I automatically stopped as well.
Maybe we can just start over.
I faced him and stared into his eyes, trying to see the truth, not just feel it. Do you want to? I was picking up mixed signals from him, and I wasn't really sure what my own opinion was. His expression turned skeptical, and he searched my eyes for answers I didn't even know the questions to. Do you want to? I thought about the dreams I kept having and how unsettling they were, how exciting and frightening and confusing. I nodded once, nervous about what starting over entailed. Then, in a bout of self-consciousness, I looked down at my feet. I didn't want him to see the blush caused by the thought of doing all the things we'd done in my dreams. You don't seem sure, he said, narrowing his eyes when I glanced back up at him. No, I mean, I am. I think. Is it Tavis? The question seemed to come out of nowhere. You guys get along well. I'm not sure. I shook my head. It's not him, not really. Jake eyed me as I continued. We get along great, don't get me wrong. It's easy being around him. He's easy to talk to, and there's no history to navigate. There's no pressure. Peering up at Jake, I tried to act more certain than I was, but failed miserably. Who I used to be? She's just a lot to live up to, I admitted. Jake's eyes lingered on mine before he scanned the small patch of field separating us from the others. I don't want you to feel uncomfortable around me, he finally said. I smiled up at him. I know, and I don't. I had no idea what I was trying to say to him. Things aren't complicated with him. I couldn't help but feel the slight sting my words caused Jake, but I had to tell him the truth, if for no other reason than to remind us both that whatever had been between us before was gone now. It was going to be a lot of hard work to get back a semblance of what we once had. Hard work I wasn't willing to turn my nose up at, but hard work I also wasn't sure either of us was ready for. But it didn't mean we couldn't try. Chapter 8. Danny. March 29th, 1 AE. Cajon, Colorado. It was late afternoon, and I was sitting beside our burgeoning campfire, staring into the flames and generally despising myself while I built the fire up for Sarah. I prodded the burning logs with a stick to rearrange them before adding a few more hunks of freshly gathered firewood. I was becoming a horrible person, possibly the worst person I'd ever met. Okay, maybe not the worst person. It was no Mandy, no General Harrison, no Clara, no Dr. Wesley. But lately, I'd felt like I was on my way. I certainly wasn't a good person, not anymore. I was a horrible friend, a deceiving girlfriend, and a child killer. But of my mounting flaws, it was all of the lying that had started to erode my soul. I hadn't been lying because I enjoyed the taste of deceit on my tongue or because I felt a thrill hurting others. I'd been lying to protect the people I loved, to protect myself. But the problem with telling so many lies was this. It's so easy for one little lie to spawn a dozen more, which in turn birth their own litters of little lies, and when the first lie, lie 0, is a whopper, the horde of untruths and not-saids grows much, much faster. My core lie was as big as they get. I was lying to Jason about his mom, Dr. Wesley. After Camille's revelation, I'd made a promise to myself to never tell him that she was alive and relatively well, considering, and that she was living in the colony, loving companion to the man who'd orchestrated the destruction of human civilization. I would never tell him that I knew why she left him, Zoe, and their dad over 20 years ago, that General Harrison had threatened to kill her children if she didn't give him everything he wanted, do every single thing he requested of her, and that she'd come to love her captor. I would never tell him that she was the person who created the virus that killed almost everyone, including their dad. And I would never show him the letter she'd written, the one addressed to him and Zoe that supposedly explained everything. It was stuffed in the bottom of my left saddlebag in the manila envelope with the rest of the garbage she'd given to Zoe, directly beneath my emergency stash of tampons. Jason would never look there. Maybe if that was the only lie, or set of lies, I was maintaining, I would have been able to deal with the guilt, but there were the other lies too, ones that had nothing to do with Dr. Wesley. They, too, were lies of omission. I'd yet to tell Jason that I kissed 2 men while I was in the colony, one to steal his gun and keys, and one, Gabe, simply because I wanted to. For some reason, the general took control of my mind and made me do it. Sounded like the lamest possible excuse, regardless of it being the absolute truth. There was definitely a reason I was avoiding Gabe. Awkward. On the other side of the fire, Sarah was sitting at the folding table, staying warm while she chopped vegetables for the rabbit stew that was going to be tonight's fresh offering. I poked the burning logs again, simply for the sake of stabbing something with the stick. Letting out a heavy breath, I looked around camp. The tents were set up in a rough ring around the fire, the carts and wagon in a half circle on one side, blocking some of the dusty wind, and the horses munching on whatever roughage they could find in the sparse fields of wild grasses on either side of the tiny creek we'd plopped down beside. Everyone was busy, down in the creek's ravine, washing clothes or dishes, filtering safe drinking water, gathering firewood, or hunting and foraging to bulk up our fast-depleting food supply. I still can't get over the fact that we have a covered wagon, a legitimate covered wagon, Sarah said. I feel like a pioneer woman every time I climb up onto the thing. She shook her head, her curly brown ponytail bobbing. Biggs strolled over to the campfire, carrying a fresh load of firewood. Hey, babe. He quickened his step as he neared, stopping by Sarah's prep table to drop a quick kiss on her cheek on his way to the dwindling pile of sticks and branches beside the fire. He offered me a nod as he set down his burden, then returned to Sarah. His hand darted out, and he snagged a carrot nugget the size of my thumb off of Sarah's chopping board. Hey, you thief! Sarah laughed, making a shooing motion. Chuckling while he crunched, Biggs moved around the table to stand behind her. He wrapped his arms around her, resting his chin on her shoulder and his palms on her belly. How's the little guy today? She is fine. Kicking a bit more, but Harper said that was normal. Or as normal as we can say. Doubt weaved through Sarah's words, despite what I figured was a valiant effort to remain positive. Biggs kissed her neck, then started murmuring reassurances against her skin. I felt like a voyeur, but I couldn't tear my eyes away from them, from such a genuine display of affection, of love. A yearning ache sprouted in my chest, sending out tendrils that spread envy and loneliness throughout my body. Before I'd been abducted by the colony, Jason had shown just as much affection toward me as these parents-to-be, but after, with each passing day, I could feel him drift further away from me. Soon, I'd be just another member of the group to him, just another survivor. Hey, someone whispered near my ear, and I started. I felt hands on my shoulders and looked back to find Kai studying me, his eyes pinched with concern and possibly a little bit of pain. It's just me, he said as he crouched beside me, partially blocking my view of the oblivious, adorable couple. Thought you heard me coming. I met his eyes, then looked into the flames and shook my head. Guess I zoned out. There was a long stretch of silence between us. Eventually, Kai took a deep breath. You feel like shit. I snorted quietly and scrubbed my good hand over my face before meeting his eyes again. Listen, Kai, I'm a mess. I know it, and I'm sorry. I really am. And I know it's not easy for you when I'm all crazy like this, and I really appreciate whatever insightful words you're planning on sharing, I said in a rush. But this isn't one of those times when talking about my feelings is going to make all the bad ones disappear, so... He turned his face to the fire, staring into the flames like they might hold some hidden secret. I like you, Dee. I like you a lot. You know that. He shot me a sideways glance, then returned to staring into the crackling flames.
But if you don't figure out a way to deal with whatever's eating at you, and I mean this in the least dicky way possible, I'm not going to be able to be around you at all.
I exhaled heavily. Honestly, I wasn't surprised.
You're my friend, Dee, and in case you haven't noticed, those are,
he squinted,
a little hard to come by these days. I don't want to cut you out of my life.
I shook my head. I'm sorry, Kai. Laughing bitterly, I sent out a half-hearted wish for the universe to send someone like Clara my way, someone who could erase certain unwanted memories and droplets of corrosive knowledge from my mind. Kai flashed a weak version of his usual mischievous grin.
And now for those insightful words you mentioned.
Leaning forward, he rested his elbows on his knees and held his hands out to the flames.
Sometimes the people who seem the strongest, who seem the most in control of their shit, sometimes they have to be that way on the outside because what's inside them is so wild, so extreme, so far beyond too much, that if it was ever unleashed, they'd never be in control again.
I swallowed hard, cleared my throat, and poked the burning logs. Again. I'm assuming you're talking about Jason. Kai nodded. So what are you saying? That Jason's dealing with too much on the inside, and that's making him push everyone away?
He's not pushing everyone away.
Oh, I said. Right. Just me. Awesome. A chilling thought gave rise to a wash of goosebumps. Did that mean that Jason knew about the lies? Had Zoe told him? Or had Mace or Camille let it slip? Kai lifted one shoulder, offering me a small smile. How do you know any of this? Or have you felt something from him? Kai laughed dryly.
Hell no. He keeps me cut off from feeling his shit permanently. And thank God, because I have a feeling that whatever's going on inside him right now, well, let's just say I wouldn't enjoy having a front row seat on that joyride. I've got enough to deal with from you, Zoe, and Jake, not to mention everyone else.
This time when he looked at me, his dark brown eyes were so focused and intense that I held my breath.
But I've been friends with Jason for over a decade, and I know him well enough to tell when he's working through something, and right now, he's working through something big, and I know it has to do with you because you're the only woman, the only person who's ever gotten so deep under his skin.
He clapped a hand on my knee.
So, since the only thing that ever seems to unplug your emotionally constipated relationship is to talk things out and then run off and do whatever it is you crazy kids do, I'd suggest you sit down for a chat as soon as possible. If not for my sake, at least fix this for Zoe. Because she doesn't seem to be able to block anything. And you know the poor girl's got to be drowning under the weight of all these crazy emotions, hers included.
All I could do for 5 breaths, 10 breaths, was stare at Kai. He was right. He was so very, very right. Saying nothing, I looked across the fire at the table where Sarah had been sitting, but both she and Biggs were gone. Kai gave my knee a squeeze before standing.
Look, I saw him and Sanchez on the other side of the carts, inventorying ammo or some shit like that. You should take the evening off. Talk to him. Fix whatever's wrong. Or don't fix it, I don't care. And just do something, because this headache is killing me.
Internally, I resisted, and that made me realize how big of a baby I was being. Kai was right. Jason and I needed to talk, and my resistance to do just that made me reevaluate some of my assumptions about what was happening to our relationship. Maybe Jason wasn't the only one pulling away, building walls. Maybe I was doing it too. Maybe it was the secrets, leeching the vitality out of our relationship. Maybe Jason could feel the strain just as much as I could. Maybe he thought my feelings had changed, just like I thought his had. So many maybes. There was only one way to know for sure, only one way to fix things. I stood, patted Kai's arm, and said, "Thanks. Really." Then I started across camp toward the carts. Jason and Sanchez weren't inventorying ammo. They weren't doing anything, so far as I could tell. They were sitting on a fallen log, apparently deep in conversation. Sanchez had one of her legs pulled up, and her chin popped on her knee, facing Jason, while he had his elbow planted on his thigh and was resting the side of his face in his hand. I paused between the front of the wagon and the back of one of the carts, suddenly not so sure of myself. Maybe all of my maybes had been worthless. Maybe we were already done, and he was moving on. Maybe I was the most pathetic woman in the world. Sanchez noticed me first, then looked at Jason and nodded in my direction. When Jason straightened, when his eyes met mine, I had a total deer in the headlights moment. My heart pounded, and blood whooshed in my ears with each beat. I couldn't blink. "I should get back to that thing," Sanchez said as she stood. She offered me a tight-lipped smile and strode off toward the creek. Jason stared at me across the dozen or so yards separating us. For several seconds, that was all he did. Stare, watch, assess, until, placing his hands on his knees, he stood. I gulped. I hadn't been so ridiculously anxious, so uncomfortably aware of my own awkwardness around him since I'd been in middle school. Taking a deep breath, I took a step toward him, then another, and another. I forced myself to keep my eyes on his face, to keep moving. Jason studied me as I approached, his expression giving no indication of his thoughts or mood, and I couldn't help but wonder if Kai had been right. Was Jason so closed off, so controlled, because he felt too much and was, for whatever reason, afraid of the intensity of his own emotions? I stopped a few feet in front of Jason. The skin around his eyes tightened the barest amount. After a fortifying deep breath, I raised my hand, reaching out to brush my fingertips over the exposed skin of his forearm. I stopped short of touching him. When was the last time we even touched? I thought it might have been the previous afternoon when my ability flared back to life and my eyebrows drew together. That we'd gone a whole day without physical contact seemed impossible. But I was fairly certain it was true. We hadn't been intimate in weeks. Not with my kidnapping, resulting in a broken arm and many bruises, and the still healing gash crossing Jason's face from hairline to jaw. And though we'd been sleeping near each other in our tent, our sleeping bags remained separated. I'd been telling myself it was because he feared hurting me while we slept. Now I suspected that was only part of the reason for the physical restraint. I searched the sapphire depths of his eyes. "Can we talk? Somewhere more private." Another deep breath. There's some stuff you need to know." The tightness around his eyes increased, but he nodded. He held out an arm, indicating that I should lead the way. Taking a deep breath, I squeezed my good hand into a fist and turned to head toward the tiny creek. There was a sharp bend a short ways downstream, and the rocky walls of the shallow ravine and the scrubby pines lining it would provide us at least a semblance of privacy. I had no way to gauge how Jason would react to what I was about to tell him, but I wanted to give him the opportunity to process away from the others. Silence was our only companion as we descended one of a myriad of paths leading down to the creek. The creek itself was only several feet wide and easy enough to cross. By the time we were hidden from our camp, from our companions, by the ravine wall, I was a ball of anxiety. My hand was shaking, my heart was beating a fast, staccato rhythm against the inside of my rib cage, and I didn't feel like I could draw in enough breath. I wiped my suddenly damp palm on my jeans and stopped in front of a knee-high rock. Turning to face Jason, I pointed to the rock. "Sit, please." Jason did so silently, his eyes never leaving me. His gaze was a tangible thing, burning into my flesh, flaying me open, and laying out my fetid soul for the whole universe to witness, to judge. I pulled my braid over my shoulder and wrapped my hand around its end, giving a gentle tug. I can do this. I can do this. I have to do this. My stomach twisted, knotted, lurched, and I started pacing, back and forth, back and forth.
Danny.
Just that single word, my name on Jason's lips, halted me mid-step. I opened my mouth, swallowed, pressed my lips together. There was so much I hadn't told him about my time in the colony, so much I hadn't told anyone, that it seemed an impossible task to pick a place to start. But I had to tell him something. I had to let him know that I wanted to fix us. "I met your mom, she's in the colony, and she created the virus." Taking a deep breath, I tried again. "When I was at the colony, do you remember telling me to do whatever it took to survive?" I stared at the rough rock wall behind Jason, just over his shoulder, too chicken shit to actually look at him.
"Yes."
His voice was carefully controlled. Another deep breath. "Because of the issues they've been having with pregnancies making it to full term, one of the regular commands the general gives newcomers is to actively attempt to procreate." My voice sounded hollow, dead. "With pretty much anyone." Jason's jaw clenched, and it remained that way. "The men are encouraged to approach any woman they desire, and the women are discouraged from denying them." A disgusted laugh caught in my throat. "God, he's such a chauvinistic bastard. He doesn't even give that choice to the women. It's just, if someone wants you to spread your legs, spread 'em."
"Danny, did someone?"
I shook my head once, sharply, and whatever Jason saw in my eyes silenced him. "The night I met Mace and Camille, I was searching the warehouses, doing my first round of scouting out their supplies. There was a soldier, a yellow band, who I may have antagonized just a bit when I first arrived." My hand clutched the side of my jeans. "He propositioned me. I said no, and when he found me wandering around the warehouses that day, no longer mind-controlled, though he didn't know that, he decided to take advantage of those particular commands. He forced me into one of the warehouses, and..." I looked down at my hand. My nails were digging into my thigh painfully. I embraced the sensation, drawing strength from it. "He was big and armed, and I wasn't." I raised my gaze to meet Jason's. His eyes were bottomless pools of midnight set in granite. "I stopped fighting him, and..." I cleared my throat. "I stopped fighting him. Let him believe I wanted him, so I could steal his sidearm." A soft laugh, a one-shoulder shrug. "I was thinking about you the whole time," I didn't say. "I managed to nab his key, too."
"What did you do to him?"
"Nothing." I refused to look away. As the words had come out, I'd started to realize that my actions weren't something to be ashamed of. I had been doing what I had to do to stay alive, to survive. Mace did all the heavy lifting, really. He was going to kill the guy, but I asked him not to.
"Why?"
So very, very cold. "He was a yellow band." I shook my head again. "You don't know what it's like to have no control over your actions, but to believe everything you're doing is your own idea, that it's what you want, your choice. The guilt, once you remember, he was only doing what the general commanded him to do."
"So you spared him?"
I didn't have a response to that, so I simply stood there. I'd spared a man who'd had every intention of forcing me to have sex with him, but I hadn't hesitated to shoot, to kill a little girl to protect Zoe. She was a crazy, I told myself. She was going to attack Zoe. Seconds passed in handfuls until finally Jason said, "Tell me what it's like." I blinked several times. What's like? Having no control over your actions. Being mind controlled. Mouth still open as though the words might form at any moment, I shook my head. I don't know how to explain it. It doesn't seem bad until you're awake, really awake, and you realize what you've done. When I was under, I pressed my lips together and squeezed my eyes shut. Panic was a living thing inside my chest, a trapped bird flitting around, making my heart skip beats and stealing the space my lungs so desperately needed. I took several steps and knelt on the rock-strewn ground before Jason. Resting my chin on his knee, I met his eyes. His face softened minutely, and he brought his right hand to my head, smoothing back the flyaway curls that had escaped from my French braid and running the backs of his fingers over my unbruised jawline. His body, however, was humming with tension. Turning my head, I rested my cheek on his knee. The general made me forget everything that happened once I got sick, I said softly. I thought I had amnesia, and since I was told I'd been found alone, other than the crazies who had supposedly been attacking me, I assumed that everyone I knew was dead. I didn't remember the journey from Seattle to Bodega Bay, or the one from there to Colorado, and I didn't remember us ever being us. The soft brush of Jason's knuckles against my skin stilled, but I couldn't bring myself to look up at him. I didn't think I would be able to continue if I saw his expression, and I had to keep going. Things wouldn't be right with us until I'd shed at least some of my secrets. I took a deep breath. Gabe, Jason's tense body stiffened further, was the only person I knew. He was the only familiar thing in a terrifying world, and I was so lonely. Did he? I shut my eyes. No, we kissed, that's all. He stopped things before it could go any further than that. Trembling, I pulled away so I could look up at Jason. He was staring at the opposite side of the ravine, jaw clenched and nostrils flaring. Jason, I swear that whatever I felt for him when my mind was twisted to hell and back, it pales in comparison to what I feel for you. It means nothing. It means something to me, he said quietly. Is there anything else? I met your mom. She's in the colony. She created the virus. No, I whispered. With a gentleness born of great strength and intensive training, Jason pushed me away from him and rose, not even looking down at me before walking away. I wanted to call after him so badly, to stand and chase him down and beg him to stay and talk to me, to help me fix things between us. But I couldn't. I watched him go, grief silencing my voice, paralyzing my limbs. I watched him walk further downstream, my heart crushed in his fist, and he couldn't even fight for us, for what we could be. This is what I deserve, to be alone. Jason, Zoe, Camille, even Gabe. I only hurt whoever gets close to me. I was wrong. My secrets aren't poison. I am poison. But there was one thing I could do that wouldn't hurt anyone. One place I could go where I wouldn't feel the waves of desperation caused by having my heart torn out, and where neither Kai nor Zoe would have to feel the reverberations either. There was only one way I could escape. Jack, I said in my dog's mind. He was on the other side of camp, frolicking over the barren land with Cooper. I crawled one-handed closer to the ravine wall and, leaning my back against the rocky surface, pulled my knees up to my chest. Please, sweet boy, let me in. Let me run with you. Yes, Mother. Run, chase, hunt. With a sigh, I slipped out of my shivering body. I was Jack. The moon was high and bright, and the night was filled with promise. My prey ran ahead, its heartbeat rapid. I could taste its terror on my tongue. Abruptly, it changed direction, heading upward. It was climbing a tree. No! I lunged at the tree's trunk, standing on my back legs and scratching at the rough bark with my front claws. I opened my mouth and barked, begging my prey to come back down and play some more.
Danny.
What? I blurted, sitting bolt upright and jostling my broken arm. Ow! I curled in on myself, clutching my sling with my good hand. My eyes were shut tightly as though that act alone could block the pain.
Danny. Red.
That voice. My eyes snapped open. Jason? He came back? His hand was clasping my shoulder, and his face, which I could barely see in the darkness, was mere inches from mine.
You're shivering.
I'm cold, I said with an extra big shiver that made my teeth chatter. What time is it?
Late. Everyone's asleep back at camp.
His hand moved up my neck, and the pad of his thumb brushed across my lips.
We missed dinner.
My pulse was suddenly racing, and I shivered for another reason entirely. It took me a moment to speak. When I did, it wasn't much. We?
Yeah.
So he's been gone all this time? I took a shaky breath, a byproduct of the nighttime chill and my anxiety. At first, I couldn't believe that nobody had come looking for us, but then I realized they probably thought we'd snuck off for some amorous alone time. Boy, were they wrong. I cleared my throat. Where'd you go after earlier? Ever so carefully, Jason nudged me forward, wedging himself between my back and the rock wall, and my God, did he feel good. So warm and firm and there. He cocooned me with his body, his chest to my back and his legs propped up on either side of me. His left arm slid around my middle, just under my sling, and he raised his right arm, tracing a slow line along my collarbone, up my neck, and along my jawline with his fingertips.
Walking,
he said.
I just walked around. I couldn't be here.
Why? I whispered. Jason held me, kindling a gentle, sizzling promise I hadn't felt in weeks. Warmth blossomed in my lower abdomen, his touch arousing my desire with embarrassing ease.
Needed a breather.
His fingers clasped my jaw tenderly, and he turned my head so the side of my face was pressed against the worn brown leather of his coat. He lowered his head and nuzzled my neck, and when he next spoke, his breath tickled skin made overly sensitive by weeks of neglect.
I need to know one thing. Why didn't you tell me earlier? And why now?
That's two things, I managed to say, though the words were breathy. He chuckled, the sound fanning the flames of desire. He was doing a really good job of warming me up, inside and out.
Tell me,
he said against my neck. I sighed. I was afraid.
Of?
You. I felt Jason tense, his lips stilling on my neck, and rushed to explain. I mean, saying, do whatever you need to do to survive, and actually being cool with me making out with some other guy so I could steal his gun are two entirely different things. And then the thing with Gabe, it terrified me every time I thought about telling you.
But you did tell me.
I laughed, a dry, bitter sound. I had to. The secrets, the guilt. I couldn't be around you without thinking about the things I wasn't telling you. Like about your mom. I took a deep breath, still not sure I would ever tell him about her, because despite how understanding Jason was being about the other secrets I'd divulged, I wasn't worried the one about his mom would break us. I feared it would break him. At first, I thought you were pulling away. I thought you'd changed your mind, that you didn't want to be us. But it wasn't you, it was me. I tried to sit up, intending to turn around so I could see his face, but his arms tensed, holding me in place. I had no choice but to relax back against him. I was distancing myself from you without realizing what I was doing, and once I did realize it, I knew I had to, confess, because I missed you. I miss you. Jason made a rough noise low in his throat. He raised his head, and the hand holding my jaw moved lower, his strong fingers dancing along the side of my neck.
Did either of them touch you here?
Yes, I whispered. His lips replaced his fingers, a searing brand on that sensitive skin. His hand moved lower, dipping under the collar of my sweater. His fingertips traced the edge of my bra.
And here?
Just up. My voice hitched as he pushed the thin fabric out of the way, his fingertips trailing a blaze of pleasure. Just a little bit. His lips, still on my neck, curved, and imagining his possessive smile was like lighter fluid on my burning desire. The arm he'd wrapped around my middle shifted lower, his hand slipping under the hem of my sweater. He ran charged fingertips up and down my side, from my hip up to my bra and back.
And here?
I don't... That hand, those fingertips, moved to my stomach, sliding ever so lightly over the skin of my lower abdomen, just above the waistband of my jeans, and I whimpered. Jason's responding chuckle was so knowing, so male, so heated.
Here?
Breaths coming faster, I shook my head. My hand clutched his thigh in an effort to stave off my mounting, needy ache. Jason popped the top button on my pants, then drew the zipper down more slowly than I would have thought possible. My hips lifted off the ground, seeking, wanting. He tisked me.
Patience red.
With a low groan, I moved my hand higher up on his thigh. His arousal showed in the unmistakable hardness pressed against my lower back. My hand was just below his pocket when he stopped unzipping.
No, Red.
The fingers on my breast pinched in a way that would have hurt had I not been so painfully aroused. The pleasure pain earned another whimper from me.
Just feel.
He lowered the zipper the rest of the way with a quick jerk.
Close your eyes and just feel.
Thankfully, he stopped teasing. He thrust his hand into my pants, and I groaned, and again my hips lifted off the ground. I shifted my hand closer to his knee, my fingertips digging into his jeans. To say my body ached for him would be a gross understatement. Jason, please, I need... He laughed, low and rough, then shoved that final barrier out of the way.
Tell me if I'm hurting you,
he said as he finally gave me what I craved. Remotely, I registered that he had to be talking about my arm, but at that moment, with his fingers doing such tantalizing things between my legs, I really didn't care. His fingers were everywhere in the most delicious ways. Mounting pleasure was my whole world. I gasped as Jason's touch hurtled me off the top of a mountain of bliss, and I was free falling into heaven, or maybe into hell. I lay in his arms for minutes, breathing hard and basking in the afterglow. Craning my neck, I peered up at his shadowed face. So you're not mad?
No, Red.
Jason laughed.
All the proof I need that you're still mine is right here.
His forearm flexed, and he did something with his fingers that sent echoes of pleasure through my body. I moaned and arched against him, but in my chest a very different ache blossomed. I want more than this, more than lust. I didn't say. I want you to love me because I love you. I didn't say, despite feeling it in my every cell. With a satisfied exhale, Jason withdrew his hands from my pants and shirt and quickly refastened my jeans. His powerful arms wrapped around my middle and he rose, bringing me up with him. Once I was on my feet, I turned and slipped my hand under the hem of his t-shirt, tracing the outline of his abs. I moved my hand lower, fully intending to return the pleasure he'd just lavished upon my body. He caught my wrist in an iron grip before I reached the top button of his jeans. Shaking his head, he said, "Let's go to bed." My eyebrows drew together. "But don't you want—" I glanced lower on his body. "You know." Leaning down so his lips brushed my ear, he laughed huskily. "More than anything. But we can't risk me nulling everyone. It's too dangerous. Kai's keeping watch, but without his ability." I felt him shake his head. "After what happened last time, I'm not willing to risk it for anything. Not until I know we're safe." I flushed. Last time we'd really been together, he'd lost control of his ability, nulling the general area as usual, and I'd been abducted. "Oh, right. If you're sure." He shifted, trailing his lips along my jawline until he pressed a gentle, almost chaste kiss against my lips. "I am. And trust me, Red, it'll be worth the wait." I'm sure, I thought, but I want more than that too. Jason captured my hand and led me back to camp. We retreated into our tent, where Jack was already waiting for us, and settled into our sleeping bags. Closer to each other now, but still far enough apart that Jason wouldn't accidentally hurt my arm while we slept. Jason was asleep within minutes, his breathing deep and even, and not long after, Jack snuggled close on my other side. He inhaled deeply, exhaled in a sigh, and was out. I watched Jason, studied the way the moon shadows played over the sharp angles and planes of his face and softened the harshness of his scar until sleep tugged my eyelids closed. But my mind refused to give in to the coaxing pull, despite my body being utterly exhausted and more relaxed than it had been in weeks. I lay there, willing myself to fall asleep. After an hour or two of trying, I gave up. I opened my mind, seeking out a companion for the wee hours of the morning. Wings was napping in the pasture, and thousands of other creatures were slinking and scurrying through the field around camp, but none of them were the mind I sought. Finally, I found Ray, perched on one of the top branches of a lodgepole pine a few miles away. The falcon fluffed her feathers in anticipation as I relaxed into her mind. She spread her wings and launched into the night before I was fully detached from my own body, and I felt myself exhale a sigh of relief. Yes, this is what I need. Chapter 9. Zoe. March 31st, 1 AE. Great Basin Desert, Utah. My heart raced and my body trembled with a thrilling sort of panic. An aria of desire and excitement and fear sung through me, sensations so raw and real it was as if I was feeling them for the first time. He braced me up against a wall, a woolen blanket the only thing sparing me from the hard surface of the rough wooden slats. Momentarily, my eyes flitted open. I was in a barn washed in the pale dawn light seeping in between wood planks. A low, possessive groan preceded his hot breath, burning against my neck. I shuddered as instinct took over, and my eyes closed again. He trailed urgent kisses along my jaw before finding my mouth, his lips both soft and bruising. His hot body against mine sent a curling ribbon of anticipation spiraling through me. How could something so wild feel so right? A throbbing need flooded my insides, filling even my deepest, most forgotten hollows. It was nearly too much to bear, as his strong fingers knotted in my hair, his silken tongue burning against my skin, and I could feel his muscles flexing with every determined thrust of his body. His fingertips explored my curves, leaving fire trails in their wake, and setting my body ablaze with an appetite for something I didn't understand, but desperately wanted to fulfill. A devastatingly greedy hunger rippled through me, and my immediate fears and uncertainties vanished as I let all my inhibitions go. Feeling so full and overwhelmed with lust, I gripped him closer and struggled to catch my breath. He thrust, and I cried out. Feeling awakened and near bursting with a coiling, aching fever I thought might bring me to my knees if I didn't give in, I shuddered against him, holding on for dear life as the world dissolved around me. And as though my body couldn't contain the roiling sensations a moment longer, my insides swelled with a pulsating intoxication that left me near tears. I was falling, losing myself in a swirling blackness of passion. Jake. Starting awake, my insides still clenched and wanting, and my heart nearly jumping out of my sweat-dampened chest, I looked around the tent's interior. I took a deep breath, steadying my nerves. I'd expected to see Becca still asleep beside me, but thankfully I was alone. Did I oversleep? Hearing hushed whispers outside by the campfire, and with only dim light filling the tent, I assumed it was still early morning. I sighed in relief. This dream, like the many I'd been having as of late, seemed so real that I felt like I was losing my mind. Or rather, like I might be finding it again. I ran my fingers through my hair and lay back down, heaving a sigh of relief that I was alone in the tent. I couldn't imagine what Becca might have overheard had she been asleep beside me. Get a grip, Zoe. I unzipped my sleeping bag and let the cool air assault my exposed skin. Although my arms were covered by long sleeves, I'd been growing too warm most nights, and had decided shorts were a better option. As I sat there in the brisk spring chill, I realized the dreams were most likely the cause of my body's confusion. I shivered, welcoming the distraction, and I hoped it would help stir me awake and out of my apparent sex fog. My dreams had become more frequent and so much more real. As a result, it was increasingly difficult to be around Jake, to look at him and not see his hard, naked body and the hunger illuminating his copper eyes that I saw so frequently in my sleep. As long as we weren't too close or touching, I found it easy to be around him. But when I came close enough that I could feel his longing for the woman I'd once been, I was torn. I wasn't her. I likely never would be again. And I wasn't sure how he was going to deal with that when he finally accepted it. Determined to get my day started, I dug through my duffel and pulled out a set of clean clothes. After unfurling my favorite black t-shirt, I shook the wrinkles out of it and pulled it over my head. Amused, I considered how foreign my clothes had felt to me a little over a week ago, and that at some point I'd deemed a knee-high pair of soft pink socks, the black, well-worn t-shirt, and a pair of snug, faded blue jeans, my favorite ensemble. Had that always been the case? Given the fact that I'd been a gallery assistant of sorts like Jake had said, I highly doubted it. Standing as straight as was possible in the two-person tent that was Becca's and my current bedroom, I tugged my jeans up, pausing as my eyes lingered on the tattoo on my hip. I'd often wondered why, of all things, I'd decided to get a Celtic knot inked on my skin. The same Celtic knot I'd apparently painted on pretty much all of my worldly possessions. What does it mean? I'd seen its twin on the inside of Danny's left wrist when Harper had been examining her broken arm. I'd wanted to ask her about it on numerous occasions. I knew deep down that it was important to us, that it symbolized something that I would probably never fully comprehend, but I wanted to at least try. Unzipping the side pocket of my bag, I pulled out my brush, running it through my hair before tossing it back down. Jake's voice rumbled in the still air outside my tent, and I froze, listening and waiting. I wasn't sure I had gathered my wits enough to see him just yet. Straining to listen, I heard his heavy, unhurried footsteps dawdle by what I assumed was the fire pit. He chuckled softly at something one of the other campers whispered, and I heard a folding chair creak beneath his powerful body. The image of his strong, possessive arms wrapped around me flashed in my mind, and I groaned. Searching the side pocket of my bag for my toothbrush and a tube of toothpaste, another smoldering image of his fingers gripping my hair flashed in my mind. Despite my efforts to explore the comet trail of desire and curiosities left behind by my frequent, dreamy sexcapades, it was proving difficult to find my backbone when it came to initiating anything between Jake and me. The pressure to be her, and the fear that I would grossly disappoint him, trumped all of my own intentions and desires. Finally, I found my toothbrush and toothpaste, and grabbed my bomber jacket before steadying myself to leave my safety zone. Unzipping the tent, I stepped out into the chilly morning and let the cool, high desert air assault my hyper-aware senses. So as not to be rude, I glanced over at Jason and Jake, who were sipping their morning coffee by the fire. "Good morning." Jake's back was to me, but Jason's wasn't. My brother looked exhausted, but who wouldn't be after having second watch, scouting the camp perimeter while the rest of us slept soundly in our tents. Jason nodded at me, and Jake craned his neck as I passed by. "Morning," they said in unison. Under the heat of Jake's stare, I couldn't help but blush. Can he tell I just woke up from a scandalous dream about him? The way my face reddened and I fumbled around whenever he was nearby, I assumed it was nearly impossible for him not to notice how much his presence affected me. I walked over to the water station Sarah and I had set up on the back of the temporarily non-operational and very rickety covered wagon. Taking a couple days of respite while Jake and Jason worked on repairing it was a welcome break from long days of boring riding. It allowed everyone, horses and riders alike, time to rest, and gave me the opportunity to appreciate the expansive high desert landscape that surrounded us. I dipped a small plastic cup into a galvanized tub of water, filling it as much as I could before heading over to the washing station a few yards away. I stopped at the folding table set up near a small cliff that overlooked a canyon, stuck my toothbrush inside the water cup to wet the bristles, and squeezed on a healthy dose of much-needed minty paste. Appreciating the small luxuries, I brushed my teeth, grateful to carry out such a mundane task with such a spectacularly eerie view. With the sun illuminating the dense fog that settled between the towering sandstone mesas scattered below our camp, it was like the fog acted as a barrier between two worlds, two realities. I felt like I was caught between two realities, the one I'd awoken in after the incident at the golf course, and the one I should have been in. "Did you sleep well?" I jumped mid-brush and pivoted around to find Jake wandering up behind me. His coffee mug was dwarfed in his large hand as he took a sip. His eyes met mine briefly before shifting to my mouth and back. Clearing his throat, he averted his gaze as he tried not to laugh. "You have some toothpaste. Right here," he said and pointed to the corner of his mouth. Mortified, I hurriedly wiped away the white pasty foam with my sleeve. "Did you sleep well?" He stepped past me, his gaze fixed on the canyon surrounding us. When he looked back at me, expecting an answer, I nodded. With a final quick brush, I spit over the edge of the cliff. "You?" Amused, Jake watched me as I swished around a final mouthful of water. "Jason and I had second watch last night," he said. I spit again. "Oh, right. How was it?" He shrugged and took a step toward me, a crooked smile parting his lips. "I found something I want to show you," he said, bringing his hand up to my cheek. Unbidden, images from my dream flashed through my mind, and once again I felt a thrilling sense of panic. With the pad of his thumb, He wiped away what I assumed were the final remnants of my morning routine. "Thanks," I said, feeling self-conscious under the weight of his stare. His smile broadened.
"What are you doing today?"
I grabbed the jacket I'd hung over some sagebrush and shrugged it on before gathering my things. After breakfast I was gonna practice some more with Sam and Tavis. I think I'm finally starting to get a teensy bit better with the whole archery thing."
"Good,"
he said. "I'm free after that unless you want to help me with my self-defense again." I gave him a playful flutter of my eyelashes. "Because last time worked out so well." Jake grinned and rubbed the side of his face like he could still feel where I'd smacked him.
"Jason and I need to put the front wheel back on the wagon, but we can practice after."
"Perfect," I said, and we started walking back toward camp. "So you guys figured it out then? Whatever was wrong with the wheel, I mean?" Jake stopped just outside camp, dumping the final remnants of coffee from his mug out on the dirt.
"I think so. We tweaked a few things, so hopefully it'll help."
"Well, that's good news," I said, smiling at Sarah as she waddled past us. "I'm going to help Sarah with breakfast. Come find me later?" Jake studied me, his expression bordering on amused.
"You got it,"
he said, and I felt a surge of hope as he walked back toward the fire pit. Dropping my things off at my tent, I headed over to Sarah, who was bustling around by the food tubs as she gathered her morning ingredients. "What can I do?" I asked, ready to be put to work. She glanced over at me. "Hey, Zoe." She flashed a bubbly smile, an expression I'd come to rely on each morning. "Can you wash and chop the potatoes for me? Pretty please, with extra chocolate syrup." A laugh burst from my mouth, and I felt the tension Jake had inspired in my body instantly ease. "Cheap shot, Sarah," I said, shaking my head with feigned regret. "I never should have told you about my chocolate addiction." She batted her eyelashes at me for show and offered me another silly smile. "The potatoes?" "Of course I'll chop potatoes," I said, sidestepping around her to the oversized basket of what was left of the potatoes we'd brought with us from Colorado trails. "I'm assuming we're going to need all of them, right?" "Yes, please." I heaved the basket up, pausing to figure out the best place to clean them. "Go ahead and just use the water in the tub, Zoe. It'll be easier that way. I'll ask Biggs to get us fresh water later after we do the dishes." "After I do the dishes. You don't need to be lugging around cast iron skillets and bending over so much." I shook my head. "In case you forgot, you're pregnant," I added dryly. "Am I? Geez, that would explain a lot." I shrugged. "Just thought I'd remind you." I offered her a playful smile. Happy I didn't have to lug at least 15 pounds of potatoes somewhere else to scrub and chop, I placed the basket on the ground beneath the ledge of the chuck wagon where the water tub sat. Reaching for the large Ziploc bag of sponges, SOS pads, and miscellaneous brushes tucked inside one of the wagon's little cubbies, I picked through the contents before choosing a palm-sized bristle brush and began scrubbing. "So, what's on Sarah's roadside menu this morning?" I asked. "The boys came back empty-handed last night. That doesn't mean we're having, roadkill or something, does it?" "I would have considered it if we'd seen any that was fresh. But nope, we're going with Spam in our breakfast burritos this morning." Sarah sighed. "Honestly, Zoe, I'm beginning to run out of ideas. There's so many of us now, I think I've exhausted all of my sort of quick but good ideas. At least if I want to feed everyone before it's time to start preparing lunch." "We're traveling, Sarah. No one expects a 5-course meal. We're lucky we have you cooking for us at all. And besides, I've never heard anyone complain." I put a scrubbed potato on the cutting board Sarah had delivered to me before reaching for another potato. "Thanks. I guess it's just that cooking is really the only thing I can contribute at this point. I just don't want to disappoint." From my periphery, I watched her pour oil into 3 cast iron skillets and carry them one by one to the campfire, placing them beside one another on the metal grate Biggs had set up for her. As she waddled back, wiping her hands off on her apron, she glanced around. "Where's Becca this morning anyway? Is she getting tired of me already?" I laughed. "No, I don't think so. She's probably with Mace and Camille. She was gone this morning when I woke up, so don't take it personal." "I'll try not to." She bustled around behind me for a while, leaving me to my thoughts as I scrubbed one potato after another. "How are things going with Jake?" Sarah asked after a few minutes. I felt my body tense. "They're good," I said as nonchalantly as possible. Lazy footsteps, followed by a sigh and Sarah's shadow approaching, brought my scrubbing to a stop. I looked over to find her staring directly at me, head tilted to the side and hands on her hips. "Tell me," she demanded. "What's wrong?" Giving in, I sighed. "Nothing's wrong." Something. You're lost in thought, which is more of an old Zoe thing than a new Zoe thing." My head snapped toward her. "Is it?" I couldn't help feeling a burst of hope. With a curt nod, she crossed her arms, resting them on her belly. "Now spill." The curious gleam in her pale brown eyes betrayed her hard-set features. Rinsing off the newly scrubbed potato in my hand, I set it aside and turned to face her. "It's the dreams." I wiped my wet hands off on a towel haphazardly draped over the edge of the chuck boxes. "You know, about Jake." Sarah grinned. "I remember. Does that mean you finally did something about it?" Her eyebrows danced suggestively. "No," I said, exasperated. Sarah's excitement vanished, replaced with sympathy. "I'm just teasing you, Zoe." "What's wrong with me, Sarah?" I leaned against the fold-out work table, rubbing my temples as if it might help the answer form. She sighed heavily. "You haven't even talked to him about your dreams?" "God, no." I blanched. "What the hell would I say?" "Okay, well," she threw her hands up. "This situation is clearly bothering you," she said flatly, shielding her eyes as she squinted into the sun burning through the morning fog. "If you won't talk to him about it, what are you going to do?" I threw my own hands up, feeling foolish and naive. "Haven't you ever been so scared that you'll fail at something? That you'll be rejected? I know it sounds silly, but it doesn't sound silly." Sarah stepped closer to the wagon, into the shade, and the tension around her eyes lessened. "What if taking that next step makes me feel closer to him, but pushes him further away from me? I'm not the same, Sarah. The next step could easily ruin what we're slowly putting back together. Or make it better." She watched me for a long moment, clearly considering my situation. "You know what I think?" I stared at her blankly. "I think you just need to take the chance. Not with sex or kissing or anything you don't feel comfortable with, but you need to be more open with him. Let's be honest, it's Jake, which means he's not going to push things between you guys. He's waiting for you." Sarah placed both of her hands on my shoulders. "If you want things to change, you need to make the first move. And soon, by the sound of it, or these dreams are going to drive you crazy." Sarah gave my shoulders a squeeze. "You're torturing yourself, Zoe. I know it's scary, but you need to do something. You're letting your fear get in the way of your relationship with him." I groaned, nerves making me feel nauseous. "I know." As much as I knew she was trying to help, it was easy for her to encourage me. She'd been with Biggs for months. They were having a baby together even. They'd come to know each other organically, whereas I woke up in a relationship I couldn't remember ever having been in. "For what it's worth, I don't think you'll regret trying to be with Jake. I just hope you don't hurt him in the process. He's a good guy, Zoe." Sarah turned away, smiling to herself as she ambled to the food trunk. Multiple images of her and Biggs flashed through my mind. Although I'd gotten a bit better at distracting myself so I wasn't solely focused on everyone's memories and emotions all the time, some were more difficult to ignore than others. And sometimes curiosity got the best of me, and I couldn't help but pay too much attention. What's it like, really being with someone? Refocusing on Sarah, I realized that she was watching me intently and that I'd been thinking out loud. Again. I cleared my throat, feeling like I'd been caught lurking in the dark corners of her mind. Because, in a way, I had. What's what like? Her eyes narrowed and then widened. Are you in my head, Zoe? Biting the inside of my cheek, my hands found their way to my temples again, and I attempted to rub the swirling questions I had away. Yes, sorry. She only tossed her head back and let out a boisterous laugh. What's it like? It's amazing, Zoe. I smiled timidly, relieved she wasn't offended by my prodding. Which is why I think you shouldn't run away from whatever you and Jake might still have just because you're feeling lost. I think you should try to figure things out. Biggs makes me feel beautiful and special, even when I'm as big as a whale. He makes me feel alive. She smiled, more for herself than for me. I don't know how I would have gotten this far without him. Granted, I wouldn't be like I am now, near bursting and hormonal as all hell, without him. Sarah's thoughts drifted, and she glanced over to the tents, where Biggs and Sanchez were standing with Jason. Being with someone you love makes you feel important, she said wistfully. It makes you feel like everything will be okay because you have someone to face your problems with. Jake used to be that for you. At least I think he was. But you won't know if he still is until you try. In spite of my uncertainty, I longed to have with someone what Sarah had with Biggs. Jake was amazing. I knew it innately, even if I wasn't sure how or why I knew it. Determined to find out if he really was someone I could love, I decided that today had to be that day. The day we would take things a step further, regardless of how small and seemingly insignificant that step might be. I needed it. We needed it. You're getting faster, Jake said, helping me to my feet after our final round of blocking and kicking. I excelled at the blocking, although any sort of offensive strikes had proved to be more difficult. Yeah? I said, genuinely curious. Cooper trotted over to us, and I rubbed his head while he paused from his exploring. Jake nodded. But speed was never a problem for you. I frowned. What was my problem? Jake only chuckled as he took in my expression. Let's just say you weren't very strong. Weren't? You mean not? Weren't, he clarified and gestured to my exposed biceps. They were nothing to write home about. You're stronger now. All you need is to remember. He stopped himself. You just need to learn how to use that strength again. Again. The fact that he'd probably spent countless hours teaching me, doing the same training exercises we'd been doing together the past couple days, was aggravating. Luckily, Chris and Harper strode by, deep in conversation, giving me something else to think about. Them. I smiled. They weren't overtly affectionate, but they spent a lot of their time together, and I'd seen Harper come out of Chris's tent on more than one occasion. We're heading up to the ledge after this, Jake told them. We'll be back after sundown. Chris nodded. Have fun. See you in a couple hours, Harper said, and they both continued toward camp. I glanced behind us toward the canyon below and then back to Jake. Excuse me? The ledge? You gonna throw me over? Jake took my hand in his, a gesture I hadn't quite expected, and we walked toward the mass of boulders at the southwest edge of camp. Not exactly. Jake stopped. Are you afraid of heights now? Why? I wasn't before? That was surprising. Jake shook his head. Not that I'm aware of. Oh. Smiling, he squeezed my hand tighter in his.
It's not as bad as it sounds, I promise. Come on, Coop.
I bit at the inside of my cheek. Jake wanted to do something special with me today, alone, and I wasn't about to complain. All right, but remember, Harper and Chris know I'm going to this ledge with you, so if anything happens to me... Jake laughed softly, and we fell into step beside one another. After a few minutes of walking hand in hand, I lost sight of camp, but I didn't mind. We really were completely alone, and I felt strangely at ease about it. Something was different about us this time. Whether it was the fact that I was adamant to step out of my comfort zone, or the fact that this seemed the closest thing to a date I could ever remember having, I wasn't sure. But I was both comfortable and content.
I found this place last night during my rounds,
Jake said, leading me up onto a large, lichen-covered boulder. He stepped up and reached down to help pull me up, too. He was squinting even though his back was to the lowering sun.
I thought you might like it.
I'm excited, I said truthfully. He guided me up onto another large rock, but this time my foot slipped and I flailed forward. Jake caught me, his hands gripping mine with a firm, reassuring hold.
Are you all right?
His hands were rough and warm and strong around mine, one small detail to add to the list of things I'd been noticing about him the more time we spent together. I let out a disgruntled grumble. Yeah, thanks. Guess I'm not very good at this hiking stuff.
You've never been very agile,
Jake teased and helped me step onto the next rock.
It's just over here.
He nodded toward the tallest boulder as his fingers tightened around mine, trying to keep me from toppling over. As if they were carried on the gentle breeze, a stream of memories filled my mind, and I couldn't shut them out. I saw myself on the ground, struggling beneath a very aggressive and determined soldier as he straddled me, grinning. I was sobbing and screaming. A little ways off, Cooper stood beside Jake at the edge of the woods. Jake's attention snapped between the soldier and me. In a blink, I watched another older military man fall to the ground, a bullet between his eyes, and Jake leaned against a tree, bleeding and in pain. Jake had saved me. I could feel his disgust and astonishment acutely. There was something about physically touching each other that made our connection stronger. Another memory flickered to life. Jake was holding me against his chest. I was unconscious as we rushed toward a truck, Harper and Sanchez hobbling along nearby. How many crazies was that? Sanchez groaned, limping as she leaned against Harper. Blood covered the front of her shirt and was all over Harper's hands and clothes as well. The bastards came out of nowhere. She cringed. Ah, shit! Stop talking and concentrate on getting back to the truck, Harper said. Sanchez retorted with something sarcastic, but I was distracted by Jake's perpetual glances down at me, cradled in his arms as I was, and the way he absently stroked the side of my face, resting against his chest.
Here,
he said, stirring me from my memories.
Put your foot right here.
I smiled at how careful he was with me. I could imagine how being around him had made me feel. His hands tightened reassuringly around mine, and I had no doubt that he'd made me feel safe. Without warning, another memory assaulted me. I saw myself crumpled on a cement floor in what appeared to be a cafeteria, my face blue and bile and sweat covering my body. But Jake didn't seem to mind any of that as he gathered me into his arms. I could feel his fear, anger, and self-loathing as he called for help and rushed me away to find Harper. And then another. I was lying on a hospital table, unconscious, with IVs in my arms and tubes up my nose and down my throat. Jake paced back and forth, desperately waiting. It was your blood, I whispered, resisting as he pulled on my hands, urging me forward. Jake let up.
What?
I shook my head, amazed every time I learned something new about him, about us. Do you ever get tired of saving my life? Though the question was little more than a whisper, it was still a question I needed him to answer. With the exception of Danny and how much we'd relied on each other growing up, I was suddenly certain that no one had ever done as much for me in my entire lifetime as Jake had done in the few months we'd known each other. Do you? I persisted. He furrowed his brow. Even after Dr. Wesley found me, you tried the transfusion again. You tried to help me. It seems I'm always getting myself into trouble, and you're always having to get me out of it. Do you ever get tired of saving my life? I repeated, barely noticing Cooper chasing a lizard in the crevices in the rocks beneath our feet. Jake stared at me a moment longer before looking away.
It's just the way it is.
I could feel a hint of irritation coming from him. But it can't be easy for you. His eyes found mine again, an unsettling disquiet burning within them, scorching any remaining questions off my tongue.
No, he said carefully. It's not. But I'm glad I can be there when you need me, regardless of how much it bothers you.
It bothers me? I asked, more than a little curious. It seemed unlikely that I would be annoyed at having my own knight in shining armor.
I could be wrong, but I don't think you're used to relying on other people.
It makes sense, I guess. I stepped up to stand on the rock beside him. And what about you? I asked more playfully. Are you a habitual hero, or am I just one lucky girl? Jake's expression hardened, and he stared down at our joined hands.
I'm still getting used to having someone
He paused and let go of my hand.
Someone I want to take care of.
I barely heard the words as the wind whooshed past my ears, but I had heard him, and my heart skittered in my chest. I cleared my throat. I see. We continued our climb to the ledge. Well, whatever's happened in our past, I ventured. I hope I've told you that I appreciate all that you've done for me. Finally, he smiled again, and my heart felt a little lighter.
I know you do,
he said, pulling me toward him.
This has been a learning curve for both of us.
We stood there quietly for a long moment, staring at one another. I'd probably be dead right now if it weren't for you, I said. After all I'd seen, it was obvious. Jake narrowed his eyes the barest amount, no doubt gauging what my reaction to his answer might be.
Probably, he said. But then, I don't think you would have had so many close calls if it weren't for me either.
Jake peered out at the view and reached for my hand once more.
Stop distracting me, would you?
I was relieved by his light-hearted tone.
I promise. You're gonna like this.
Stepping up onto a flat rock, I froze beside him, gripping his arm to steady myself, and gaped in awe. I didn't care how high up we were. The desert was the most picturesque, undisturbed landscape I'd ever seen. It stretched on as far as I could see, eroded sandstone towers standing vigil over the valley floor, casting protective shadows over every fissure etched in its basin. Fuchsia cactus flowers edged down the mountain we stood atop of, meeting a valley floor with bursts of yellow and purple wildflowers. The reddish hue of the late afternoon created an almost alien glow over the horizon, and I felt like I was on another planet. It was amazingly beautiful, and standing there, looking up at Jake, his eyes glowing golden brown, I never wanted to leave. This place was ours. It's so beautiful. Thank you for bringing me here. I took both of his hands in mine. The urge to kiss him, to create new memories between us was almost too intense to resist. So I didn't. Leaning forward, I appreciated the soft smile that pulled at his lips and lost myself in his asking eyes, and my excitement trumped my lingering uncertainties. But with another surfacing memory, I hesitated. We stood in an old house, blood covering me as I peered up at him with a pained expression on my face. Moving tentatively in to kiss me, Jake yearned for forgiveness and a sense of familiarity. His kiss was controlled, but desperate and full of more emotion than he knew what to do with. He needed me. Her. He wanted her. He loved her. My mind filled with emotional vomit I couldn't process, and I took a step back, unable to bring myself to follow through, to try to be her. Feeling something cool on my cheek, I blinked and wiped a lone tear away. I couldn't do this. I couldn't take the chance. Not right now. Not yet. "What's wrong?" Jake asked, concern creasing his brow and an expression of longing on his face. Reaching out to hold his hand was the most I could offer him. I flashed him a weak smile and turned toward the sunset. "The sun's setting," I said hoarsely. "Let's get comfortable." April 1 AE. Chapter 10. Danny. April 20th, 1 AE. Great Basin Desert, Nevada. For almost 3 weeks, we traveled across Utah and into Nevada in relative peace. We encountered no crazies, no megalomaniacal dictators, no mind-controlling cult leaders, no human enemies crossed our path, which seemed almost miraculous. But in a wasteland as expansive as the Great Basin Desert, there was no need for human enemies. The desert itself was enemy enough. The first horse fell before the sun even reached its zenith. It didn't matter that it was early spring and the days never reached blisteringly hot temperatures. What mattered was that we hadn't encountered fresh water in 2 days, and our reserve supply was dangerously low. Too low for a caravan of over 24 horses, 19 people, a few goats, and 2 dogs. The last town we'd passed, it was really little more than a cluster of farms. We actually had to circumvent widely due to a large population of crazies who, according to Zoe, were exceedingly bloodthirsty. And the last 3 bodies of water we'd come across were salt water, not fresh. The fates, it seemed, had turned against us. I was riding beside Jason and his as yet unnamed horse at the front of our column when Sarah shrieked. Jason and I exchanged wide-eyed glances and quickly guided our horses back down the length of the caravan to find out the cause of Sarah's shriek. If she was going into labor, now? Near the back, just ahead of the covered wagon, Houdini, an older Palomino thoroughbred who'd been with us since leaving Bodega Bay months ago, who I'd befriended years ago when I worked at the Bodega Bay Riders Ranch, lay on the gravel shoulder. He was partially on his side, his legs slightly curled, and his head resting limp on the ground, and some of the stuff sacks and a duffel bag that had been strapped to his pack saddle were strewn around him on the gravel. His sides heaved with each too quick breath. "Oh, God, no!" I swung my leg over Wing's rump and jumped down, not caring that the sharp movement jarred my broken arm. I lunged toward Houdini, dropping to my knees by his head. "Deanie!" My fingers brushed over his forehead, moving his blonde bangs away from his eyes so he could see. Those brown eyes were wide and filled with terror. I strengthened the telepathic link between us automatically, needing to comfort him, to ease his mounting panic. "It's okay, Houdini, it's okay," I murmured in his mind. "I'm here. You'll be fine. Just breathe, old friend. Just breathe and you'll be okay. I'll take care of you." Lies. All lies. He wouldn't be okay, and the worst part was that he knew it. I reached for the nearest buckle on his pack saddle, the one over his shoulder, but my fingers were trembling too badly to be effective. I balled my hand into a fist and glanced up at the humans standing in a loose circle around us. I didn't understand why they were just standing there. "Help me," I said, tugging ineffectively at the buckle once more. "Get this damn thing off him." The words came out broken, an almost sob. "Please." Jason was suddenly there, and Zoe and Carlos and Mace. Everyone moved closer, wanting to help, but they couldn't help, not in any way that really mattered. I scooted closer, lifting Houdini's heavy head up onto my knees awkwardly with only one arm, and huddled over him. I hugged his neck and whispered empty reassurances in his mind. As his pain increased, so did his panic, and he started fading in and out of coherency.
"Red? Danny?"
Jason touched my shoulder.
"We did what we could with the saddle, but he's lying on part of it, so..."
It didn't matter anyway. I raised my head and met Jason's eyes. He knew, or at least, he suspected.
"Dehydration?"
I nodded. I couldn't speak. Anything I attempted to say would come out garbled and incomprehensible.
"What else can we do?"
I stroked my hand along the length of Houdini's neck and took several deep breaths. Clearing my throat, I said, "Give the horses the rest of the water." Jason stared at me for a few seconds, blinking but not speaking. Finally, he shook his head.
"We'll give each of them a drink, but we have to save some."
I felt my expression harden, but I didn't argue. Again, he stared and didn't respond for long seconds.
"What do you want to do now?"
I swallowed. Talking about water was making my throat feel painfully parched. "Tell the others to keep moving until they can't see us anymore, and to take Wings and Nameless with them." I wiped my cheek on my shoulder. "And nobody gets back in the saddle. We're walking until we find fresh water." Jason nodded before standing and striding toward our other companions who were clustered behind the wagon. I couldn't spare much attention for them, not with Houdini growing more and more afraid with each passing minute. I did what I could for him, reminding him that I was still there, that I wouldn't leave him, that I loved him and would always be there with him, that I would never abandon him, not while he still breathed. I was vaguely aware of someone, possibly multiple someones, gathering the items that had been on Houdini's pack saddle.
"Danny?"
It was Zoe. I continued to stare into Houdini's wild eye, continued to murmur nonsensical things, impossible things, aloud and in his mind. Zoe touched my shoulder.
"Do you want to give him some water too?"
I sniffled and shook my head. There was no point, and we couldn't afford to waste it. Crunching gravel, receding footsteps, and then Houdini and I were alone again. I wasn't sure how long it took. Maybe 15 minutes, maybe more. But the caravan started to move west again, leaving Jason, Houdini, and me behind on the shoulder of the highway.
"Where's the best place to do it?"
Jason asked softly as he knelt behind Houdini's head. I touched my fingers to a spot on the Palomino's forehead, then leaned over and pressed my lips against his bristly hair. "I love you, old friend," I whispered. Maintaining the telepathic connection, I continued to soothe Houdini, even as I stood and took several steps backward.
"You don't have to watch,"
Jason said. "Yes, Jason, I do." On his exhale, Jason nodded and pulled the pistol from his shoulder holster. His aim was true, and Houdini was gone almost as soon as the bullet entered his skull. Goodbye, old friend. By the time we caught up to the caravan, the sun was directly overhead. Our companions were clustered on the side of the road, talking over one another. Jason and I didn't notice it at first. Maybe because we didn't want to, and maybe because it didn't seem possible after what we'd just been through. It wasn't until we were just several dozen yards away and I was in the process of checking in with the rest of the horses that I felt it. Panic, pain, terror. 2 more horses were down. It was one of the driving teams, which explained why the humans were clustered beside one of the carts. One of the cart horses had collapsed, and she'd dragged her companion down with her, fracturing the other mare's leg in the process. Carlos and Jake were working on freeing the healthier horse, not that it mattered, while the others were arguing about what to do next. Jason's hold tightened on my hand.
"That lake we passed a couple miles ago,"
Ben said.
"Yeah,"
Kai agreed.
"Couldn't we, I don't know, boil it and capture the vapor or something? That would be fresh water."
Grayson shook his head.
"The amount of wood required to boil enough water, it's too inefficient. It won't produce enough drinkable water fast enough."
"So we go to this next town," Sanchez said, holding up a partially folded map and shaking it.
"No matter what, we go here. Clear out any crazies."
"But what if there are other people?" Sarah said. Sanchez pressed her lips into a thin line and took a deep breath.
"If there are other people, we'll make them see reason."
She raised her eyebrows.
"This is the only option. We didn't survive this long just to die of dehydration in the middle of a fucking desert."
Silence had settled over the group. Jason and I stopped on the periphery, earning hasty glances and tight smiles. They'd all heard the shot. They knew Houdini's fate and knew the cart horses, along with any other horse that collapsed, would suffer the same fate.
"I'm a Sanchez,"
Jason said.
"I think heading for the nearest town and doing whatever it takes to get access to their water supply is our only move at this point."
He looked at me, and when I nodded, he shifted his focus to Grayson.
"Daniel?"
The eldest and undeniably wisest member of our group nodded as well, and one by one so did the others. By the time we reached the town, the label was even less applicable to this one than it had been to the last. We'd lost another horse, and were down to only 1 cart in the wagon. As far as I could tell, it appeared to be a single farm, lonesome and dried up in the middle of the high desert. We stopped about a quarter of a mile away to assess any possible dangers before diving in.
"Do you sense anything?"
Jason asked Zoe as she walked to the front of the caravan. When she shook her head, he shifted his focus to me.
"And your scouts still aren't picking up on anything?"
I, too, shook my head, and staring up at the sky, watched the pale pinpoint that was Ray grow as she glided closer. Jason exhaled heavily and nodded in slow motion. It was clear that he was reticent to believe we'd caught a break. Eager, but reticent. I started salivating at the thought of gulping down water. How I still had enough moisture in my body to salivate was beyond me, but I couldn't wait to suck down as much water as my stomach could hold. I hadn't had to pee since just after waking, and even that had been a lackluster effort. Not overly encouraging regarding my own state of dehydration, and the dark spots taunting me as they danced around the outer edges of my vision. I didn't think those were a great sign either. By the time we reached the farm, our pace slow to exert as little effort as possible, the spots were no longer only on the outer edge, but creeping across my vision, like ashes floating in the drafts of heat over a campfire. We sought refuge in the largest, shadiest building, a slightly run-down barn. Most of us worked together to unburden the horses, while Jason, Carlos, and Jake split off to work on gaining access to the remote farm's water supply. Carlos's ability was more than strong enough to power a well pump, as he'd started doing pretty much everywhere we stopped that had a well so we could stock up. Unfortunately, the deeper we plunged into the Great Basin Desert, the fewer and farther between those places seemed to be. While I moved from horse to horse in the barn alongside Zoe, I imagined the sensation of water filling my mouth, cool and refreshing, trickling down my throat, dripping down my chin, over my head.
I hate to have to say this.
Jason's voice was low, even. I looked up, focusing with some effort on the barn doorway. Jason, Carlos, and Jake stood, silhouetted in the opening by the late afternoon sun. I didn't need to be able to see any of their shadowed faces for dread to sprout and flourish inside me.
But the water's no good.
I noticed the others straighten, turn to face him, exchange a confused look with whoever was nearest to them.
What do you mean?
Sanchez asked. She took several steps toward the trio, away from the wagon team she was helping Grayson unharness.
There are bodies in the house.
Jason paused.
And in the water tank.
Grayson joined Sanchez.
We can disconnect the pump. Won't work,
Jake said from beside Jason.
Someone disabled it. It's going to take some time to fix, and there's no guarantee.
Sanchez placed her hands on her hips. What about those pickups over by the house? At least one of them's got to be... Jake shook his head, his expression grim.
Someone clearly wanted to cut off these people's access to water,
Jason said.
There's no water here.
No water. It wasn't possible. I shook my head as my knees gave out and I plopped on my butt on the dirt floor. This couldn't be happening. We couldn't die here. Not after everything. But we would. We're going to die here. I rubbed my hand over my mouth. We're going to die here. I felt whiskers tickle the side of my neck, closely followed by the warmth of a velvety muzzle.
No,
Wings said in my mind.
We will not die here. You will lead us to water. We trust you.
Which made the whole situation so much worse because I couldn't do a damn thing. I blinked. But I could do a damn thing. I could slip into Ray's mind, into the minds of any other creatures for miles around. I could hop from mind to mind until I found fresh water. I leaned my cheek against the side of Wing's long face. I will try, pretty girl. I will try. I was Ray. I flew away from the tainted two-legs den in circles. My quarry was not my usual prey, but it was no less important. My quarry was water. Without it, she who flies with me would cease to be. I had to find it. She who flies with me is part of me now. She who flies with me cannot cease to be. I suggested life water, warm and thick and sustaining, but she who flies with me claimed consuming such would make her ill, make her more likely to cease to be. That could not happen. I flew until the sun neared the storm clouds on the horizon. I flew until my wings ached. I flew until I had to hunt, or I, too, would cease to be. I came awake with a start. I'd been sleeping less and less as the days passed, spending more and more time flying with Ray, or running with Wings, or Cooper, or Jack. It was so easy now, so relaxing, usually.
Did you find anything?
Jason asked. My head was on his lap, as it had been when I'd first drifted away, and his fingers were stroking the wispy flyaways at my temples. He looked down at me, hope gleaming in his eyes. I glanced at the doorway. It was still light out, but dimmer than before. I looked up at Jason. What time is it?
A little after 7.
I stared into his sapphire eyes for a little bit longer, savoring the hope they still contained. Because as soon as I spoke, I knew it would disappear. Taking a deep breath, I whispered, "Nothing close enough." I closed my eyes and felt a tear escape, sliding across my temple only to be stopped by his fingertip. I'm sorry. Jason leaned down and pressed his lips to my forehead.
Me too.
Chapter 11. Zoe. April 20th, 1 AE. Great Basin Desert, Nevada. I'd come to appreciate the cool evenings in the high desert, a welcome contrast to the warm and wearisome days. And after a day as long, hot, and emotionally trying as this one had been, tonight was no different. The sun was finally setting behind the mountains, offering the group and our animal friends a reprieve from the threatening sun. I felt a slight sense of rejuvenation as the sun's rays lessened, allowing people to scramble around in their desperation to find water without the added burden of heat. Feeling useless and overwhelmed by everyone's mounting emotions, I couldn't stay in the barn stewing in everyone's fear and anxiety any longer. So, leaving Sarah, Ben, and Sam to continue making room for everyone to roll out their sleeping bags in the barn, I slipped away to clear my mind, to harness my own emotions and rid myself of everyone else's. What are we going to do? Stretching my legs, I walked to the pump house, stopping just outside the crumbling doorframe so as not to bother Jake as he, Carlos, and Mace cranked and banged on the piping and machinery it housed.
Carlos, there's a roll of duct tape in that bin over there.
Jake pointed to a storage tub resting by my feet. I bent down and picked it up, handing it to Carlos.
Then there should be a tube of silicone, too.
On the outside, Jake was all calm confidence, but I could feel his wavering ease beneath the surface. To seal up the cracks? Carlos asked as he took the bin from me. Jake nodded and turned back to Mace.
On the count of 3, I'll turn to the left. You twist to the right, but be careful. I couldn't find any piping to replace this one.
Mace nodded.
1, 2, 3.
Both men wrenched and strained, Jake more than Mace, until finally the piping twisted apart. I felt Jake's wave of relief as he examined the intact pipe. Then his relief fizzled.
Shit.
He ran a hand over his head.
I hope to God we have enough silicone to fix this.
Unable to watch frustration harden Jake's face, I wandered over to the workbench on the side of the barn where Sanchez, Grayson, Harper, and Biggs were standing. Inching my way into the circle, I stared down at the 3 maps they had unfurled and laid out, overlapping one another. "If we go south," Sanchez said, "we'll find more shelter, caves and such, but there's absolutely no indication of there being any water."
"We know there are 3 bodies of water here,"
Harper said, pointing to an aerial map of the westernmost side of the desert.
"True," Grayson said, "but we don't know if they're salt water or... We can't steer clear of possible water because we're assuming they're salt ponds,"
Harper said.
"It's a chance we might have to take."
With thinning patience lacing each of their voices, I left the 4 of them to debate which route to take. There were no words of advice I could offer, and I decided hanging around would only worry me more and aggravate them further. I passed Danny, who was lying quietly in Jason's arms inside one of the stables. I could feel her mind in both an awakened and hibernating state. Jason glanced up at me as he held her, amplifying her ability, as she no doubt soared or roamed or slithered around with her animal friends in search of water. With heavy limbs, I schlepped to the edge of the farm, found a lone juniper, and nestled myself against it. Had our day not been filled with death and turmoil, I might have thought the storm clouds looming over the mountains miles and miles away might be our saving grace. But instead, I felt as if we were being taunted, teased. Even the sunset that stretched across the expanse that separated us from our salvation seemed to have a greater meaning. It was truly remarkable. A melody of reds and yellows and oranges so vibrant and alive, I couldn't help but wonder if it was there as an accompaniment to our swan song.
"There you are,"
Tavis said as he strode up behind me. I was wondering where you'd run off to."
I smiled, knowing it didn't reach my eyes, and scooted over so he could plop down beside me. "Where have you been?" Tavis nodded back to where the herd stood languidly.
"Helping Becca and Camille give the animals what little water we could."
"Water," I said quietly. "It's so close." My eyes fixed on the dark clouds moving even further away from us as the breeze picked up.
"True. Wouldn't it be nice if the breeze was moving in the opposite direction?"
I nodded. With a sigh, I gazed out at the most barren stretch of land we'd stumbled across yet. There was less scrub brush, fewer trees and cacti. Instead, jagged, crumbling rocks and cavernous mountains seemed to stretch out as far as I could see. A deep humming and what sounded like yodeling startled me. I turned to Tavis. His eyes were closed, his legs crossed in front of him, and his palms were facing up. "What are you doing?" He opened one eye and looked at me.
"It's a rain chant the Aborigines used back in the day when they thought the gods would hear their pleas."
"A rain chant?" I listened more closely. "What are you saying?"
"I'm calling to the rain, asking it to come and replenish our bodies, to provide the sustenance we need to thrive and continue on our journey."
I looked at him askance. "Really?" Sounded more like gibberish to me. Despite Tavis's efforts, he chuckled.
"It was. I was just joking."
I hit his shoulder. "That's not funny."
"Ouch."
He groaned and rubbed his arm, but he was grinning. "Well, then stop joking around." I nearly started laughing as his smile grew. "This is serious stuff."
"Yeah? More serious than everyone dying of the flu? Of the world coming to an end? Of crazies and regions and—"
"I get it," I said. "But yeah, a little bit. This could be it for us." Tavis shook his head.
"We've all weathered worse. We'll figure something out."
Although I wasn't sure how Tavis could be so certain, so upbeat he was. For a man who had absolutely no idea of his family's fate back home in Australia, he had an ever-optimistic air about him. He climbed to his feet.
"Come on, let's go see if we can help the others."
Standing, I dusted off my backside and straightened, affording one last glance behind me. It was probably my imagination, but I could have sworn the wind had shifted. "Come on," Tavis called, and I followed after him. A thundering rumble startled me from sleep. I sat up and peered around at the rest of the group as they too began to stir in their sleeping bags. "What was that, babe?" Sarah said groggily. Another not-so-far-off rumble shook the ground beneath me. Nobody said anything for a heartbeat, a breath. "Is that thunder?" Danny said, scrambling as best she could with one hand to get out of her sleeping bag.
"Easy, Red,"
Jason said as he climbed out after her. I sat still in my sleeping bag, listening, too scared to hope amid everyone else's mounting excitement that our prayers had been answered. Sam ran by me, Cooper running after him toward the sliding barn door. With a grunt, Sam helped Jason and Jake push the door open. Becca and I simply looked at one another. After another rumbling peal of thunder, a cacophony exploded in the room as everyone chattered and clamored to their feet, me included. We crowded in the doorway, one by one, and stared into the early morning, waiting with bated breath. "There's no rain," Becca said, and she stepped outside, staring up at the inky sky. Jason and Danny followed, then Tavis and Sam, Sarah and Biggs. Soon everyone was outside but Jake and me. He sidled up beside me, his arms crossed over his chest. "Come on," I breathed. "Maybe you need to do another rain chant, Tavis," I called half-jokingly, but remembering the way the wind had shifted hours before, I couldn't help but wonder if his ancestors had really been listening. Tavis only shrugged.
"Rain," he jestingly commanded the clouds overhead. There was another deep rolling of thunder and the whistle of the breeze zipping past my ears, but there was still no rain. Plip, plip, plip. I heard the hollow sound of raindrops on the roof, and those standing out beneath the clouds held out their hands. "Oh my God!" Danny cried. "Jason, it's raining!" Everyone stood there in silence, in disbelief, as they stared up at the sky. After a flash of lightning, everyone seemed to stir from their stunned trances. Jason wrapped his arms around Danny, lifting her feet off the ground and laughing as he twirled her around. As the rain poured more steadily, Danny howled with laughter. Hooting and laughing resounded, and I could see the outlines of my friends in the pre-dawn light, streaming raindrops glittering all around them. Jack and Cooper frolicked in the quickly forming mud puddles, barking and yipping. Jake stared down at me.
"What are you waiting for?"
"Oh, I'm fine. I'd rather watch." Before I could finish, Jake crouched down and heaved me over his shoulder, eliciting squeals of laughter and shouts of profanity I hadn't meant to let escape my lips as he stepped out into the rain.
"Such language,"
he admonished, and I only laughed. Despite my reservations, the rain felt good, rejuvenating. As was usual when touching Jake, I saw a collage of memories, most notably one of him tossing me over his shoulder down by a lake and carrying me into a large plantation-style home while I squealed and wiggled in his arms. "I think I'm going to be sick, Jake."
"You always say that,"
he said, and as he loosened his hold on me, I pushed against his shoulder and slid down his chest. The fabric of our shirts bunched between us, but I was too excited and relieved to care. Jake grinned down at me and tucked a strand of stringy, wet hair behind my ear. I saw the memory of us in a creek, of me in his arms, skin against skin, and I took a step away from him. "One of these times, I'm actually going to throw up on you," I joked. Then I caught a glimpse of Tavis and Sam on the outskirts of our early morning celebration, staring up at the clouds. Tavis was dumbfounded, and I couldn't help but laugh. "I'll be right back," I told Jake, placing my hand on his arm as I stepped past him and weaved my way through my jubilant friends. "Tavis!" I called to him. He turned to me and shrugged. I widened my smile. "You did this," I said loudly over the rain and pointed skyward. He shook his head. "I made up that rain chant. It wasn't real." I could hear the confusion in his voice and felt it muddling his mind. "It wasn't real," he repeated. "It's just coincidence." I knew Tavis didn't fully believe that. "You sure about that?" He sighed and shrugged. "You did a rain chant?" Sam seemed confused. "Not really, no." Tavis held out his hand, pouring rainwater collecting in his palm. "I felt the wind shift, Tavis. I saw the water move when you walked by it back at the retention pond. I know you did this." I could see Sam's head whipping back and forth between us. "Try to make it stop," he said. "Then we'll know." Tavis's eyes remained locked on mine. "Let's wait a little while," I said, "just in case you can't make it start back up again." And that's exactly what we did. After our water jugs were filled, the troughs overflowing, and we'd played in enough water to satiate our fear of dehydration, Tavis made the rain stop, leaving everyone in complete, awed silence. "She was right," Sam said. "You're not a crazy after all." I laughed at Sam's quick tongue, and before I knew what was happening, Tavis was hauling me up into his arms for a giant bear hug, so relieved he'd been able to help save us all. "I'm not sure I would have put two and two together," he said, a renewed lightness to his voice I appreciated. I laughed. That's what friends are for. Chapter 12. Danny. April 27th, 1 AE. Great Basin Desert, Nevada. I sneezed, then blew into a red and white paisley hanky, expelling mostly rust-colored dust, and grimaced. Dusty brains. And my brain already felt dusty enough without all of the added, dust. Slipping into animal minds at night wasn't quite as rejuvenating as sleeping, but sleeping wasn't nearly as comforting, and I craved the deepened telepathic connection I shared with whichever animal I was merged with, even more after losing some of the horses. "What was that?" Jake asked, glancing my way. He was on Danny duty, akin to guarding me while most of my attention was funneled into splitting my own consciousness among my avian scouts that had been riding nearby on Highway 50 all morning. The task was usually Jason's, but he'd been convening en route with Sanchez, Chris, Grayson, and Harper all morning, and had asked Jake to take his place before we'd packed up camp. We were still moving through the Great Basin Desert, the endless expanse of parched earth and sagebrush stretching out on either side of us, but we'd managed not to repeat our near catastrophe via dehydration of a week earlier. Jake guided his horse, a robust sorrel gelding whose reddish-brown coat looked overly vibrant in the sun-bleached high desert, close at a wingside. "What? Dusty brains?" I laughed as I stowed the hanky in my jacket pocket. It was just something my grandma, used to say to me whenever I sneezed. Adopting her age-roughened tone and Irish accent, I said, "Bless you, child, you and your dusty brains." With a quick look around, I added, "Though it seems particularly appropriate here." Jake's lips twitched, and a faint smile cracked the usually austere set of his face. "Dusty brains. I knew someone who used to say that." Jake stared ahead at some point beyond where Kai and Ben were riding, his eyes distant as he spoke. "But that was a long time ago." I watched him, watched the way nostalgia altered his features, softening them. "Another life," I said softly. Jake's eyes met mine, his gaze intense in a way that made me self-conscious. "It seems like it sometimes, doesn't it?" Feeling my cheeks warm, I shifted my attention to the road ahead. The highway was empty of all but a few vehicles, some abandoned, some not, making the passage of the cart, wagon, and herd fairly easy. "Your grandma," Jake said, his voice tentative. "She's the one who raised you?" Surprised by the personal question, I didn't know much about Jake, but a prior he was not. I looked at him, head tilted to the side and eyes wide. "She is Gram's." I forced myself to smile, automatically raising my right hand to touch my fingertips to Graham's Claddagh medallion through my shirt. Seconds passed with nothing but the sounds of horse hooves on pavement and cart and wagon wheels rolling along behind us. Surprising me again, Jake said, "Zoe used to talk about her. Said she was like a mother to her." Running my fingers through the streak of white hair at the base of Wing's mane, I nodded, recalling the countless days Zoe had passed at my house under Graham's attentive, motherly watch. During middle school, when the tension at home between her dad and Jason had escalated to an unbearable level, Zoe had spent more nights at Graham's house with me than at her own. Lifting my right hand, I brushed my fingertips over the part of my cast that covered the tattoo on the inside of my left wrist. It was the Celtic knot that symbolized the unbreakable bond between sisters. Zoe had the same tattoo on her hip, though she neither knew what it meant nor remembered the day we'd suffered through their creation together. Staring ahead at nothing, I cleared my throat. "I miss her." "She raised you," Jake said evenly, and I had the impression that it was his way of saying that he understood, that he could relate. Of course, he didn't know I hadn't met Grams. I'd met Zoe. I blinked a little too rapidly. Yeah, my mom died when I was born, and I guess my dad didn't want to stick around. He hadn't even written his name on my birth certificate, and he'd been gone by the time Grams arrived. So Grams moved to the States to raise me. I laughed softly, a ward against the decades-old sense of rejection. I used to daydream about what my life would have been like if she'd taken me back to Ireland and raised me there.
You were lucky.
Brow furrowed, I sent Jake a sideways glance. He smiled just a little and shook his head.
Not about your mom and dad. You were lucky to have your grandma.
My eyebrows lowered, and I frowned, sensing that I'd just stumbled upon a kindred spirit in the least likely of places. What about you? I asked, not really expecting much of a response. Jake wasn't known for his verbose insights into his past, or for being verbose at all. Grip tightening on his reins, Jake stared ahead.
My dad left when I was 6, but not before he nearly beat my mom to the point of miscarrying.
I glanced over my shoulder, seeking out Becca. I found her on the cart, sharing the bench seat with Camille. Becca? In my peripheral vision, I saw Jake nod. I returned to facing forward. Did he ever come back? Jake looked at me askance.
Nah.
He shot a quick glance behind us at Becca.
He didn't want us in the first place, and he sure as hell wasn't going to come back to take care of us once she was gone.
I didn't think he meant that his mom had left him and his sister, too. How'd she die?
Overdose,
He said, the single word a blade. After a quiet, tense moment, he added,
Becca found her.
Jesus, how old was she?
4.
I brought my hand up to my mouth, covering my horrified expression.
Sometimes I wonder if it wouldn't be for the best if she never remembers her life before,
He said quietly. That's not your decision. My voice was sharper than I'd intended, making the words sound like a reprimand. When Jake turned widened eyes on me, I rushed to say, Sorry, didn't mean to snap at you. He said nothing, just stared at me, his expression wary. There was something wild about him, like a Mustang who'd been broken but still remembered the days when he could run free through endless rolling hills and prairies. Cracking his shell was going to be a challenge. I smiled on the inside. I'd always liked challenges. Finally, after neither of us spoke for some time, Jake broke the silence.
What if Zoe doesn't want to remember?
There was a challenge in his eyes. I stared at him, refusing to look away. If we find a way to to return her memories, it's her choice. I lied. Jake raised his eyebrows the barest amount. Snapping my mouth shut, I sighed. Yeah, okay, you're right. There's no way in hell I'd let her choose not to remember. One way or another, I'm getting my Zoe back. I gave him a sidelong glance. How'd you know? Again, he chuckled. I never would have pegged him as a chuckler, but if the shoe fit.
You're the only person who loves her as much as I do.
For a long time, I simply watched him, assessing. I hadn't known things were quite so serious between them before the Clara-induced mind wipe. His horse, a few steps ahead of Wings, veered a little bit closer to us. Wings swung her head to the right, extending her neck. Don't, I warned before she could nip at his shoulder. With a snort, she shook her head. Spoil sport, was the general gist of her response. I caught Jake splitting his attention between me and my horse, a quizzical expression on his face. Wings considers herself my second in command of the herd, and she gets a kick out of keeping her, I raised my right hand and made air quotes, charges in line. Jake looked like he was trying not to laugh.
So she was trying to show Brutus who's boss?
I nodded. Pretty much, yep. Squinting, I looked over the sorrel from nose to flank. Only a tiny white star on his forehead and white socks on his hind legs broke the unrelenting red-brown of his coat. So, Brutus, huh? Are you, expecting him to stab you in the back? Jake smiled and shook his head. Rubbing the back of his neck, he said,
Don't laugh.
He was quiet for a moment, and I was about to badger him for more of an explanation when he said,
Our neighbor, Joe, he took us in for a bit after our mom.
Jake raised one shoulder in a half-hearted shrug.
I used to watch college football with him. Ohio State was his favorite team, which didn't ever make sense to me because he was from Indiana, but the mascot's name was Brutus.
He met my eyes briefly, a self-deprecating half-smile on his face.
It was the first thing that came to mind.
It's sweet, I reassured him. What was he, anyway, Brutus the mascot?
A buckeye. It's a nut.
I snorted. You are such a geek, I said without thinking. Worried I'd gone too far, I peeked over at Jake. He was smiling. Carlos pulled his hands away from almost touching Mace's head and shook them out. It always amused me when he did that, because every time his fingers touched, they emitted a faint crackling sound, and when he did it in the dark, little blue sparks accompanied the crackle. I smiled. Mace stood from his perch atop a knee-high rock and stretched his thickly corded arms over his head. It was late in the evening, and Mace, Camille, and I were sitting by the stream near our camp. A fresh water supply like that wasn't one we could pass up. Washing dishes, which was code for helping Carlos hone his electrotherapy skills in semi-privacy. He was still reticent, bashful even, to show this new facet of his ability to the others, but I didn't think we could make much more progress without a certain member of our group's help. Camille took Mace's place and closed her eyes, a small smile curving her lips. Both she and Mace seemed to enjoy the sensations caused by Carlos's version of electrotherapy, which was utter lunacy to me. Not that I said so out loud. Often, anyway. Mace moved several yards upstream to crouch beside me and grab a plate from the stack of dirty dishes I'd been working through for the past 15 minutes.
He's getting really strong,
Mace said quietly, his eyes flicking toward Camille and Carlos.
And his control.
He shook his head.
The way he can focus it so precisely. Contain it.
I met Mace's murky gaze. You think he's ready? Mace nodded.
I know he is. But I think the only way for him to know that, too, is to bring Gabe in on what we're doing.
Narrowing my eyes, I nodded slowly. You can be incredibly insightful sometimes, you know that? With a shrug, Mace once again glanced at Carlos and Camille.
He has more in common with her than I do. Now.
His voice was that of someone letting go. I touched Mace's thick forearm. They may be around the same age and be able to relate to each other's troubling past, but she loves you, Mace. Mace was quiet for a moment. When his eyes met mine, they were glassy.
She's different now.
I shook my head and laughed softly. But she still loves you.
How do you know?
I rolled my eyes and bumped his arm with my shoulder. Because I see the way she looks at you, doofus. He frowned, apparently not buying my skills of observation and insight. Sighing, I said, Fine, don't believe me, but you should talk to her about this. If you don't, you'll never know. Mace opened his mouth, but he was interrupted by Ray, who'd been circling overhead as my lookout. Cack, cack, cack! She swooped just over our heads. Cack, cack, cack! I watched her land on a rock directly across the creek from us, ruffling and settling her black and gray speckled white feathers effortlessly. Someone's coming. I translated stalk of wheat, 2 legs, and, laughing, said, "It's Gabe."
I need a few more seconds,
Carlos said between clenched teeth. His hands were covering around Camille's head like a flesh and bone skull cap. I pivoted on the dusty rocks so I was facing Jack. My dog's ears perked up, but he remained on his belly. "Please go after Gabe and distract him." Jack sprang to his feet and trotted away. Mace watched the German Shepherd go.
I can't imagine being able to communicate with other creatures like that.
A smile spread across my face and I shook my head. I can't imagine facing the prospect of going through life without being able to talk to them, or fly or run with them. But it's more than that. It's like I'm a part of them. It was Mace's turn to shake his head.
Like I said, I can't imagine.
"Okay, I'm done," Carlos said, straightening and once again shaking out his hands and making that faint crackling sound. Camille stood and stretched much more languorously than Mace had done before picking her way across the uneven rocks toward us. "Thank you, sweet boy. Now please bring Gabe to me," I told Jack. The crunch of rocks and dirt under boots alerted us to Gabe's approach. Jack slinked ahead of him, loping the last few yards to reach us first. With a sigh, the German Shepherd lay back down, rolling on his side in universal dog speak for,
"Rub my belly."
"Good job, sweet boy," I told him, scratching a spot that prompted him to kick out his leg in pleasure. I patted the side of his tummy before standing to greet Gabe. "Hey, do you have a minute?" I asked him, fiddling with my fingers. I still felt awkward every time I spoke to him, courtesy of all that had happened between us at the colony. Gabe leaned his shoulder against a scraggly tree, eyeing Carlos, Mace, and Camille with curiosity and a hint of caution. His pale blue eyes flicked to me, and he nodded. I smiled shakily. "Right, so..." I glanced at Carlos, then back at Gabe. We wanted to talk to you about Carlos's ability. It seems to be, evolving a bit and..."
"Evolving how?"
Gabe asked.
"Well..."
Carlos picked up a twig and rolled it around between his fingers.
"At first I could just turn stuff on and off, like radios and lights and stuff."
He paused, staring at the twig with intense focus.
"But now..."
There was a crackling sound, closely followed by sparks and threads dancing around the twig like blue lightning. Smoke drifted up from the twig, carrying the scent of burning wood, and Carlos dropped it on the dirt.
"And now I can do that, too."
Slowly, Gabe stepped closer to Carlos. He sank to a crouch a few feet from the teenager and reached for the twig. The second his fingertips made contact, he sucked in a sharp breath and pulled back.
"Impressive. But why are you showing me?" "Because he can do the same thing to a person, at the same intensity or much lower,"
Mace said. I crossed my arms over my chest and raised my eyebrows. "Remind you of anything?" Standing, Gabe looked from Mace to Carlos to me, his eyes lighting up with interest.
"It most certainly does."
He stepped closer to Carlos and held out his hand, palm up.
"Show me."
Carlos glanced at me. When I nodded, he extended his hand, holding it about an inch above Gabe's.
"Don't move,"
he told the older man.
"And don't touch me."
When Gabe's head tilted to the side, Carlos said,
"The twig." "Ah, so direct contact is more intense while you're using your ability?"
"And for a little while afterward," I added. Carlos pressed his lips into a thin line, and a few seconds later, Gabe's breath hitched. I watched, seeing no visible sign of Carlos's ability, but I could almost feel the hum of electricity flowing over Gabe's skin.
"Don't extend it any further up my arm,"
Gabe said, his voice slightly hoarse.
"I don't want to risk you actually knocking my ability out for who knows how long."
Carlos shrugged and stepped backward, shaking out his hand for the third time that evening. Gabe did the same and met my eyes, excitement shining in his.
"What a pleasant surprise."
Giving Gabe a tight smile, I nodded. He thought of it and figured it might help give us an advantage down the road, especially if we come across any other people like Harrodson. He's been practicing pretty much every day with Camille and Mace. I tapped my index finger against my lips. The only problem is that he's a little bit deadly if he accidentally touches anyone at the wrong time.
"We'd have to figure out a way around that. Otherwise, it'd be too dangerous to be practical."
Gabe's gaze grew distant.
"But I do think it could be useful, and for more than just your standard ability-increasing electrotherapy."
I frowned. Like what? Use Carlos as a weapon?
"Not exactly what I was thinking, but it's a definite possibility."
Gabe paused, taking a ponderous, deep breath.
"Electrotherapy is similar to part of the process that creates regens."
He glanced at Camille and Mace.
"We know that you two experience an excessive amount of self-administered electrotherapy, and that by doing so, you regain some access to the memory centers in your brains, diminishing the retrograde amnesia we'd previously believed was an unavoidable side effect to the regen creation process."
I glanced at Carlos. So, what? You think this could help Mace and Becca remember more of their lives before? Gabe grinned, his eyes gleaming with such fierce intelligence that he was almost frightening.
"That, and it might help us with Camille's little speaking problem, as well as a few other things."
He looked at Carlos.
"Let's take a walk, shall we? I have a few questions."
That night, I lay beside Jason in the tent we'd been sharing for months and stared up at the green nylon roof, unable to think of anything but my desperate need to slip into another creature's mind. I focused on the ever-present connection that stretched between myself and Ray, who was soaring through the night sky a mile or two to the west. With a sigh, I slipped into her mind. I was Ray. It was moontime, and I was soaring among the stars. The cool night wind sliced between my feathers, reminding me how good it felt to be alive, to fly. I beat my wings once, twice, 3 times, climbing higher, and then I dove, ecstatic as she who flies with me made happy sounds. Crack! Pain in my right wing. So much pain. A flash of white. The ground was growing too close. I beat my wings, needing to slow my descent, but my right wing refused to move. I tried again. Too late. As the ground rushed towards me, I pushed she who flies with me away. I slammed back into my body with a scream. Scrambling out of my sleeping bag, I only remotely felt Jason's arms wrap around me, one around my middle and one around my shoulders. I fought against him, needing to escape, to get outside, to get to Ray.
"Red, Danny, you have to calm down,"
Jason said, his voice harsh and demanding. Like his words had flipped a switch inside me, I went limp, sagging back against him. Ray. They shot Ray, I sobbed. Ray.
"What? Who shot Ray?"
When I didn't respond, only sobbed harder, Jason shook me.
"Danny, who shot her? Are we in danger?"
I took gasping breaths, trying to quiet the convulsive sobs racking my body. I don't know. Ray.
"Yeah?"
Jason said, raising his voice.
"No, we're okay. Get everyone up and gathered. No fire. Something's happened."
He relaxed the arm he'd wrapped around my shoulders and gently stroked my sweat-dampened hair, brushing back pieces that were stuck to my face.
"What happened?"
he asked, his voice dropping to barely a whisper. "Ray, we were flying and there was—" I swallowed several times. "A crack and pain." I squeezed my eyes shut at the remembered agony. "Her wing. Someone shot her wing, and we were falling, and then I was back here." Pressing his cheek against the top of my head, Jason exhaled heavily.
"Why weren't you sleeping?"
"Why wasn't I—" I wriggled out of his hold and turned on my knees to face him. "It doesn't matter," I said, shaking my head vehemently. "She's out there. I can still feel her. She's hurt badly, but she's still alive. We have to go find her. We have to help her." Jason didn't say anything for a long moment. He blinked, watched me, blinked, stared, measured, blinked.
"All right. The others are gathering. Let's go talk to them."
I was yanking down the tent door's zipper before he finished speaking. Barefoot and dressed in sweatpants and a way too big t-shirt I'd borrowed from Jason, I jogged to the center of camp where everyone was gathering, half awake, half dressed, and half armed. "Ray's been shot," I said as I reached them. "We have to go find her."
"Shot?"
Sanchez looked at me so intently that I felt certain we would be able to get to Ray in time. Sanchez was a woman who could get things done.
"How far away?"
I pointed to the west and a little south. "A couple miles that way." Sanchez looked past me, and I could hear Jason's footsteps as he jogged up behind me.
"We've got potential hostiles to the southwest, armed,"
she said to Jason. She glanced at the eastern horizon. It was just starting to lighten.
"It'll be another 2 hours at least until full light. We can either sit tight until we know more, or move out now."
My heart sank like lead in water. "We have to go after Ray," I repeated. "Wait, which one is Ray?" Sarah asked.
"She's the White Falcon,"
Zoe said as she skirted around the group to reach me. She slipped an arm around my shoulders and squeezed gently.
"How badly was she hurt, Danny?"
"I don't know." I focused on my mental connection with the Falcon, opening myself up to more input. I shook my head as I listened to Ray's terrified babbling. "She's in a lot of pain. Her wing's useless. She can't fly, and her body hurts. She wants me to stay with her. She's scared." I looked around at my companions, my friends, seeing pity on their faces, but not a single ounce of determination. Nobody intended to help Ray. I shoved away from Zoe with my good arm, a wild sort of energy pulsating through me. "We can't just leave her out there."
"Red."
"It's a bird," Sanchez said.
"I'm sorry, Danny, but we're not risking our lives to rescue a damn bird."
I rounded on her. "A damn bird?" I shouted. "A damn bird?" My chest heaved with each breath, indignation a living thing inside me. "That damn bird has done everything I've ever asked her to do for us. She left her territory, scouted for us day and night, warned us of other people, helped us find safe places and food, almost killed herself looking for water." My fingers curved into claws. I wished they really were claws. "That damn bird is part of the reason we're all still alive." Sanchez raised her hands defensively.
"Danny, calm down,"
Jason said, stepping between Sanchez and me, blocking my view of the other woman. He placed his hands on my shoulders and repeated my name, drawing my eyes up to his face.
"Let's think about this. Maybe there's another way. Could you use some of the other animals? Are there any you can send to retrieve her?"
I shook my head, searching his eyes. "Maybe. Okay, maybe." I was in the process of scanning the area around where Ray had fallen when the falcon's fear and panic quadrupled. Slipping into her mind, I immediately understood why. I was Ray. A two-leg stared down at me, his face inches from mine. I couldn't move, and I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to be alone, and I wasn't, now that she who flies with me had returned. She was with me. I wasn't alone. At least I wasn't alone. The two legs showed me his teeth, then opened his mouth and made two-leg sounds.
I see you, she-drifter.
He reached for me, and I tried to get away from him, but my body wasn't working right.
Hush now. Sleep.
His hand stroked the feathers on my neck as his other hand covered my head. There was darkness. I felt... No! I screamed, falling to my knees. No. Chapter 13. Zoe. April 27th, 1 AE. Great Basin Desert, Nevada. No! Danny screamed, falling to her knees. No. My eyes flooded with tears as I tried to swallow the anguish pouring out of her, one tormenting wave after another. It was almost more than I could bear. Attempting to comfort Danny, to help her quell the emotions burning a hole inside her, I knelt down and wrapped my arms around her shoulders. I'm so sorry, Danny. She was completely despondent, but she let me hold her this time, and I rocked her in my arms as she sobbed. Shh, I murmured. I couldn't help the tears escaping down my cheeks as her grief consumed me. Shh. I knew better than to tell her it would be okay. She was inconsolable, and even I would be forever changed by what she felt. As I rocked her, I brushed stray curls out of her tear-dampened face every so often, trying to keep my own wild emotions in check. The rest of the group whispered around us. Some people left to give us our privacy, while others, like Jason, stood nearby, unwilling to leave Danny in such a distraught state, but also determined to give us space. His eyes were filled with untamed emotions, but his face remained blank. Only hazily could I feel the sharp concern and unease breaking through the forbidding walls he'd so meticulously constructed around himself. Danny, it seemed, was the one person who could breach them. I closed my eyes and held her tighter against me. Shh, I whispered, and when my eyes opened, they briefly met Sam's. He still lingered in the fading shadows of dawn, awestruck by the scene that had unfolded. He appeared more frightened than I had ever seen him before. Quietly, Tavis nudged Sam's shoulder, and with a nod toward their tent, the two of them retreated. Though her body continued to tremble in my arms, Danny's sobs eventually lessened. Leaning away, I glanced down at her red, swollen face. She didn't seem to notice the distance I put between us any more than she registered the chilled air sending goosebumps over her bare arms. She simply stared past Jason with dull, glazed-over eyes. She was numb. It was as if the life inside her had been emptied, like the way my life before had been stolen from me, leaving behind an unfillable void. There was nothing I could say to take away her pain. There was nothing I could do but hold her, reminding her that she wasn't alone. Rubbing my hands over Danny's exposed skin to help keep her warm, I glanced at Chris and found her watching us intently. I nodded at her, silently requesting her help. Quickly she approached us, clearly eager to do whatever she could. I'll get something to keep her warm. Danny, I said, but she didn't seem to hear me. Her thoughts were far away. I could see vivid images of her flying through the star-filled sky with Ray, the wind against her feathered face, the air crisp and smelling of damp earth. Together, Danny and the falcon felt free, wild, alive.
I'm so tired. Stay with me? Cam, Danny's late boyfriend, rasped and pulled the blankets tighter over himself. They were lying in bed, sick and exhausted. In a blink, the scene shifted, and Danny was sitting on top of him, hitting his torso with her hands and pleading with him to stay alive, to come back to her. And then the little girl appeared, her eyes crazed and a snarl on her face before her body crumpled into a heap on the ground, fresh blood soaking through the front of her nightgown. It's not your fault, I whispered to her, my eyes flicking to Jason of their own accord. None of it is. I wondered if my brother, the love of Danny's life, had any idea how deep her scars ran, or if he knew the weight of regret she carried. Chris came up behind us and handed me a sweatshirt, socks, and a pair of shoes for Danny. We need to get on the road soon, she said quietly. Her words served as both a warning and an explanation for what she was about to do. Gradually, Danny seemed to thaw, blinking and peering around at the commotion in our camp instead of out into nothingness. Her emotions went from nearly uncontainable to a steady stream of muted turmoil, and I knew we had Chris to thank for that. While everyone bustled around camp, packing and readying the horses, I helped Danny change into her warmer clothes. After pulling her hair back into an unruly ponytail, I squeezed her shoulder. I'll be right back. I need to get dressed. Danny's only response was a slight dip of her head, and with a final squeeze, I left her with Chris. Is she all right? Becca asked as I unzipped our tent and stepped inside. I shrugged and hurriedly dressed, tearing through my duffel in search of a pair of jeans and a clean long-sleeve shirt. She'll be okay eventually, but right now, I just don't want her to be alone. Becca offered me a sympathetic smile. I'll pack your stuff for you and ask Mace to help me load it. You should return to Danny. Beyond grateful, I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. Thanks, Becca. That would be awesome. I searched through my bag, vaguely aware of the fact that I was making a bigger mess for Becca to clean up, but desperate to find a hair tie. Here, she said, handing me the one from around her wrist. Thanks, I said, and gathered my hair away from my face. I unzipped the tent and stepped back outside. I found Danny and Jason having a stilted conversation by their tent, and I had to force myself to stop a few yards behind them so not to intrude. Should ride in the cart with Zoe, Jason said. I watched as Danny's dulled green eyes widened infinitesimally. No, she said quietly. I'm fine. Please, Danny, he breathed. His back was to me, but I could hear the plea in his voice. No, Jason, she said simply and ducked into their tent. Rubbing the back of his neck, Jason turned around, glanced at me warily, then headed over to the horses, where Ben, Grayson, and Carlos were readying them. I wasn't comfortable with Danny riding wings either, but I knew better than to argue with her about it. There had been a controlled sort of desperation in her even tone that I could feel bubbling beneath the surface. She wasn't going to budge, regardless of anything anyone said. I stepped inside her tent and helped her pack. We were mostly silent, saying no more to one another than was needed, but I hoped my presence offered her some sort of comfort all the same. As we finished folding, stuffing, and zipping, Chris came back to help Danny load her and Jason's things into the covered wagon. Thank you, Zoe, Danny said, barely meeting my eyes. I gave her a quick hug, and her self-loathing and despair felt more acute with the physical contact. I struggled to keep the emotion out of my voice. Let me know if you need anything, I said quietly. Danny nodded and stared blankly ahead as Chris led her toward the wagon. Unable to hold it in any longer, I strode away from the group and toward the stream to cry in privacy. I couldn't help the emotions blaring in my mind, making me feel raw and unsettled. The tears came willingly, the remnants of Danny's emotional maelstrom nearly choking me as I sobbed and gasped for air. Her emotions were too much, and too many. Bracing myself against a tree beside the creek, I tried to steady myself, worried my legs might give out if I didn't. How could she do it? Was this what life was like for everyone? A convoluted mess of unwanted memories and sorrow and pain that clung to them, following them around for the rest of their lives? How could anyone hold it all in, live with so much wretchedness every day? Zoe? I faintly registered Tavis's voice amid my violent sobs. I didn't bother trying to hide my distress. I knew it was pointless. Zoe, what's wrong? His bucket thudded to the ground, water sloshing over the rim, and he wrapped his arms around me. I can't feel like this anymore, I gasped, not knowing what else to say. Mumbling reassurances, Tavis held me tightly against him. I lay my head on his shoulder, his arms a protective shelter around me, and I focused on the methodical drum of his heartbeat and the soothing motion of his hand rubbing circles on my back. It felt good to be in strong arms, to be held. I can't do this anymore, I bawled. Shh, Tavis whispered. It's okay. You'll be okay. The crunch of debris underfoot alerted me to the approach of someone behind me, but I didn't bother trying to collect myself. I didn't care who saw me a blubbering mess. Tave? Sam called out, and his footsteps ceased shortly after. Zoe? Is she all right? Jake asked. Hearing the soft rumble of his voice, I slowly peeled my eyes open. I wished it were him holding me, but I didn't move. My cowardice wouldn't allow it. Do you want me to get Danny? Sam asked, and I nearly cried harder at his thoughtfulness. No, thank you, Sam. I'll be fine, I managed. I just need a minute. I don't mean to rush you, Jake said, but they're waiting. A moment later, I heard 2 sets of retreating footsteps. Pulling away from Tavis, I wiped away the hair and tears that clung to my face. I'm okay. Are you sure? Tavis asked. Until now, I'd been so lost in my emotional downpour that I hadn't picked up on Tavis's concern and his other burgeoning feelings. Yeah, I'm fine, I said, sobering and stepping further away from him. I didn't want him to get the wrong impression. Thank you, Tavis. Using my sleeve, I wiped the moisture from my cheeks again before taking a few much-needed deep breaths. We should go, I said, and abruptly started back toward camp. As I tried to rally my morale, I scanned the caravan for Jake, but I didn't see him. When I spotted Sam, who I was scheduled to drive the cart with today, sitting on horseback, I grew confused. The expression on my face must have indicated as much because Sam shrugged before shifting his attention to what I assumed was Tavis finally walking up behind me. I guess I'm driving alone today, I said with more animation than I felt before climbing up into the cart. As I took a few more steadying breaths and tried to ignore the curious, watchful faces around me, I stared out at our now abandoned camp. It amazed me that only an hour ago the space had been our temporary home, the area cluttered with a rainbow of tents, people buzzing around and chatting comfortably. A nomadic lifestyle was all I'd ever known, making it feel normal to me, but everyone else seemed to have acclimated to it just as well as I had. The cart creaked and shook as someone climbed up onto the bench seat beside me. Hey, Gabe said. He'd been keeping his distance from me, like most people had been, so I was surprised to see him sitting only a few inches away. but my surprise was quickly overshadowed by the barrage of memories that flooded my mind. I saw Jake and Becca in some of them, and my interest piqued. "Ah, I know that look," he said, a line appearing between his eyebrows. "There are some matters I'd like to discuss with you, and I'd appreciate it if I could do so without you rifling through my memories." He gave me a pointed look. "They're private." My eyes widened. "It's not intentional," I said a little defensively. Although I understood why everyone felt uncomfortable around me, that didn't make it less frustrating. "But, of course, I'll try." Gabe dipped his head in gratitude. "That's all I ask. And that if you accidentally see something, keep it to yourself." His eyes bored into me, a silent demand. I gave him a quick nod to reassure him and lifted the reins, commanding the cart horses, Clyde and Percy, into motion. With a jerk, the cart creaked and began to roll forward. "I guess that makes us riding buddies for the day," I said, thinking it was going to be an interesting ride. "Indeed." He was quiet for a moment. "There have been some new developments." He shot me a sideways glance. "That could prove very relevant to your current situation." Intrigued, I looked away from the stretch of highway in front of our caravan and up at his knowing blue eyes. "Developments?" He nodded. "Of course, the last thing I want is to get your hopes up only to fail miserably, but..." He drew the word out, increasing my curiosity. "We don't really have a choice. You're an integral part of the hypothesis I'll be testing, and more or less the reason I'll be testing it." He leaned in a little closer and whispered, "So let's hope I don't fail." I couldn't help but smile as I resituated myself on the padded bench so my knees were angled toward him, anxiously awaiting his explanation. "Fail. Just what every test subject wants to hear." The cart creaked and swayed beneath us. "So, are you going to tell me what it is we're testing? Or am I just supposed to comply and hope for the best?" "Oh, right. Well, I may have found a way for you to regain access to your memory." My heart skipped several beats, and I opened my mouth to unleash a barrage of questions. Gabe held up a hand, cutting me off before I could ask any of them. "But we won't know anything until we get a chance to try a few things out. It's far from a sure thing." It's far from a sure thing. I understood that, but I couldn't help the hope his words summoned. At first, we'd all hoped that my memory would eventually come back, but after weeks of waiting, I'd begun to assume that who I was now was who I would always be. Suddenly, the day, my future, seemed a little bit brighter. What do we need to do?" "I won't bore you with all the neurology babble," he said with a kind smile. "Basically, we're going to immerse your mind in an electric field and slowly increase the intensity while Chris keeps an eye on how the treatment is stimulating the memory centers in your brain." "An electric field? Is it going to hurt?" I wasn't sure I cared so much as long as I could be me again. Once more, hope swelled inside me. Everything would be so much easier. Gabe's smile returned, but this time it had a distinctly apologetic edge. "At the lowest intensity, it'll feel odd, sort of tingly and fuzzy. But as we increase the intensity, it could become quite painful." Given that there was no electricity to make such a process possible, I knew it was ridiculous, but I couldn't help the image my mind conjured. Me hooked up to a horrifying contraption with electrodes stuck all over my body. I cringed. "And how exactly are you going to create this electric field?" "You're aware that Carlos has some control over electricity?" When I nodded, Gabe continued. "He's recently developed the ability to create and manipulate an electric charge with enough precision that he can actually surround anything, a stick, a house, a person, your brain, with an electric field." The side of his mouth tensed. We just have to work on his control a bit. Make sure he doesn't accidentally fry any of us.
I took a steadying breath. I see. I sat there a moment, wading through the dozens of questions I wanted answers to. I know you're smart and this sort of thing is your specialty, but I have to ask, what makes you think it'll even work? Gabe glanced over his shoulder, and I followed his line of sight to Camille, who was riding in the wagon with Sarah. There's a marked correlation between Camille regaining memories of her former life and her extensive exposure to electric fields, so it's not too great of a leap to hypothesize that the same result would occur in a non-regen mind. I've spoken to Wes. Wait, you talked to Dr. Wesley? My mom? It took me a moment to remember that Gabe could visit people in their dreams. Gabe shut his mouth and stared at me for a few seconds. I forget sometimes that you're her daughter. He raised one shoulder. How it's possible for me to forget is beyond me, considering the resemblance, but somehow I do. So, she thinks it'll work too? She agrees that if Chris monitors the neurological response and guides Carlos to direct the point charge. He shook his head. The point is, Wes agrees that with Chris and Carlos working together, we might have a shot. He shrugged. And we'll at least be able to tell fairly quickly whether or not this treatment will even work on you. And, even if it doesn't restore your memories, at least it should increase your ability enough that you'll have better control over it. It was clear Gabe's might served as another warning that failure could be a likely outcome, but I was stuck on the fact that it also might work. Optimism and elation trumped my apprehension that Gabe's theory wouldn't work. Well, have you already talked to Chris and Carlos? Are they willing to try? Yep, he said. My mind reeled with gratitude, hope, and fear. I glanced at Gabe, who was leaning forward with his elbows on his knees as he stared out ahead. Thank you, I said. When the transfusion didn't work, I sort of lost hope. I cleared my throat, trying to rid my voice of unwanted emotion. You have no idea what this means to me. I know it may not work, but the fact that you're going to try, that you care even a little, means a lot to me. Gabe nodded. And I was torn to say the next words. I don't think we should tell anyone. Not until we know if it's really even possible. Gabe glanced at me again, eyebrows raised. I wouldn't want anyone to get their hopes up and then have it not work. I pictured the look of disappointment on Danny's and Jason's faces, then on Jake's. I would be disappointed enough. I didn't want to have to feel their disappointment as well. With a curt nod, Gabe turned his attention back to the road. For a few minutes we sat there, the sound of distant chatter, clomping horse hooves against the asphalt, and the creaking wagon and cart filling our silence. We were both lost in thought, which is a bad thing. With his mind wandering while he was sitting so close to me, it was difficult to prevent myself from seeing too much. It was going to be a long ride, and if I was going to honor my request to stay out of his head, I needed to keep myself busy. I cleared my throat. Can I ask you something? What's she like? Who? Gabe asked absently. I swallowed, uncertain he would want to talk about her. My mom? Gabe looked at me, his eyebrows raised. His mouth curved in a thoughtful frown, and he straightened, extending his arms over his head and arching his back in a stretch. After a deep breath, he settled back in the bench seat. Wes is... He scanned the way ahead. To say she's complicated would be an understatement. I worked fairly closely with her for a few years. Sometimes I still think I barely know her. He shook his head. I've never met somebody with as many secrets as her. How she manages to juggle them all without falling flat on her face is beyond me. I'm assuming Jason and I were one of her secrets. Ah, no. At least,
Not one of the secrets she kept from me.
He laughed wryly.
When I first figured out the virus's origins, her, essentially, I was not happy.
With a meaningful look, he said,
We had words. But when I found out the reason she'd done it, the reason she'd worked so diligently to help Harrison with his great transformation.
For a long moment, he simply stared out at the road in front of us and shook his head.
I couldn't really blame her. I can't say I'd have done the same thing in her place, but I also can't say I wouldn't have.
I wondered what my reaction to the truth about her and the virus would have been a month ago. It's difficult to wrap my mind around it, I thought aloud. She did all of this for us. And Jason still doesn't know. Gabe nodded.
Which tells you quite a bit about her right there. She's protective of those she loves, and arguably loyal to a fault.
He smiled, the corners of his eyes crinkling the barest amount.
She's the most intelligent person I've ever met, and more than a little uptight. The woman can't take a joke to save her life.
He rolled his eyes.
But considering everything Harrison's put her through, it's impressive that she can even manage a smile now and again.
I remembered her kindness the night she found me with Clara, and it upset me to think what the general might have done to her, especially as I recalled how he'd tortured Becca, Mace, Camille, Danny. Is he unkind to her? I asked tentatively. Gabe eyed me, his expression guarded.
If you consider forcing her to play house for 2 decades, forcing her to pretend to love him unkind, then yeah.
He laughed bitterly.
He's unkind to her.
Gabe's coiling hatred settled in the pit of my stomach, and after a moment he added,
Maybe it wouldn't seem so bad if his mind control actually worked on her and she was blissfully unaware.
He sighed.
But she's not.
I still had questions, tons of them, but I wasn't sure I was ready for the answers, so I kept them to myself. We rode in affable silence for a while, my thoughts lingering on the possibility that soon I might have all my memories back. Chapter 14. Jake. April 28th, 1 AE. Humboldt-Toyabe National Forest, Nevada. Unwilling to mill around by the campfire, watching Tavis and Zoe act like lifelong friends or more, Jake decided to walk the perimeter of their camp in the hopes of clearing his head. With Cooper tagging along, Jake made his way down to a small, stagnant pond in a gulch that dipped below their camp. The further away he drew from the sound of everyone meandering around camp with routine and purpose, the clearer the truth became. Jake knew he'd been grasping at straws, trying to hold on to something, to someone that hadn't been his for weeks. The headway he'd been making with Zoe simply wasn't enough. She'd needed a shoulder to cry on after Danny's breakdown, and she'd gone to Tavis. But if he was being honest with himself, things with Zoe had been strained since the moment they'd found her in her altered state. It seemed like every time they were alone together, she would pull away from him, just like she'd done on the ledge overlooking the canyon, just like she'd done the night of the rainstorm. Whether she pulled away from Jake because she was scared, torn between him and Tavis, or simply not interested, Jake had no idea. Regardless, it was time for him to stop living in his dream world of what-ifs and maybes. He crouched by the pond's edge and stared out at its glassy surface. Zoe had woken up in a world she didn't understand. There was uneasiness in her eyes when she was around Danny, her supposed best friend, and hesitation when she was around Jake. Everything about her was different. Grabbing a few rocks from the edge of the pond, Jake rose and chucked one off into the water as far as he could. Zoe had admitted herself that being around Tavis was easier. It was a difficult truth to swallow, but Jake knew deep down that whatever had been between him and Zoe before Tavis and Zoe were more compatible now. Jake heaved another rock. His stomach churned with an aching longing as he realized that she was no longer his and accepted that she might never be again. How exactly he'd fallen so absolutely in love with his Zoe, he didn't know. From the first moment he'd seen her, something had stirred inside him, a purpose, a curiosity, a desire. And as he'd come to know her better, her stubbornness had challenged him and her determination had inspired him. But she was different now. With the burning sting of acceptance, Jake knew he had to let her go. He tossed the last rock further than the rest, and anger hardened inside him. Turning on his heel, he headed back toward camp. His jaw ached and his teeth clenched as he considered how often he would have to watch her with Tavis. His heart tightened at the mere thought of her never sleeping in his arms again. It would be easier to leave, to run away like the coward he'd been so many times in his life. But he couldn't do that. He couldn't very well leave, not with his sister carving out a place for herself in the group. Running his hands over his head, Jake let out a despondent groan. After too many resentful thoughts, he reached camp. As he approached the campfire, Cooper left Jake's side and pranced over to the Regens, who were sitting in a tight circle around Ben. He was gesturing wildly, no doubt dramatizing some story about him and Kai in their youth. With a few hours to kill before his watch started, Jake left Cooper to be fussed over by Camille and Becca and headed past the group toward his tent. The little voice inside his head wondered where Zoe was, causing his hands to clench into fists. He needed to stop seeking her out. Rubbing the tension from the back of his neck, he glanced up and froze. Zoe was pacing back and forth in front of his tent. Her hair was braided, trailing down her back, the ends just brushing the waist of her jeans. One arm was wrapped around her middle, the other raised so that her hand clasped the back of her neck. She continued to pace, giving him no indication that she'd even realized he'd approached. She looked just like she always had, statuesque and thoughtful with each long stride, but inside she was fractured, pieces of her old self clinging to the new, unwilling to let go. He saw glimpses of her old self every now and again, and that made it all the more difficult to accept that everything had changed, that he'd lost her. When she finally looked up to see him standing there, she stopped mid-step. "Something's changed, hasn't it?" she asked. Jake remained silent, her urgency catching him off guard, and the tremble in her voice thawing his anger and frustration. She took a step toward him, her eyes searching his. "You've been keeping your distance, and I can't tell why." What could he tell her? Their long, heavy silence only echoed the distance that had been growing between them. Jake took a deep breath. "I have to let you go," was all he could say, but the words tasted ashen on his tongue. He hated how confused he felt around her. "This isn't right. You're different now." "Yes," she said and took another step forward. Finally, her brilliant teal eyes met his, and she stared back at him with an injured gaze. "I'm fully aware that I'm different." "You can't be something you're not." He hoped speaking the words would make it easier to accept the truth, but when her eyes gleamed and her features hardened, he felt deplorable for saying them at all. "We're not the same as we were before. I have to accept that." "Do you still care about me?" she blurted. "The way I am now. Do you still want to be with me at all?" Jake's heart began to race, and he was about to open his mouth when she continued. "Because after what happened with Danny," she shook her head, "I felt more pain and regret and loneliness today than I ever want to feel again." Tucking a loose hair behind her ear, She took another, more fortifying step toward him. I've lost more in the last few weeks than I may ever be able to fully comprehend, but I don't want to have any regrets in this new life. She said each word pointedly, that strong will and resolve he admired so much flaring to life. You don't get to make choices for me, she said. Questions thrashed around in Jake's mind. In his long, pregnant silence, she added more tentatively, but if it's too difficult for you to be with me, if it's not what you want, then that's your choice. And I understand. No, you don't, he muttered, shaking his head. Her eyes narrowed. Excuse me? You don't understand. His tone was harsher than he'd meant, but he needed to speak the truth. You have no idea how difficult this is. She straightened, her head shaking and her glare boring into him. Difficult? For you? Every time I think we're taking a step closer together, you think of her. I'm not her, I think about you. No, it's different. Zoe's hands fisted at her side, and she took 2 more obstinate steps closer. You know it is. I can't be her, Jake. I can't live up to that. I can't be someone I'm not. Which is why I should let you go, he said. The words hung, suspended in the quiet that followed. After a few steadying breaths, he continued. This is torture, Zoe. I love you so much, and it's killing me that I can't have you. He slumped his shoulders and cursed. I can't do this anymore. Does what I want matter at all? Jake let out a bitter laugh. I know what you want. Obviously not. He was growing impatient. Tell me then, what is it that you want exactly? Because I'm confused. Tavis is always around. So you're letting me go because of Tavis? She looked shell-shocked. It's not what you think, she said, pointing vehemently toward the campfire. It's easier to be with him, but... Exactly. Jake's voice was a low growl, and he was on the verge of walking away so he didn't say something else, something he would regret. That's why this isn't going to work. Zoe recoiled. Jake's heart was pounding violently, and his hands began to shake. He didn't want this. He didn't want her to hate him, but it was too much to keep locked inside anymore. Despite what you may think, she started, I didn't go to him this morning. It just happened that way. Her voice cracked. I wanted him to be you. She closed the distance between them, her eyes shimmering and her heaving chest mirroring his. If you don't want to be with me, I understand, she said. But I don't want to waste any more time sidestepping everything because I'm scared that I won't live up to her memory. I don't want to feel the kind of regret that's simmering inside you, that's consuming Danny. I don't want to be the reason I'm not happy. Jake was awed by this tenacious, uninhibited side of Zoe. She was stunning. Swallowing, she said, Do you still love me, even though I'm different? Her eyes searched his, and she bit the inside of her cheek. Jake's hand reached out and cupped the side of her face. Yes, she was different, but she was still Zoe. Of course I do, he whispered, emotion making it difficult to speak. She covered his hand with hers, the electricity of her touch rippling through him. Good, because no matter what you may think, right now, being with you is the only thing I want. She closed her eyes. As Jake digested her words, his chest tightened almost unbearably with immense joy. Standing so close together, with only inches separating them, he felt more intimacy with her than he could ever remember feeling before. It's still Zoe, he told himself, knowing he might never get the old her back. They were still connected in some intrinsic way. He could feel the heat radiating from their bodies and gravity pulling them together, making it impossible to let her go. He moved closer to her until their chests were touching. When she opened her eyes, a tear escaped from between her lashes. "What is it?" Jake asked, and he wiped the rogue tear from her cheek with the pad of his thumb. Blinking, Zoe closed her eyes again, another teardrop sliding down her face. "I know this sounds so stupid," she said, and let out a small, self-deprecating laugh as Jake brushed away the second tear. "But I've never felt something like this before." When she gazed back up at him through her dark, fanning lashes, her radiant eyes seared into his soul. Zoe placed her open palm on his chest, staring at it intently. Her fingers tensed against his thermal shirt, then relaxed again. "It feels right." Slowly, she leaned toward him, her eyes searching his before her lids flitted shut, and she pressed her lips to his. Automatically, Jake's arms wrapped around her waist, and he stifled a groan. The tension in his neck and shoulders dissolved, and his wild, corrosive thoughts tamed. She was his, and like always, they would figure everything out. Zoe brushed a feather-light kiss against his lower lip and then the corner of his mouth, like she was exploring him. He reveled in the moment, letting her tender touch force back every derisive thought and assumption he'd allowed himself to harbor. He'd missed feeling the soft pressure of her lips. He'd missed the close proximity of her body. He'd missed her. Returning her kiss, Jake gently pressed his lips to hers. He took his time reacquainting himself with the way they felt, with the way her fingertips swirled small circles on the back of his neck, and with the way she slowly rose onto her tiptoes, bringing her up even with his height so she could kiss him deeper and hold him tighter. Jake's arms tightened around her as his heartbeat droned steadily. He couldn't think. He didn't want to think. He just wanted to feel her, to be in the moment and never second-guess their relationship ever again. But all too soon she pulled away. Opening his eyes, Jake saw a spark of hope enliven hers again, replacing the hurt reflected in them only moments ago. "So," she said huskily, eliciting a strumming desire through his body. "We try, then?" With more relief than Jake knew how to handle, he lowered his forehead to hers, tightened his hold around her, and closed his eyes as he whispered, "We try." Chapter 15. Danny. April 28th, 1 AE. Humboldt-Toyabe National Forest, Nevada. I ran a curry brush along the curve of Wing's back, over and over again. The rest of the horses were already rubbed down and turned out in the field of wild grasses that spanned the acres between the highway and the sprawling forest land to the south. It was the first time we'd been somewhere so green in weeks, let alone near a creek that held enough water to actually clean ourselves. I didn't know where the others were, but I assumed the creek had captured their attention. Not that I really cared, other than being glad they weren't nearby. It was a relief to finally be alone with Wings and Jack. I planned to stay with them until the sky darkened and I was too tired to keep my eyes open, and then I would slip into their minds and spend the long hours of the night with them as well. I basked in the comfort only they could provide, because only they understood what I was going through. The others, my human companions, they tried to comfort me, but all their pitying eyes and concerned expressions only made me feel worse. And then there was Chris. She'd volunteered for Danny duty this morning so she could ride in the front of our caravan and meddle with my brain chemistry. Usually I appreciated the brand of soothing that was unique to her, but this time I didn't. I'd let her take the pain away after Cam died, mostly because for days, weeks even, neither of us realized what she was doing. I hadn't been able to mourn Cam, not fully and not while the feelings were still raw, and I was determined not to let the same thing happen with Ray. I didn't think I would be able to continue on with another burden of half-closure looming overhead like a thundercloud, always on the verge of bursting and showering me in misery. "I'll talk to her tomorrow," I told Wings and Jack, knowing they would understand my meaning. I'd looped them in on my inner monologue, not wanting to keep any unnecessary barriers between us, because one day I would lose them too. I stayed with them while the sun slipped behind the tree-lined hills, while the sky turned orange, then red, and then darkened, and while the stars winked into existence overhead. I stayed with them until Jason showed up and pulled me toward our tent, where he tucked me in before heading back out for first watch. But even then, while I lay alone in the tent, I stayed with them. My eyelids snapped open as a strange blip appeared on my telepathic radar. "What the hell?" I murmured, closing my eyes to make focusing easier. I was used to random animal minds flitting here and there, coming closer and moving away on the ground, underground, and in the air, but I could always recognize what sort of creature I was sensing. But this mind, it was completely unrecognizable. It wasn't overly close, maybe a mile to the south, but it was heading in our direction. I opened my eyes again, sat up, and crawled out of my sleeping bag. Jason wasn't tucked in his sleeping bag beside mine, which meant it was still first watch, still before 2 a.m. I slipped my feet into my boots and unzipped the tent door. As I exited, I telepathically called Jack to me. He trotted through the darkness, Cooper right beside him. "Quiet, boys," I told them both as they drew closer. "We don't want to wake everyone." The German Shepherd and Husky sniffed my legs and wagged their tails while I took a moment to scratch each behind an ear. "Where's Jason?" I asked them. Jack grunted and yawned, his version of a whisper, before turning and trotting toward the wagon and cart, which were parked just outside our circle of tents. I rarely had watch, considering I was on watch via the animal minds pretty much all day and to some degree all night anyway. That alone nearly exhausted me, so I'd never had the chance to sit with Jason in the wee hours of the morning, guarding our slumbering companions. I didn't know his patterns, his favorite lookout spots, his strategies for staying awake. Splitting my consciousness between my own mind and Jack's, I could make out a person's silhouette on the wagon's bench seat a short ways ahead. I allowed my consciousness to become whole again as I neared the wagon, and the shadow that was Jason became visible to my own less sensitive eyes. "Jason," I whispered. "It's me, don't shoot me."
"I saw you get out of the tent,"
he said, his voice low, dry.
"And heard you stomp over here. I know it's you."
"I didn't stomp." Jake, who I hadn't noticed sitting beside Jason, leaned forward. They looked like two heads coming out of the same body.
"You didn't tiptoe either."
I glared at them both, not that they could tell. Chuckling, Jason hopped down from the wagon.
"What's up?"
"I felt something." I focused on the strange mind again. It was closer, maybe a half-mile away now, and still headed toward us. But it doesn't feel like any animal mind I've ever sensed, and it's coming our way. My eyes had adjusted to the darkness enough that I could make out Jason's frown. "Any guesses?" I answered with my own frown and a shake of my head. And then I felt another of them. No, 2 more. They, too, were heading toward us, a short way behind the first one, but closing in quickly. "There's more." I squinted, concentrating. 2 of something, chasing another of their own kind. Again, the corners of my mouth turned down and I shook my head. "I don't know what they are. They feel sort of familiar, like..." A horse screamed and I instinctively slipped part of myself into Wings's mind. She was standing in the grassy field with a handful of horses from our herd, all sniffing the air and tossing their heads. "What is it?" I asked her. "Danger," she said. "Two legs. They hunt other two legs." She focused her eyes on a shadowy shape rushing across the field, then on the cluster of similar shapes several dozen yards behind it. "They hurt herd mate." She lowered her head and sniffed the writhing body of one of the pack horses, who appeared unable to stand. Eyes wide, I reached for Jason, my fingers digging into his forearm. "It's people." I didn't waste time wondering how I was able to sense some of them. All that mattered was relaying the message. "They're coming here, chasing another person, and there's more of them than I can sense, maybe 6 or 7. They hurt one of the horses." Jason's eyes searched mine.
"Where?"
I pointed to the portion of the field Wings had shown me. Jake jumped down from the wagon and whistled 3 times, paused, then repeated the sound. It was our "holy shit, we're under attack" signal. We'd sounded it before, but it had always been a false alarm. This wasn't.
"Get under the wagon,"
Jason ordered, pushing me in that direction. I could hear the others moving around in their tents and the sound of zippers in the suddenly restless night. "I'm not hiding." Jason dragged me toward the chuck wagon despite my protests.
"You can do more from under there than you can do out here, so get under the fucking wagon."
It took me an especially dull moment to understand what he meant. The animals. He meant I could call in outside help, raise an army of teeth, claws, and talons. Staring into his eyes, I nodded and whispered, "Don't hurt the one in the lead. It's their prey."
"I'll do what I can."
Jason kissed me, hard, then more or less shoved me under the wagon. I didn't resist. I was already searching the forest to the south and the desert to the north. If this had happened during daytime, my resources would have been limited, but not at night. Night was when the most dangerous creatures came out to play. Of course, it didn't matter how dangerous they were if they weren't close enough. A female mountain lion was hunting in the desert about a half-mile north of our camp, and a pack of coyotes were hunting a few miles to the east. The coyotes were too far away to bank on, but the mountain lion's location was a lucky break. And just beyond Wings Field, several bobcats were watching the pack of not-quite-humans stalk after their prey. A human who, like the other 2 I could sense, could communicate with the bobcats, like me. A second was all I could spare to be utterly dumbfounded, to wonder if that was why I could sense these 3 humans' minds, because they could mind meld with animals like I could. I was getting the impression that my ability was the only similarity I shared with this roving pack of wild humans. The mountain lion hissed when I told her what, or rather who, was attacking my camp. She was already sprinting toward me, her leaping strides consuming the distance with astonishing speed. I just hoped she made it in time. Flat on my stomach under the wagon, I took a deep breath. Reinforcements were on the way. I rolled onto my side and reached for my gun, which wasn't there. I no longer had to wear the sling for my broken forearm, but the cast made it almost impossible to don my shoulder holster by myself. My only weapon was the combat knife in my boot sheath, which I never went without, not ever. I reached down to my calf and drew the half-foot blade just as I felt the first like-me mind, the prey, reach the outer circle of our tents. I squeezed my eyes shut and hoped that Jason had found a way to alert the others that that one wasn't the enemy. Footsteps, short and quick, rushed toward my hiding spot. My eyes snapped open and my muscles tensed, ready to strike. Except I couldn't sense the mind of whoever was approaching, which meant it was more likely a friend than a foe. "Danny," Zoe whispered. "I've got Sarah. Can you help me get her under there before—" There was a gunshot, closely followed by a screech from Sarah. Another gunshot. I could feel the prey in the center of our circle of tents, stationary but unharmed as far as I could tell. Sarah wiggled under the wagon so quickly that I didn't have time to even think about trying to help her. All I had time to do was move out of the way. Zoe followed, and within seconds, the 3 of us lay side by side, Sarah on her back, cozy to the point of being claustrophobic. "What's going on?" Sarah asked, her voice thready and too high. "Jason sent us here." Though I couldn't actually see much of her face, shielded as it was from the dim moonlight by the wagon overhead, her terror was palpable. "He said we're under attack," Zoe added. "Shh," I hissed, because at that very moment the other 2 human minds I could sense neared the edge of our camp. There were a handful of them. I gleaned as much from the horses as the strange humans had passed through their pasture, and tapping into Jack's and Cooper's keen senses, I could tell that these intruders were hanging back several dozen yards, staying low and hiding in the tall grasses and behind stray boulders and trees around the outskirts of camp. If they continued to move like that, slow and incredibly quiet, like wolves, they'd be almost impossible to find in the moonless night. Another pair of footsteps crunched closer, coming from the circle of tents. More of our people, I assumed, but I still gripped my combat knife tightly, preparing to strike. I watched the darkness as they neared. Knees landed on the ground by the front left wheel just before Kai's face, a mask of silvery light and shadows, appeared less than a foot from mine.
"D, you under there?"
"Shh," I repeated. "They're really close."
You can't get a lock on them,"
he said, lowering his voice to the barest whisper.
"Ben's on the other side of the wagon. We'll keep you safe."
Kai paused.
"Any chance of some wolves or something?"
"No, but a mountain lion's on her way." A low chorused growl started from right behind Kai. Jack and Cooper had arrived, and feeling their mind signatures so close was immensely comforting. Abruptly, the dogs' growls intensified, and both moved around the back end of the wagon.
"Shit!"
Ben shouted just as one of the strange minds rushed straight toward us. There was a loud thud, and the wagon creaked and groaned overhead. I heard a wet, tearing sound, and then a thump. Ben was lying on the ground on Zoe's side of the wagon, his limbs floundering and his neck glistening in the faint moonlight. Blood as black as tar gushed out of a gaping hole in his neck. Sarah sucked in a breath, likely for a scream, but I slapped my hand over her mouth before she could actually propel the shrill sound into the night and alert any of the other attackers as to our location. I should have been paying closer attention to my own reaction. A low rumble started in my chest, a growl. I was growling, and it felt like the most natural thing in the world. It merged with the vicious snarls coming from Jack and Cooper as they circled Ben's attacker, pushing him away from the wagon.
"Ben!"
Kai's voice was low and pained. I could just make out his boots as he took slow steps along the length of his brother's body. Ben was no longer floundering. He wasn't moving at all anymore. I refused to think about what that meant.
"You killed my brother."
Kai's voice was rough, harsh.
"You fucking piece of..."
There was a gunshot, closely followed by another loud thud. Another moment of groaning wood over the 3 of us, then vicious grunts and snarls. It sounded like Kai was grappling with a bear, though I knew, based on what I could sense telepathically, that it was one of the like-me 2-legs, and I couldn't do a damn thing from under the wagon. But I had other resources. I handed my knife to Zoe and closed my eyes, focusing on Jack. I slipped into his mind completely, becoming a single, unified entity with him in seconds. I was Jack. My hackles were raised, my lips retracted. I licked my teeth, eager to feel them sink into flesh, eager to protect my pack. "Help me, dog," the enemy 2-legs ordered silently as he wrestled with one of my 2-legs pack mates. "Fight with me, dog." I snarled and snapped my teeth at him. The desire to bite, tear, rend was so deep. It was a need. To protect. I had to protect my pack. Beneath my paws, I felt the ground shudder. One of my larger pack mates. I raised my nose high and inhaled deeply. Wings. She was coming. Good.
Thud-a-thump. Thud-a-thump.
Closer. Thud-a-thump. Almost here. I lunged for the grappling two legs. I sank my teeth into my enemy's arm. Thud-a-thump. So close. My enemy swung his other arm, hitting the side of my head. Darkness. Jack! No! Without thinking, I crawled out from under the wagon and lunged for my dog. My lips retracted, and an inhuman snarl crawled up my throat as I wrapped my good arm around his limp body. Our attacker paused, halfway to his feet, and cocked his head to the side.
She-drifter?
He watched me, but not for long. The sound of hooves pounding on earth drew his attention, and he snapped his head to the side. My mind was linked with his, and I could hear him ordering the horse to stop. Wings trampled him without hesitation. He fell, bones crunching under her hooves, and she turned, rearing up and stomping on him a few more times for good measure. She snorted and tossed her head, then met my eyes.
Protect herd.
I nodded. Protect herd. I loved my herd, my pack. Humans, horses, dogs, goats, birds, and even the wild animals I spent time with only fleetingly. But I never loved them as much as I did when I saw them spread out in the dark field behind Wings. There were still several enemy two-legs skulking in the cloak of darkness, laying wait. I could sense them through the animals. I could still feel the mind of one just beyond the opposite side of camp. I'd heard a bevy of gunshots and shouting while I'd been in Jack's mind, but only a few had actually hit home. Our attackers' tactics were too wild, too unpredictable, and it seemed it was far too dark for my people to be very effective with their guns. As the mountain lion neared, I warned her to leave the horses alone while I let them know the predator was a part of our herd, at least for a short time. More gunfire. Another shout. An inhuman human snarl. I dragged a limp Jack closer to the wagon where Kai was kneeling next to his brother's body. I swallowed roughly, forcing back a wail. Ben was gone. But I had to focus. Morning could come later. We didn't have time for that now. So, I whisper-shouted, keep Jack safe. She tried to hand me my knife, but I pushed her hand, knife and all, back under the wagon. Protect them, I told Cooper before I stood and faced Wings. She was prancing nervously, eyeing the graceful, deadly creature slinking closer. Thank you for coming to our aid, I said to the mountain lion. She was huge, far larger than either Cooper or Jack. She sat on her haunches and opened her mouth, emitting a soft, almost purr-like growl. Your enemy is my enemy. I nodded. Come, I said, both to her and to Wings. I turned and led them around the back end of the wagon toward the heart of our camp, picking my way across the uneven ground carefully. Don't fire, I called ahead as I touched the single enemy mind I could sense. Which one of you is pack leader?
I am She-drifter.
He was on the opposite side of the ring of tents. Stop attacking.
Your packmates killed 3 of mine. Only one thing can make us stop.
I assumed he meant killing us all. And what's that?
A female She-drifter. You.
Surprised, I blinked, and then I smiled. If he wanted me, then he could have me. Fine. Deal. Gather your pack. I will come to you now. Of course, I never said I would come alone. Jason?
Yeah?
He said from almost dead center inside our camp. I continued forward, shifting trajectory slightly and aiming for where I'd heard his voice. They've agreed to a ceasefire. As I entered the circle of tents, Wings remained outside, but the mountain lion trailed after me. I could sense my other human packmate's eyes on me, on her. Soon I was standing in front of Jason, my hand resting on his forearm and my eyes scanning his moon-shadowed face. But he wasn't looking at me. He was staring at the mountain lion flanking me. Ben, he's dead, I said softly. Pain and sorrow were overshadowed by the absolute need to protect the rest of my herd, my pack. This had to end. Jason's eyes shifted to me, grazing over my face before traveling lower, scanning the rest of my body.
Zoe and Sarah?
His voice was barely a whisper. They're fine. Everyone else? I glanced around at the shadowed forms of our other companions, barely visible as they crouched within the circle of tents.
Jake's wounded.
Jason nodded toward the ground, toward a smoking body. I focused on the man's charred face, and for a moment I feared that it was Jake's.
That one took a chunk out of his arm when he dragged him in here, before Carlos got his hands on him,
Jason said, and I exhaled in relief.
What's going on?
Oh, I can speak to their leader, telepathically, I said as quietly as possible. I hesitated. They're like me, I told him, holding my head high and keeping my gaze steady. So is he. My eyes flicked to our attackers' prey, huddled in by the flameless fire pit in the center of camp. They agreed to stand down if I went with them.
No.
Jason, this has to end. Ben's already dead. He's dead.
There's no fucking way you're...
I dug my fingernails into his arm, wishing there were claws. I agreed to go with them, but I didn't say how long I would stay with them. Jason shook his head.
I'm not letting you...
Irritation flared, and beside me the mountain lion stood, lashed her tail, and roared. I offered him a small, sad smile. You can't stop me. Starlight glinted in his eyes. I have a plan, Jason. Trust me. Please. He didn't respond, so I released his arm and pushed past him, but he grabbed my wrist before I'd taken 2 steps.
Don't fucking die.
I grinned. I wouldn't think of it. Nobody else tried to stop me while I moved through camp. I could hear Jason speaking to the others behind me, too far away, and his words too hushed for me to make out what he was saying. Be ready, I told Wings.
Protect herd, she said. Protect you. Destroy enemy.
When I reached the leader of the enemy pack, he and his remaining companions stood one by one. There were 4 of them in total, and they were all male and of various ages, as far as I could tell, and the leader appeared to be the youngest, a tall, sturdy man in his prime. I stopped a few yards away from the leader, my feline guard still at my side. Here I am.
She-drifter,
the leader said as he stepped forward. He moved closer until he was standing less than a foot away from me, and my blood turned into liquid nitrogen, then lit on fire. His face, though shadowed, was one I would never forget. It was the last thing Ray had seen before he'd snapped her neck. Shock, recognition, rage. You! A sound started, a low rumble that was nowhere near human. The growl was coming from me, from somewhere deep inside my chest, born of a sudden, desperate hunger for vengeance. You killed her. The man's eyes shone with awareness of what he'd done.
I had to get your attention. You belong with us. With me.
My growl ceased, and a grin spread across my face. Anticipation melded with my hunger for vengeance, with my lust for blood. Do I? Then take me away from here. The pack leader returned my grin and held his arm out for me to walk beside him, away from my old pack.
We will worship you.
He touched his hand to my lower back, and I fought the urge to twist around and tear his arm out of its socket. It didn't matter that I was far from strong enough to accomplish such a feat. The desire still swelled. I walked with these strangers, this small pack of apparently wild men, for minutes. When we were halfway to the tree line, when I was certain that we were far enough away from camp that all of my people would be safe, I spoke to Wings. Now. Thunder filled the air. The earth quaked under the beating of dozens of sets of hooves. And as I slipped out of my body, the mountain lion pounced on the pack leader. I was Wings. I led the herd, racing through the night toward our enemy. Close. So close. There. I skidded to a halt while the rest of the herd stampeded onward. I guarded her body from the horses trampling the rest of our enemies, guarded my predator ally while it tore into the enemy leader. Rearing up onto my hind legs, I screamed in triumph. The battle was done, and the enemy was no more. Nothing but lifeless flesh, bone, and blood under our hooves. We won. I made it back to camp less than 10 minutes after I'd left, feeling numb both mentally and emotionally. My feline companion had already gone her own way, returning to her regular routine of nocturnal hunting. The horses, however, moved as a mass behind Wings and me, clingy in their post-fight euphoria. They remained just beyond the ring of tents as I alone entered camp. I felt exhausted, wrung dry of energy and emotion. "It's done," I said hollowly. "They're dead." Jason strode toward me, closing the distance between us in 3 steps. His arms wrapped around me so tightly I could barely breathe, but at the moment I didn't really care. I wanted him to hold me like that, suffocate me with the strength of his relief for all eternity, possibly longer. Seconds later, he set me back on my feet. His mouth covered mine, his lips gentle but demanding. "Why couldn't you fucking warn us?" Kai shouted, and the kiss ended abruptly. Jason and I turned our heads in time to see Kai stalking toward Becca. "My brother is dead. You see the fucking future. What the fuck is wrong with you? You should have warned us. You should have fucking warned us." Jason and I exchanged a wary look. "Back off, Kai," Harper said, stepping in front of Becca and blocking her from Kai before the irate man could reach her and do something really stupid. "It doesn't work like that." Jake joined Harper in shielding his sister. "I didn't know," Becca said, a tremor in her voice. "I swear it. I do." I never heard the chronically composed regen sound so distraught. "I'm so sorry about your brother. Kai threw his hands up in the air. "You know what? Fuck you." He pointed around Harper at Becca, then aimed his finger first at Harper, then at Jake. "Fuck you, and you." He swept his arm around in a broad, sweeping gesture. "Fuck you all, very much." Jason took a step toward him. "Kai." But Kai flung his hand up, turned, and stalked out into the night. "I'm taking Ben. I'm done with all this bullshit." Again, Jason and I exchanged a look, bafflement this time. "He'll be back," I said, my chest clenching. "Yeah," Jason agreed. But neither of our voices contained any amount of certainty. A dog barked. A second joined it, and I felt Jack's mind as he and Cooper trotted into the ring of tents. My eyes closed, and I exhaled in relief. At least Jack was okay. Chapter 16. Zoe. April 28th, 1 AE. Humboldt, Toyabe National Forest, Nevada. It was the dead of night. Ben was dead. Kai was gone. Becca had practically been assaulted by Kai, and a piece of Jake's arm had been torn off. Sleep was the last thing on any of our minds. Well, except for Danny. She was exhausted after melding with the minds of the animal battalion that had come to our aid. Sitting by the fire, I tried to collect myself. My mind had already felt a little fried after sneaking in a quick, headache-inducing electrotherapy session with Gabe and Carlos early today. And after I'd seen Jake's arm, a bloody mess that needed tending, followed by the mental replay of the wild man who'd literally torn a piece out of him with his teeth, it was all I could do not to burst into hysterics. Other than questioning the guy who'd been fleeing from the pack of wild men, a middle-aged man named Ralph, Jason hadn't said much. His concern for Danny had become all-consuming. My concern for her was heightened as well, but for another reason. What's to stop Danny from becoming like them? I knew she'd been drifting more and more, and now that I'd seen some of Ralph's memories, I knew Danny wasn't safe from herself. Even as she lay inside her tent trying to sleep, I could feel her mind drifting. Hearing Jake's rumbling voice behind me as he thanked Carlos for frying the man who gnawed on his arm, I glanced over my shoulder at him. I could see that Jake's sleeve was dark with blood, and I knew someone needed to look at the wound. Harper had taken a walk with Becca, trying to reassure her that there was nothing she could have done for Kai or Ben, leaving me a sorry stand-in. Whether it was overexertion or his body actively regenerating itself, I could feel Jake's exhaustion, prompting me to head over to the chuck wagon. I dug around inside one of the cubbies for the medical kit I thought had been crammed in there somewhere. I was wondering where else it might be hiding when I finally found it behind a stack of paper plates and napkins. Ready to put on my nurse cap and attempt to look like I knew what I was doing, I turned back toward the fire, my gaze automatically gravitating to Jake, who was still standing with Carlos by his tent. I made my way over to them, then stopped a few yards away and waited for their discussion to end. When Carlos noticed me, he nodded my direction, and Jake turned around. I held the medical kit up and gestured toward the fire that was ever present in the center of our camp. It wasn't usually blazing in the middle of the night, but tonight was obviously an exception. After Jake dipped his chin in acknowledgement, I headed over to the campfire to find a place for us to sit. I knew he was different than the rest of us, that he could heal faster than everyone else, but that didn't mean he wasn't in pain or that he didn't need to take care of himself. Plopping down into an empty folding chair, I anxiously waited for him to join me. Mace had built the fire to roaring, and its flames would provide ample light to tend Jake's wound. Losing myself to the sound of crackling fire and the undulating flames, I thought about how many other times he'd been injured, about the memories I'd seen of his burned body.
This seat for me?
My gaze slipped away from the mesmerizing pull of the fire and met Jake's. He offered me a lopsided smile, but it wasn't reassuring. I could feel his exhaustion even more acutely with him standing beside me, and could see it plainly enough on his face. He needed rest. "Of course," I said, leaning forward in my seat. "Now, how are we going to do this?" I asked, holding up the kit again as he sat down. Using his good arm to tug the long-sleeved shirt over his head, Jake grimaced as he gingerly pulled the blood-dried fabric off his arm.
You playing nurse again?
Suddenly I realized Jake had removed his shirt. I cleared my throat and busied myself as I opened the medical box. "Nurse? No, I have no idea what I'm doing."
That's comforting.
I glanced over at him with a smirk, in time to see Jake smile and exposed chest. It was the first time I'd ever seen Jake without a shirt on, the first time I learned of the light brown hair dusting his chest and leading down his lower abdomen. But as much as I wanted to study his body, I zeroed in on the chunk missing from the inside of his forearm, a fleshy, gaping hole layered with folds of blood-crusted, unevenly torn muscle and tissue, some of it more pink than red, a sign of his quick healing. Even the traumatized skin surrounding the wound was colored with faint green and yellow bruises, as if they were already days old. While I felt my heart seize at the sight of the bite wound, Jake seemed unfazed.
You sure you want to do this? He asked. I could have one of the others.
No, I said quickly. I don't mind, really. I squeezed his hand before turning my attention back to the medical kit in my lap. I want to make sure someone tends to it before it heals wrong or gets infected or something.
It won't heal wrong, he said, and it won't get infected.
I saw an image of him lying in the snow, a bullet in one hand and his other palm against his chest. I glanced up at his torso, seeing no scar from a bullet wound. Maybe not, but it still hurts, doesn't it?
Like hell.
Well, then let's do what we can to help your body instead of making it do all the work. I evaluated the contents of the kit, trying to decide where to start. I suppose cleaning it is the first order of business. I thought aloud. I curled my lip as I examined the flesh once more. I take it you've not done that yet? Jake tried not to smile. No, I haven't had the chance. I cleared my throat and swallowed. Clearly. Removing an alcohol pad from its wrapper, I cleaned the skin around the wound, which was half the size of my palm. Jake chuckled softly. Am I entertaining you? Your determination is very... you. My eyes met his for a brief moment. Thank you, I think. We were quiet for a few breaths, the fire and the chatting around us only white noise. I held up a small bottle of rubbing alcohol. What do you think? Jake frowned. I don't think you need to go that far. I smiled, happy to be the one amused this time. I gave an innocent shrug. I'm just trying to help. Helping or hurting? He asked glumly. Shaking my head, I relented. You're no fun. I exchanged the bottle of alcohol for one of saline solution and squirted around in the wound, repeating the action a few more times until I felt it was sufficiently clean. I reached for the alcohol pad to wipe the excess saline solution dripping from his arm. I'll wrap this up for you, and then you can go rest. Jake shook his head. I can't. Ralph has some information he wanted to... I glared at him. Can't you let Jason talk to him? Or at least wait until the sun comes up when you have some of your strength back? No offense, but you look like you're about to fall over. You think you can keep going at this rate with your body trying to heal itself? As I wrapped the clean gauze around his forearm, both his amusement and exhaustion flowed into me. Can we at least go lie down for a little bit? I struggled with the small roll of adhesive tape, but finally managed to tear a piece off. When I looked back up at Jake, his expression seemed part perplexed and part entertained. What? I asked, giving him a sidelong glance. He raised his eyebrows. We? We what? Then it hit me. Realizing what I'd said, I busied myself by taping down the bandage and putting the supplies back in the medical kit. Well, you at least. I'm not trying to be obnoxious, but I really don't feel like you're taking this whole regenerating thing seriously. You're not superhuman, you know. Jake turned his shirt right side out. In all seriousness, I added in his silence, have you considered at all how much your ability has changed you? What do you mean? Exhaustion and pain getting the better of him, Jake struggled to lift his wounded arm. Here, I said, gently peeling the half-donned shirt back off of him. We'll get you a zip-up sweatshirt. That'll be easier. Jake sat there patiently while I manhandled him. If your body regenerates itself, will you stop aging? He chuckled weakly. I smacked his good arm. I'm serious. You can't die. I'm sure that's not true, he said. Just like your ability has limitations, mine has to as well. I'm just not sure what they are, and I don't really want to test any theories. He obviously didn't want to talk about it, but I had to admit that it was too deep of a conversation for us to be having when he could barely keep his eyes open as it was. Come on, he said. He stood and, taking the kit out of my hand, set it on his chair and intertwined his fingers with mine. Without a word, I followed him to his tent. I'd never been in it before, and the thought of being in his private space with him was thrilling. He unzipped the door and stepped inside, guiding me in gently behind him. His tent was larger than the one I shared with Becca. Ours was snug, barely fitting the two of us and our things. I was fine with it, though. It was what I was used to, and it made me feel safe. Jake's tent, on the other hand, was big enough for 4 people, which I thought was sort of strange. It was only him, a single open duffel bag, which his clothes were perfectly rolled and stacked inside, and his sleeping bag. Granted, it was actually 2 sleeping bags conjoined, but still, it seemed a big tent for one man. Shoes off, he said, standing slightly slouched by the entrance, which apparently served as his designated shoe area. That's my one rule, he said. And don't try to get out of it. I'll hold you to it this time. I was confused. Wait, what? As far as I knew, we'd never once talked about a no shoes in the tent rule. But then I realized he was talking about before. Surrendering, I towed off my tennis shoes and moved to the side, nearly able to stand up straight at the tent's peak. Jake zipped the door shut and, favoring his right arm, lay down on the sleeping bags with a groan. I hadn't realized there were 2 pillows until he wadded one of them up beneath his head. One of the pillows is mine, I thought aloud. I felt stupid for not making the connection earlier. The joined sleeping bags, the bigger tent. This wasn't just his. It was ours. Yep, he said, his eyes meeting mine. The campfire outside, only a few yards away, brightened the inside of Jake's tent enough for me to see how intently he was watching me. And let me guess, I don't like the no shoes rule. A weak smile pulled at his lips. The firelight cast shadows against the tent's blue nylon walls. The flickering light and dark made the brown stubble on Jake's jaw glow, then turn sable before it began glowing again. No, he finally said. You don't like my no shoes rule. I smiled. I don't think it's so bad now. He made a derisive noise and patted the area beside him. You're making me anxious standing over me like that. I need to get you a sweatshirt, I said a little warily. I stepped over to his bag and stared at the items rolled and folded inside. Since this is organized immaculately, I have a feeling you know exactly where your sweatshirts are. There should be one tucked in the right corner. Just as he'd said, I felt the cool zipper against my fingertips and carefully pulled out a black, zip-up, hooded sweatshirt, so not to mess up the rest of his clothes. Here you go, I said, lowering myself down to him. You need to sit up just for a minute. I'll make it fast, I promise. With a grunt, Jake sat up and held his injured arm out first. After I pulled the sweatshirt on as gently as possible, I helped him with the other sleeve, and then he lay back down. Lifting his good arm, Jake welcomed me to lie against him, and I automatically accepted his offer. My head fit perfectly in the crux of his arm, and I leaned into him, draping my arm over his middle. My entire body eased, the tension fleeing my muscles as I was consumed by Jake's warmth. He smelled smoky, like campfire, and the faint sound of his heart was steady and reassuring. What do I like? I asked. A small smile pulled at Jake's lips. Well, you like sleeping with 2 pillows. At least you say that, but you only ever really use one, so I gave one of yours to Camille and Mace. His voice was velvety. Sneaky, I smiled. What else? Jake's hand drew languid circles in the middle of my lower back, and I felt my mind start to drift. You like to leave your clothes all over the tent, and you never fold anything. Not really, anyway. You claim it's pointless. I thought of the disarray my side of Becca's tent was currently in. What else? I whispered. Jake was quiet a moment, and for a second I thought he might have fallen asleep, but then he spoke. You hog the bed, and... I peered up at him, the intensity of his gaze making my stomach flutter. Admiration and affection stirred within him, lulling as it passed over me like a warm blanket of promise and hope and safety. He was hesitant, scared even, to love me the way he once did. But for some reason it didn't upset me. Maybe I finally understood, or maybe it just didn't matter anymore. Either way, he was trying. I could feel his vulnerability, longing, desire, uncertainty, wonder. It was the most amazing thing I'd ever felt, and I had to resist the urge to tell him that Gabe and I were working on a plan for me to get my memory back. I couldn't bear to think about his disappointment if it didn't work. You also do this all the time, he said, rubbing his sock-covered feet against mine. Every single night. You rub your feet against the bottom of the sleeping bag until they finally find mine, and then you fall asleep. I glanced down at my feet, which were tangled with his, and realized how deeply I could fall in love with Jake. It wasn't his emotions or guilt making me feel obligated this time, and it wasn't a looming pressure to be someone I no longer was. It was a simmering love I'd felt since the first moment I saw him, the sad man standing in the doorway of the abandoned house. Propping myself up on my elbow, I leaned in without hesitation and kissed him, more fervently than the last time. I wanted Jake to know how I felt, wished I could share with him the feelings he, unbeknownst to him, had shared with me. "I love you," I whispered against his mouth, not wanting to let another moment pass without him knowing how I felt. Afraid to open my eyes, to see his reaction illuminated on his face, I kept them closed and pressed my lips to his once more. "I love you," I repeated. Ignoring his pain, Jake pulled me closer with his injured arm, his kiss tender, and his body exuding waves of unmistakable relief. Chapter 17. Danny. April 29th, 1 AE. Humboldt-Toyabe National Forest, Nevada. I woke with a groan. I hadn't been sleeping. I'd been stalking squirrels with some bobcats, and I'd meant to be sleeping. I'd essentially passed out in the wee hours of the morning, intent on remaining asleep and resting my mind and not drifting into any animal minds. But I had drifted, and because my subconscious had been in charge when I left my body, I'd drifted from creature to creature like a sleepwalker, unwilling or possibly unable to return to my body by choice. Jason trailed his fingertips over the sensitive skin on the side of my neck, giving rise to goosebumps. I could feel the heat of him close against my side, despite the 2 insulated layers of sleeping bags separating our bodies.
"Good dream?"
he asked. Opening my eyes, I stared up at the green nylon canopy of our tent and frowned. I can't remember," I lied, glancing at him. He was lying on his side, his head resting on his curled-up arm. "Why do you ask?" Jason's piercing blue eyes held a hint of the sparkle that usually accompanied a smile.
"You were hard to wake."
He rolled onto his back. I forced a smile and shrugged. I hadn't been having a good dream, or any dream, because I hadn't even been asleep. But I didn't want to worry Jason or anyone else with such a minor problem compared to what had just happened the night before. Ben was dead, Kai was who knows where, and one of the mares had a bad gash on her rear that Harper feared would become infected. And I'd led the horses in what could easily be called a slaughter by stampede. Suddenly, child murderer and liar didn't seem to be the worst things I could be called. I sighed and rubbed my hands over my face, wiping away the crusty sleep in the corners of my eyes. "I need some fresh air." I crawled out of my sleeping bag and toward the tent door.
"Wait,"
Jason said when I had the top part of the flap unzipped. I glanced back at him.
"Aren't you forgetting something?"
"What?" His eyes trailed down the length of my body, zeroing in on my butt. The attention to my nether parts made me notice the draftiness around my lower half. I'd fallen asleep in only one of Jason's t-shirts and my underwear, and that was still all I had on. The blush started on my chest and burned its way up my neck. I cleared my throat and shot a cursory glance around the tent before I remembered that we'd had to burn the sweatpants I'd been wearing the previous night because they'd been soaked through with blood. And bits, which sucked so much more because they were my last pair.
"Here,"
Jason said, reaching for something on his side of the tent. He handed me a pair of black leggings.
"Camille gave these to me after you conked out. Thought you might need them."
"Oh." I took the soft, stretchy pants. "Thanks." He lifted one shoulder.
"Thank Camille."
"I will." I pulled the leggings on quickly, then fished a pair of clean socks out of my duffel bag and wiggled my feet into my boots, which were much cleaner than they'd been when I'd removed them earlier that morning. "Did you clean these?" I asked, noting that the combat knife had been replaced in the boot sheath. Jason nodded. I offered him a grateful smile. "Thank you." He held my gaze, not returning my smile.
"You scared the shit out of me last night."
I licked my lips. I know. I'd scared the shit out of myself, too.
"Your eyes."
He shook his head.
"They were different. You were different."
I looked down at my hand, watching my fingers toy with the leather at the top of my boot. When I spoke, my voice was quiet. I know. And I did know. I'd been less like me and more like them.
"Excuse me, Danny?"
Ralph, a.k.a. Prey, said from behind me. I was perched on a rock at the edge of the creek near camp. The afternoon sun shone high overhead, but its rays couldn't warm the part of me deep inside, chilled with fear over what I was becoming. I glanced over my shoulder as I heard Ralph's footsteps draw nearer.
"Do you mind if I join you? I thought we might have a little chat sometime before you and your people continue on your way."
Widening my eyes, I brushed my palm against my borrowed leggings and bit my lip. I wanted to talk to him and had been planning to hunt him down later. Now's as good a time as any. Ralph smiled, bowed his head, and crossed the creek. He sat on a rock a little larger than mine and scratched his graying beard. I picked up a small handful of pebbles and started tossing them into the water one by one. "So, what'd you do to get on their bad side?"
"Scott and his pack?"
I met Ralph's eyes for the briefest moment. "Yeah." I hadn't known the leader's name, Ray's killer's name, hadn't wanted to, and now I felt like even more of a murderer. So much for vengeance being sweet.
"Existed,"
Ralph said bitterly.
"Me and my son, Bobby. He was a drifter, too. We came out here after we realized how much we'd changed. I've had a cabin in the area for years, and living in a place secluded from people but teeming with animal life.
He shrugged.
It just felt right."
I nodded, finding that I could relate a little too well to what he was saying.
"Scott caught wind of us a few weeks back and wanted us to join his pack, but Bobby and me didn't like the way their minds felt, especially not Scott and the other drifter in the pack.
He squinted up at the sun.
Like they weren't quite human anymore. We thanked him and passed on his offer and returned to our new secluded way of life."
He lowered his gaze, his warm brown eyes meeting mine.
We'd already noticed the changes in ourselves when we drifted too much, and we decided it was time to use some restraint before we ended up turning into wild men like Scott and his pack.
I swallowed roughly. This was exactly the kind of thing that I wanted to talk about, that I was terrified to talk about. Ralph sighed and shook his head.
But it was too late for Bobby. He couldn't stop. Every time he went to sleep, he ended up drifting, and every day, instinct ruled him just a little bit more, until about a week ago.
What happened?
He disappeared, and I found him 2 days later, at the base of a cliff.
Was he, Ralph raised his eyebrows.
Dead?
He nodded slowly. Scott? He continued to nod.
He didn't mind us so much when we hadn't fully embraced the gift, as Scott liked to say, but once Bobby had, Scott claimed that he couldn't allow a competitor in his territory.
Ralph sighed.
And then he decided his pack needed some entertainment, so they started hunting me.
He flashed me a weak smile.
When I felt your mind, I knew you'd be my only chance, that Scott wouldn't be able to resist the pull of a female drifter.
I scowled, and when I spoke, my voice was flat. So I was meant to be a diversion.
I hate to admit it, but yeah.
He frowned.
But here you were with an army of humans and animals. Couldn't have guessed that.
His head tilted to the side.
Your connection with the creatures is different, deeper, and they trust you more. Seem to genuinely care about your well-being, even accept you as one of their own, where they just tolerate the rest of us drifters playing at being a part of their kingdom. But then, it's not like I've met many of us, and you're the first female drifter I've met, so...
Again, he shrugged.
It makes sense that sort of thing would matter to the animals.
A harsh laugh escaped from my throat. Great! So when I turn wild, I can frolic around with all my animal friends and be their Lady Mowgli. Awesome! Ralph studied me for a long, uncomfortable moment.
So it's started for you too then, has it?
I nodded. Last night, or this morning I mean, was the first time. Another humorless laugh and shake of my head. Went to sleep and woke up drifting. I stared across the creek at him, pleading with my eyes. Do you know how to stop it from happening? Frowning, Ralph shook his head.
Once that starts happening, it seems to be inevitable that you'll, well, change.
I blinked, and a few tears escaped over the brim of my eyelids. I don't want to change. I want to stay me. I hugged my middle and squeezed my eyes shut.
I wish I could tell you how to manage it, but it seems that's something each of us has to figure out on our own. The best 2 pieces of advice I can give you are these. You've got to want to stop drifting with every fiber of your being, or else that part of you that takes over when you sleep is going to keep pushing you out into the critters. And you have to stop now. If that means you try not to sleep for days, then you try not to sleep for days. Maybe the compulsion to drift will lessen the longer you go without doing it. Maybe...
I took several deep breaths, trying to collect what little remained of my tattered composure. My voice shook when I spoke next. I see. I was terrified because I knew that a part of me never wanted to stop drifting, and I had no idea how to convince that tiny, stubborn part of me to give it up. Sometimes I really hated myself. Standing beside Wings, I took a tiny bottle of caffeine pills out of my saddlebag, opened it, and shook a pill out to pop into my mouth. For the 5th time today. I hadn't even tried to sleep the previous night, and even with the aid of the caffeine pills I'd lifted from Harper's medical supplies while everyone was fussing over returned and repentant Kai, I'd almost succumbed to the pull of sleep 3 times during the day's ride. The resulting imminent fall could have been devastating. I dry swallowed the caffeine pill, then tucked the bottle back into the saddlebag, glancing around to make sure nobody was watching me. At least we were done traveling for the day, so I wouldn't have to risk sliding out of the saddle for another 12 hours. Of course, that also meant I had to get through my 2nd consecutive night of resisting sleep. Tomorrow night, I told myself. I'll try to sleep tomorrow night.
Red.
Startled, I jumped and spun around, only to find Jason standing a few feet away, watching me. His eyes were tight with concern. Yeah? I said, skirting eye contact. I wasn't sure if he'd seen me gulp down the pill.
Take a walk with me?
He said, holding out his hand. I looked over my shoulder at Wings. But I have to...
Carlos will take care of her. Yeah,
Carlos said, walking up and coaxing Wings' attention away from me with the promise of an apple.
She's an easy one.
But... I trailed off as I realized that only a few horses remained in the area near the paddock we were using to store the tack for the night while the rest roamed around, unburdened as they grazed. A glance off to my left told me the tents were already up in the corner of a tiny farm's parched hayfield, and the fire was well on its way to roaring. How?
You must have zoned out,
Jason said, reaching for my good hand and linking our fingers when I showed no sign of intending to meet him halfway.
You're just standing there, staring at your saddlebag.
I closed my eyes in a prolonged blink, letting Jason lead me away from Wings and Carlos in our camp. He headed for the solitary one-story farmhouse located on the other side of the almost non-existent creek. A single row of tall, skinny trees covered in scraggly new growth lined the property as a windbreak. Jason led me around the house on a lawn that was so brown and patchy it blended in almost seamlessly with the barren desert floor surrounding it, only stopping once we reached the opposite side. He stared down at me, looming unintentionally. Sighing, I rubbed my eyes. I felt grainy from lack of sleep. What are we doing out here? I still have to check in with all of the horses and set up scouts for...
You're off scouting duty,
he said quietly, calmly.
We can do it the old-fashioned way for a few days.
And still he stared down at me. I felt like a preserved specimen in a jar. What? I blurted, first widening, then narrowing my eyes. Why? Jason stepped closer, his usually stony face finally showing some emotion. And his emotional displays were a lot like the desert climate we'd grown used to over nearly a month of travel. When it rained, especially when Tavis made it happen, it poured.
You're exhausted.
Jason raised a hand and placed the crook of his index finger under my chin, angling my face upward.
Have you slept at all since Ray?
I pulled my hand from his, taking several steps backward, and crossed my arms over my chest. It was a gesture of protection more than a gesture of defiance. I looked away, at the farmhouse behind him, at the dirt and dead grass beneath our boots, at the trees surrounding the yard, anywhere but at him. I couldn't let him see the tears stinging my tired eyes. Not really, I said softly. Not at all.
You're not eating, not sleeping. You've got to take better care of yourself.
I shrugged, trying to appear nonchalant, but inside I was screaming, I'm trying. I don't want to lose my humanity. I'm trying to fix me. I both wanted and refused to tell him about my current predicament, about my apparent addiction to drifting. Having his support would mean everything, but he had enough on his plate without having to deal with my problems, especially when they were problems I practically dove into head first. You don't understand, I said. Jason sighed.
But I do understand. Losing first the horses, then Ray, and now Ben, it's hard. And then with those drifters and what you did, you're dealing with a lot.
A lot? I scoffed, a harsh, ugly sound. Jesus, Jason. I shook my head. You couldn't possibly understand.
Then why don't you explain it to me?
He said, his tone level. If he thought me sharing my feelings would help me move on, then fine. We could talk about Ray and drifting and not about my soul-sucking addiction to it. I started pacing, the caffeine pill making me jittery. When I drift, it's like... I threw my arms up in the air, explaining the connection I shared with the animals, the connection I'd shared with Ray, that I'd been sharing with her in her moment of death, seemed impossible. When I merge with them, I said, it's like I'm a part of them, and they're a part of me, like the essence of who we are, our souls or whatever, joined together. And when I'm just me again, a piece of my soul is still with them, and a piece of theirs is with me. I paused and looked down at the ground. Ray was more than a pet, more than a friend. She was part of me, And when she died, I lost that part of me completely. It's just gone. And killing Scott didn't bring her back, didn't make the hurt go away. So now I have to deal with crushing guilt, too. I raised my eyes to meet Jason's. So tell me again about how you get it, about how you understand. Jason's jaw clenched and his Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed.
I care about you more than I've ever cared about anyone,
he said, his voice low and cold despite the heartfelt words.
And when you were gone, you took a piece of me, my soul, with you.
He moved closer, his strides consuming the distance separating us.
So yeah, Red, I get it.
I stared at him, slack-jawed and slack-brained. What?
I didn't mean to fall in love with you,
he said, as though that explained anything. Fall in love? With me? He let out a harsh laugh and ran his fingers through his short, dark curls.
It was never something I wanted, with anyone.
He looked at me, his eyes aflame with too many intense emotions. Accusation, desire, anger, fear, love. He loves me?
I thought if I just got a taste of you, had my fill.
He shook his head, staring down at me with eyes of luminous blue fire.
I never wanted to fall in love, because I've seen what it does to a person when it's taken away.
His eyes widened, like he'd just realized that I was both the monster in the dark and the hero who could chase it away.
And now I've felt it.
He squeezed his hand into a fist, then stretched out his fingers. His hand was shaking.
So tell me I don't get it.
His gaze hardened.
I get it.
Turning, he started to walk back toward camp. My arms slipped lower until they hung at my sides. Jason, wait. He stopped, his back to me and his body flush with the corner of the house. He turned his head, showing me his profile, his perfect, strong profile. I'm sorry, I whispered. Everything about him relaxed noticeably. I took a step toward him, another, and another. I'm sorry I'm such a mess, and I'm sorry that you have to deal with it, but I'm not sorry that you fell in love with me. I will never be sorry about that. I stopped a foot or two behind him, making no move to touch him. Please turn around. He did so, slowly. When he finally faced me, he gazed down at me with familiar, guarded eyes. Somehow the red in his scar only intensified the blue in his eyes. I couldn't help but smile. I felt drunk and giddy and muddle-brained, and I couldn't believe any of this was really happening, that he'd really just told me he loved me. It was the best possible thing, at the worst possible time. I thought I was in love with you when I was younger, I said. I felt my smile grow, and I glanced away, embarrassed. I had to force myself to meet his eyes again. And then when I got older, when I was with Cam, I convinced myself that I'd only fallen in love with the idea of you, that it had only been a crush, and that I'd barely known you, and that my feelings only seemed so strong because I was a teenager, and everything is so extreme then. I laughed softly and shook my head. I convinced myself that I barely knew the real you. Jason clenched and unclenched his jaw repeatedly. But I was lying to myself. I think I was the only one besides Zoe and your dad who you let catch even a glimpse of the real you. I took a shaky breath. I love you, Jason, so much. I've loved you for a very long time. I watched as his guarded mask cracked, fragmented, and fell away, bearing the full force of his emotions to me. His eyes were so full of hope and wonder and desperation, his lips of promise, and his entire face was softened by what could only be called adoration and love. He searched my eyes back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. The intensity of him stole my breath. Wait. There's something else. Something I have to tell him. Before I knew what was happening, Jason's hands were cradling the back of my skull, his fingers unintentionally tugging pieces of my hair from my braid, and his lips were on mine. His kiss was not patient, not kind. It envied and boasted and was proud, so damn proud. His kiss sought to dishonor me, and I sought for it to dishonor me, and would have been angered beyond reason had it stopped. A cessation of the kiss would have been unforgivable. These lips on mine, this tongue dancing with mine, this was the first real, honest kiss Jason and I had shared. Except that it's not an honest kiss. The very tiny, coherent voice in the back of my mind said, "You're still lying to him about yourself and about his past, his mom." Jason pressed me back against the house's weathered siding, and I placed my palms on his chest. With a groan, I pushed, but instead of breaking the contact between our lips, Jason kissed me harder, deeper, more urgently. And damn it all to hell if I didn't want him to stop. His hands were everywhere, and he felt so good, so strong and real and all mine. Again, I pushed against his chest. He froze, pulling back just enough for me to gasp, "Wait, stop, just wait." Tension was a living thing vibrating along every tendon, through every muscle in his body.
Red.
Pain, desire unfulfilled, made the word a desperate groan. I squeezed my eyes shut, loathing myself for what I was about to do. Before this goes any further, I have to tell you something. I don't know why. Maybe it was a lack of sleep, or maybe it was a desperate need to save face, but suddenly my knowledge of his mom didn't seem like the biggest secret standing between us. Jason lowered his head and grazed his lips over the side of my neck.
Later.
No, Jason, now. It has to be now. Because I wouldn't forgive myself if I started this new phase of our relationship with that lie hanging over us, and I doubted that he would forgive me either. As it was, I didn't know if he would feel the same about me after I told him, but I wouldn't trade the chance to have a lifetime of love for a few moments of bliss. I wouldn't. With a rough, knowing noise, Jason wedged his leg between my knees and slid his hands down to my hips. He moved against me, taunting me. Damn him for knowing exactly how to please my greedy body. My head fell back against the side of the house and I moaned.
What were you saying?
Jason whispered against my neck. I swallowed, cleared my throat, whimpered. Your mom, she's alive. He stilled instantly, a new kind of tension humming through him. I met her, I said, breathing hard. In the colony. Ever so slowly, Jason raised his head and met my eyes.
What?
His voice was cold, so very cold. It's not what you think, I rushed to say before he could draw false conclusions, or any conclusions. Pretty much any conclusion would be a bad one. She really didn't want you to know about her, and I thought about telling you so many times.
Then why didn't you?
That tone could freeze the sun. Because I didn't want to hurt you.
And how exactly would telling me that my mom was alive and within reach have hurt me?
His eyes narrowed, spearing me with accusation.
Or was it just that you'd have to admit to lying all this time?
What? No. I pushed against his chest again, and this time he lifted off me enough that I could duck under his arm and slip out from between him and the side of the house. Do you really think that little of me? With a roar, Jason punched his palm against the wood siding.
Then tell me, because right now I don't know what to think. What possible reason could you have for not telling me?
She created the virus, I said, my voice barely audible. Jason turned his head, looking at me with eyes filled with utter revulsion.
Why would you say that?
My arms itched to wrap around my middle, but I held them rigid at my sides, my hands in shaking fists. Because it's true. Jason's eyes slid off me.
You're wrong. It wasn't her. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Indignant, I straightened my back and held my head high. I'm going to ignore the fact that you're being a huge asshole because I know this is a shock. I inhaled harshly. Your mom was at the colony, and she did create the virus. Jason was shaking his head.
Then she didn't know. It was an accident.
No, Jason, it wasn't.
So what are you saying?
He pushed away from the side of the house and started stalking toward me.
What the fuck are you saying? That my mom's evil? That she's some sort of evil genius working with that fucking general? To what? To take over the world?
He stopped less than a foot from me, all hard muscle and menace and anger towering over me. I refused to look away, refused to back up. No, I said, expending every ounce of control I had to keep my voice even. I'm saying that it wasn't an accident and that she knew exactly what she was doing. I took a deep breath and before Jason could launch into another tirade said, she did it to protect you because if she hadn't helped Harrison create the virus, he would have killed you and Zoe. Jason staggered back as though I'd punched him. In seconds, his expression transformed from irate man to lost little boy.
What?
My chin quivered, and I blinked rapidly, refusing to cry. After your mom left you guys, General Harrison stationed watchers around you and Zoe. You were collateral in case his mind control failed on her, except I wanted to look away so badly, to not bear witness to Jason having one of the pillars of his childhood ripped out from beneath him. But I couldn't leave him to face this alone, not when I was the one who'd landed the first blow. He didn't know, still doesn't, about the other half of her ability.
I don't.
Jason shook his head.
I don't understand.
Your mom's just like you, able to increase, decrease, or block other people's abilities, but Harrison only knows about the boosting part. She was never under his mind control. The only control he ever had over her was you. You and Zoe and your dad. And then she fell in love with him. I blinked and a tear snuck out from between my lashes. I swiped it away before it could start its journey down my cheek and took another deep breath. There's something you should see, I said, walking past him. When I didn't hear footsteps behind me, I paused and looked back at Jason. He was standing exactly where he'd been for the last few minutes, exactly as he'd been. It's from your mom. A letter. His head snapped around, his eyes seeking mine, eagerness and terror making them too bright, too wide. Come on, I said, continuing back toward camp. It wasn't immediate, but I finally heard Jason's footsteps behind me and exhaled in relief. If he was following me, it meant he believed me. It meant there was hope that he could accept this and possibly not hate me for all eternity. We walked in silence, Jason always a few steps behind me. When we reached our tent, I quickly dug through my saddlebags until I found the manila envelope containing the letters and documents from Dr. Wesley. I fished out the smaller envelope with Jason and Zoe written on its face, in Dr. Wesley's elegant but barely legible handwriting. Inside, it contained a letter from a mother to her children, and the confession of a mass murderer. Here, I said, handing the sealed envelope to Jason. I haven't read it, so I don't know how much she explains. Jason sat carefully on his sleeping bag. His face was washed out, and his hands were shaking as he flipped the envelope over to look at the unbroken seal. He peered up at me, his eyes unfocused.
Zoe?
She hasn't seen it. She doesn't actually know about the letter. Not that it would do her much good as she is right now. I shrugged uncomfortably. But, she does know about your mom.
What?
His gaze sharpened.
How?
Dr. Wesley, your mom, she's the one who saved Zoe from Clara and left her at the house for us to find, as per Becca's instructions. I waved my hand weakly. It's all very confusing. Everything with Becca is confusing. Staring down at the envelope, Jason said,
All her life, Zoe's been searching for clues about our mom. And now she knows. And she doesn't even care.
He chuckled hollowly.
It's all such a fucking mess.
Hysteria bubbled up from my chest in the form of a laugh that turned into a desolate sob. I dropped to my knees before Jason, taking one of his hands in both of mine. I'm so sorry, Jason. If I could spare you this. I shook my head. You're pissed. You should be pissed. I screwed up. I should have told you sooner. When I first found out. I should have, but I didn't want to tell you. I never wanted you to know because some things really are worse than death. I don't know. I guess I thought I could protect you from that. I laughed bitterly. I can't do much, but I thought I could do that.
I'm not pissed. Not at you.
Jason chuckled again, the sound devoid of all emotion.
Most of my life I was miserable because I thought she was dead. Then I found out about the accident, that it was all crap, and I hated her for leaving us. For leaving me. And now this?
He blinked slowly.
Now I wish she really had died in that car accident.
For seconds he said nothing, simply stared at the envelope.
I can't be mad at you. Not when I know I'd have done the same thing if our roles were reversed.
I stared at him wide-eyed. You don't hate me? He shook his head the barest amount. My eyebrows rose. Do you still love me? My voice increased in pitch as I asked the question. Jason glanced up at the roof of our tent.
If love were something that could be turned on and off whenever we wanted.
He laughed softly, a sound absolutely devoid of humor.
But it can't.
He lowered his eyes, a spark of something flashing in their desperate blue depths.
I think my dad was proof of that.
Surprising me, hope washed over his face.
Do you think my dad, that he might still be...
He's gone, Jason. Graham's found him, remember? I gave his hand a supportive squeeze as I watched the hope fade away. It was such a fickle, fleeting thing, hope.
Right.
He shook his head, dispelling any lingering hope.
No, I know that. I know.
Well, Clearing my throat, I glanced down at the envelope in his hand. Are you going to open it? With trembling hands, Jason unsealed the envelope and pulled out the tri-folded letter. He unfolded it, and I watched his eyes as he read, skimming quickly from side to side, devouring his mom's words. The letter was 3 pages long, and it only took him a few minutes to read through it.
Holy shit,
he murmured when he reached the bottom of the 3rd page.
Holy fucking shit.
I tightened my hold on his thigh. I know, it's a crazy story, I said, shaking my head.
No.
Jason pointed to the second to last paragraph, and I started reading.
This is very important. These monitors may still be with you. They would have had the gene therapy and already been familiar with their abilities by the time they were implanted into your lives. They would still have fallen ill when infected by the virus, but it would have been nothing more than a bad case of the flu to them, as their genetic code would have already been altered. It is possible that they don't even know what they are. Harrison has people like your father who can alter perception as well as memories. They are, after all, the heart of the TR program. Your monitors could be sleeper agents, programmed to carry out their mission and eliminate you only when they've been triggered. If this is the case, those triggers will include any sign that I've been in contact with you. Be very careful about who you share this letter with. Better yet, share it with no one. Burn it.
Holy shit. Eliminate you, I said, echoing Dr. Wesley's words. If she was right, if her information was trustworthy, then one or more of our companions could really be agents of the General. Only Chris and Kai had been with Jason from the beginning, and only Sarah had been with Zoe. None of them can be that. And why the hell didn't Dr. Wesley tell me about this? I met Jason's eyes, the horror I felt mirrored in his. Chris and Kai were his two closest friends. The idea that one of them could be working for the General, planted near Jason for the sole purpose of executing him should the need arise, was obviously killing him. We have to talk to Zoe and Gabe, I said. Right now. Zoe and Gabe were sitting on one side of the rectangular Formica kitchen table inside the farmhouse Jason and I had visited earlier. Someone had died in the bedroom, but the 5 months that had passed had shifted the odor from putrid to merely pungent, and closing the door made it tolerable. Jason was standing at the end of the table, arms crossed over his broad chest, and the letter from Dr. Wesley clutched in fingers, and I was pacing back and forth along the side opposite Zoe and Gabe. The manila envelope with the packet of documents and papers the doctor had left with Zoe, along with her letter to me, was on the table in front of Gabe.
Why didn't you mention Wes's little care package earlier?
Gabe said, tapping the manila envelope.
There might be something in here that can help with...
His eyes flicked to and away from Zoe so quickly that I wasn't positive I hadn't imagined it.
Things.
I know. I should have shown all that stuff to you, but when Camille told me about how Dr. Wesley was actually in love with Harrison... Gabe's eyebrows shot upward.
What? Wes despises him, I assure you.
I shook my head. But she doesn't. Not really. Before Camille was turned into a regen, she overheard Dr. Wesley telling someone that she couldn't leave the colony because she wouldn't abandon him. Because she loved him. Gabe took a deep, even breath.
And did Camille happen to mention whether Wes stated Gregory Harrison specifically as the recipient of her love?
I blinked several times, searching my memory. No. She just said him. Gabe's answering smile wasn't overly kind.
And you just leapt to the conclusion that she was talking about Harrison.
He shook his head.
You must truly despise her.
Of course I do, I snapped. She killed everyone. God, it's like you're suffering from Stockholm Syndrome or something. I pointed to Jason and then to Zoe. Even if she created the virus just to save them? I glanced at my boyfriend, an amnesiac best friend. No offense, she still did it. She still killed billions of people. I skewered Gabe with a raging glare. That's not something you do that deserves forgiveness or pity. There's no repentance for that. Gabe blinked slowly.
She's not the enemy, Danny.
Yes, she is.
She was talking about her son.
What? Jason, Zoe, and I said in unison. Both Zoe and I glanced at Jason, who frowned and shook his head.
Peter.
Gabe said.
His name is Peter, and Harrodson is his father.
Crickets filled the room, or rather the absence of crickets. I was pretty sure we were all holding our breath. My cheeks flamed and shame filled me. I'd assumed wrong and put us all in danger, and now I felt like the biggest moron in the world. Jason cleared his throat.
As disturbing as that is, it's not the most important thing at the moment. Can we get on with this?
Right. The letter. Yeah, of course. Uncrossing his arms, Jason raised the letter and started to read.
Dear Jason and Zoe, I wish I didn't have to write these words to you. I wish things were different. Some of the things I've done, I wish I hadn't, but I didn't have a choice. Now we all must live with the fallout. If you're reading this, it means Danny decided you should know the truth. I can't say I agree with her decision, but I also can't say that I haven't yearned for this day since I left both of you and your father. Whatever else you glean from this letter, know this. I love you. I always have, and I always will. Over 2 decades ago, Gregory Harrodson, who you know as General Harrodson through Danny and Gabriel, threatened both of your lives. If I hadn't left you to join him, hadn't created a virus that would spread the gene therapy like wildfire, and hadn't helped Gregory begin his great transformation, then you would have been killed. Please don't fool yourselves. I knew exactly what would happen once the virus was unleashed on the general population. I knew that those infected would either die or go through a genetic mutation that would leave them forever altered, for better or, in the case of most people, for worse. I knew all of this, and I created it anyway. I'm not asking for your forgiveness or even for your understanding. I'm fully aware that I deserve neither. It is reward enough to know that both of you are still alive. Nothing is more important than family. Please don't blame yourselves. This was my decision, and the blame must fall on my shoulders. I accept it, even welcome it. Now I have consulted with RV01, and she has advised me in what I must tell you if you're both to continue to survive. According to her, whether or not you read this letter is essentially a fork in the road. The future will be drastically different if you don't read it than if you do. I just wish she'd told me which is the better path to take, but she didn't. What she did tell me is this. It's imperative that I explain the effects the gene therapy has on our ability to procreate. I don't know why this knowledge is so important, but according to her, it's a matter of life or death. One of the side effects of the gene therapy is that the gametes, egg and sperm, of the survivors will be unstable after the initial mutation. The time it takes for them to stabilize is different for everyone. Some never stabilize, and some stabilize in around 3 years, at which point the survivor can reproduce. When genetic stability has been reached and procreation is once again possible, gestation will occur at an accelerated rate. Gregory has had me experimenting with treatments to speed up the stabilization process, though I've yet to be successful. You will find a summary of the data I've collected so far enclosed with this letter. These documents have Project Eden on the header. Please give them to Gabriel, as he will understand them best. Children of 2 mutated parents are mutated as well, gaining some combination of their parents' abilities. I inserted a genetic block into you both when you were young to prevent your abilities from manifesting. They remained latent until activated by a trigger I built into the virus. As you are second generation, your abilities should, in time, prove to be some combination of mine, being able to affect the potency and effectiveness of another's ability, and your father's, being able to alter another's perception as well as view and even change their memories and sense their emotions. From what Danny told me, Zoe, you take after your father, which will be difficult for you. Tom learned, over a very long time I might add, that the key to controlling his ability was to not fight it, to not even think about it, but to let it become an extension of his senses, as integral and second nature as his senses of hearing, sight, smell, touch, and taste. And you, Jason, apparently take after me. We're valuable, which means we must always be cautious. People who desire power will seek out those like us, because no matter how much power they have, they will never be satisfied. They'll always want more, and we can give them that. Case in point, Gregory Harrodson. You must be asking yourselves why I've stayed with Gregory for so long. I let him use me as an instrument of destruction and a way to increase his power for several reasons, but chief among them was to protect you. Gregory placed a monitor close to each of you, intended to carry out your execution should I step out of line. At the first sign that I wasn't absolutely under his control, he would have sent word, and you would have died. If I'd attempted to contact you or your father, and the monitors found out, you would have died. I couldn't allow that. This is very important. These monitors may still be with you. They would have had the gene therapy and already been familiar with their abilities by the time they were implanted into your lives. They would still have fallen ill when infected by the virus, but it would have been nothing more than a bad case of the flu to them, as their genetic code would have already been altered. It is possible that they don't even know what they are. Harrodson has people like your father who can alter perception as well as memories. They are, after all, the heart of the TR program. Your monitors could be sleeper agents, programmed to carry out their mission and eliminate you only when they've been triggered. If this is the case, those triggers will include any sign that I've been in contact with you. Be very careful about who you share this letter with. Better yet, share it with no one. Burn it. I'm so sorry that you have to deal with the fallout from my decisions, but I'm not sorry that you're still alive. The hope that we will meet again one day is one of the few things keeping me going. I love you both so very much. Love, Mom.
There was a long moment of silence after Jason finished reading. It was Gabe who finally broke it.
Well, at least we know who one of these monitors is.
Jason, Zoe, and I all exchanged narrow-eyed glances with one another, not quite sure where Gabe was going with his proclamation. And then I understood. It was the very reason Becca had advised Dr. Wesley to include the information about procreation. Oh, crap.
Sarah,
Jason said softly, setting the letter on the table. He looked at Zoe.
Yours has got to be Sarah.
But she's my friend, Zoe said. She wouldn't hurt me, I know it. Her hands clung to the edge of the table in a white-knuckled grip. I mean, I know it. I sighed and, shaking my head, pulled out a chair and sat heavily. But if Sarah doesn't even know it?
So she's a sleeper agent,
Gabe said.
It's the only explanation.
He looked at Jason.
What do we do?
Jason placed his palms on the table.
We get Sarah alone and interrogate her.
But she's pregnant, I said. Whatever she's done or might do, it's not the baby's fault. We can't hurt her. I looked to Zoe, hoping for her support. She was biting the inside of her cheek, her gaze distant with thought. I can get inside Sarah's head, rummage around to find out the truth, and I don't know. She shrugged. Try to get rid of it or something?
Deprogram her,
Jason said with a nod.
Good plan. And how precisely will we mentally interrogate and deprogram her without setting her off?
Gabe's voice was calm, composed. It was his problem-solving research genius voice, which was awesome, but we really needed a problem-solving research genius on our side at the moment. Sedative? I suggested. One that won't hurt the baby?
I think Harper's got some in his med kit,
Jason said.
but I don't know how safe they'd be. There's another option,
Gabe said, and all eyes focused on him.
My ability seems to be expanding, and I might be able to force her into an unconscious state.
Jason straightened.
Define might be able to.
Fine. Gabe took a deep breath.
It'll take a lot out of me, but I can definitely do it. Works for me.
Jason looked at me and I nodded, as did Zoe when he shifted his questioning gaze to her.
Let's do it.
No matter how you look at it, that leaves Chris and Kai, I said, glancing from Jason to Gabe and back. We were sitting in the living room of the farmhouse, staying out of Zoe's way while she sifted through Sarah's mind in one of the bedrooms. Either of them could be your monitor.
Or it could have been Dalton,
Jason said. Dalton had died back in Bodega Bay before we ever left for Colorado. He'd been with Jason from the beginning, making him the only other feasible candidate. We'd already eliminated Holly, Hunter, Cece, and all of the others who'd left the base with Jason as candidates to be monitors because they'd chosen to go their own way, away from Jason. We agreed that a monitor, sleeper or not, wouldn't just give up on a mission like that. We were certain. Fairly certain.
So, do we do this all again?
Gabe nodded toward the kitchen.
It's going to be a lot harder to pull something like this on one of them,
Jason said. I rubbed my eyes, then took a deep breath. This might be crazy, but what if we don't do anything? If they're set to activate only if we mention your mom contacting you guys, then maybe we can just keep going as we are. Jason leaned forward, his elbows on his knees, and rubbed the back of his neck.
It'll be like playing hot potato with a live grenade.
At least it would still have a pin in it, I mumbled. All three of us looked up as Zoe appeared in the mouth of the hallway. She shook her head before dragging her feet across the carpet and plopping down on the floor beside me. She rested her head on my shoulder and yawned.
Anything?
Gabe asked. Nope. She yawned again. Nothing but Sarah. Gabe frowned.
Which means either she's a blip and her DNA miraculously stabilized quickly enough for her to carry a child to term, or you can't sense the sleeper part of her. I think we have to assume the latter,
Jason said.
We'd be fucking idiots not to.
Groaning, I rubbed my eyes. So if we go with that, Zoe can't uncover the truth, then we can't rely on her to weed out and unmask any other sleeper agents either. Gabe leaned back in his recliner, popping up the footrest.
We could trigger them on purpose, flush them out.
Jason shook his head in sync with me.
Too dangerous,
he said.
We can't assume they'd immediately go berserk and rush us or anything like that. We have to remember that Chris and Kai are trained fighters with years of experience in combat tactics and strategies. Even if they were triggered, they'd wait. They'd have a plan, and we can't bank on Zoe picking up on it. Especially with Sarah, because we don't even know what her ability is.
I leaned my cheek against the top of Zoe's head. So we wait. We keep going as we are, keep our mouths shut, and pretend everything's normal. Gabe and Zoe nodded. Jason met my eyes, everything about him weary, and nodded as well.
We wait. May, 1 AE. Chapter 18. Zoe, May 1st, 1 AE. Fallon, Nevada. The sun was just setting, filling the sky with the most vivid, ethereal waves of purple and orange I'd ever seen, an unexpected welcome to the mountain-rimmed patches of forest we'd be trekking through for the next week or so. The awe-inspiring sunset was a tranquil ending to a tedious day of cart driving and thinking and cart driving along Highway 50 through the high desert.
We were a little less than a week outside of Tahoe, finally. Sitting beside the campfire, I watched Jason intently. I watched everyone more intently. For someone who always seemed to arrive to a party early, to know my companion's secrets before everyone else, this time I felt like I was the late arrival. Why couldn't I sense the monitors, sleeper agents or not? Why can't I now? I could sense everything else, including Jason's dejection as he sat on the other side of the fire, quietly lost and drowning in his own misery. I should have been miserable, but I wasn't. I wondered if I should be grateful for not being able to remember my past, for not being in the same wretched state as Jason. But I wasn't grateful. Rather, the reminder that I was so far detached from what used to be my reality was disconcerting. Instead, all I could feel was gratitude for my mom's timely intervention, that she'd stopped Clara before she could finish whatever else she'd been attempting to do to me. Without her interference, I most definitely wouldn't be sitting around the fire with a beer in my hand, relaxing with my friends. Well, relaxing might not have been the right word, but I was alive and mostly intact, which was more than I could say for Clara. I took a swig of my beer.
That bad?
Sarah asked, plopping down into the camp chair beside mine. I tried not to let any hint of last night's clandestine exploration of her brain show on my face. I hated that I'd been digging around her mind. And even more, I hated that, after finding nothing, I still couldn't trust her. Sarah pointed to the bottle in my hand.
You keep making a...
She twisted her features into a grimace. Face. I couldn't help but laugh. Oh, come on, I'm not that bad. She started shaking her head before I could defend myself. Zoe, trust me, that's exactly what you looked like. I held the bottle of beer out and studied it. She was right. I didn't enjoy the taste, and I didn't understand why everyone else did. Even if it was cold, I don't think I'd like it. I'm not sure how the guys drink this. It's because we're men, Harper said, sauntering over. He had a cowboy hat on and a piece of straw between his lips, an ensemble he'd readily adopted during our travels through Utah and Nevada. He stopped beside me, waggled his eyebrows, and smiled. Evening, ladies. He dipped his hat, and once again, I started laughing. This time Sarah joined me. Nice hat, Sarah said with a snort. Where'd you find that old thing? Old thing? Harper's hands thudded against his chest, and he displayed mock offense. This is vintage, ladies. Vintage. Do you know what that means? Yes, Sarah said, snorting again before tossing her head back for a belly laugh. It means it's old, ugly, and was purposely left wherever you found it. Trust me, you should toss that thing into the fire. She rested the paper plate holding her fourth helping of cornbread on the mound of her stomach. I studied Harper's hat while he poked and prodded at the fire with a thick stick, still mulling the piece of straw between his lips as he listened to Sarah's playful teasing. The hat was tan felt, with a wide rim and a tattered navy blue band. I kind of liked it, although I'd probably never wear it. It was a little hideous. I was perfectly content with him doing so. Where'd you get that thing anyway? I asked. I scavenged it. My grandmother used to tell me I would have been a good cowboy. It must have been my chivalry and good looks. As usual, his eyebrows danced. Anyway, it was time for a change-up. I don't see it, I said, eyeing his dark olive-colored skin and sable features. He seemed more islander, more exotic. Harper shrugged, but he was right. It was time for a bit of a change-up. Like everyone else, the long days of writing, of meeting other survivors every now and again, and of having to deal with unexpected injuries were wearing on him. What's on your mind, Zoe? Sarah asked. When I glanced at her, her eyebrows rose suggestively at me. Jake again? I smiled. No, not this time. How are things going between the two of you? Are they getting any better? She grunted as she leaned forward and tossed her paper plate into the fire. I nodded. Yes, actually. Then what is it? She asked, the playful lilt in her voice replaced with concern. Sarah's eyes were imploring when I looked at her, and unwillingly, I wondered why she was so curious. Digging around inside her mind for a brief moment, I found no malicious intent. Nothing that would indicate her as a Zoe assassin, so I tried to forget about the pact I'd made with Danny, Jason, and Gabe the night before, about the letter from my mom. Leaning back in my chair, I opened myself up to my friend. It's more difficult than I thought. Sarah's brow furrowed. Am I supposed to read minds as well as be pregnant with twins? Or are you going to help me out? I straightened. What? Twins? But when? Sarah smiled. Harper heard 2 heartbeats during my morning checkup. I searched Sarah's face for any indication of how she felt about the news. The huge news. Don't look at me like that, Zoe, she said and shook her head. I'm fine with it. Are you sure? She heaved a sigh before leaning her head back. I think I sort of expected it. I mean, there's a lot of movement in here. She pointed to her belly. Plus, Harper's been extremely attentive lately. I think he already suspected but wanted to be sure before he broke the news to me. I saw a memory of her bursting into tears, completely despondent when she'd first received the news that she was pregnant. Well, I'm happy for you. At least now they'll have each other. Being the first post-apocalyptic baby would be a lot of pressure. I smiled, offering her what little jest I could in hopes it might make her smile in return. Thanks, Zoe. She nudged me with her elbow. So, tell me, what's eating at you? Mind still reeling from baby news, I shook my astonishment away and leaned back in my chair again. Not that it's nearly as exciting as having twins, but I stared out at the group of friends that surrounded me. I'm starting to loathe my ability. I guess trying to fit in, to be accepted, it's all more difficult than I thought it would be. Really? She let out a slow, even breath. Again, I nodded. My ability was proving to be my biggest enemy, making it difficult to get closer to people because they still tended to avoid me, and it forced me to know things I didn't want to know and to keep secrets I didn't want to have to keep. It was ruining everything. I'm just tired of being in people's minds, that's all. I wish I could control my feelers a bit better. I watched her, waiting for a reaction. I wish I didn't have to carry so many secrets. But Sarah sat there, oblivious, picking at the food crusted on the hem of her shirt. Look at me, she groaned. I'm such a pregnant mess. Her voice was nearly a hiss, and again I fought the urge to laugh at her expense. I'm sorry things are so hard, Zoe. I know there's probably nothing I can do, but if there is, you'll let me know, won't you? Offering her a quick nod and a grateful half smile, I watched as she struggled to her feet. I better go change. I'm exhausted. She gathered my hair up off of my neck, then gave it a gentle, playful tug. Nighty-night, Zoe. See you in the morning. Night, I said, and I watched her waddle away. Sarah was so uncomplicated, or at least she seemed that way. She spent most of her time thinking about Biggs and babies and sleep and food. Jason, on the other hand, wasn't. His mind was toxic most of the time, a reservoir of overflowing dangerous emotions that would eventually suffocate him. Among his outrage and disbelief at what our mom had done was his constant concern for Danny. Over the past month, I'd learned a lot of things about my brother. He kept his emotions hidden, had a foul mouth, and was beyond stubborn most of the time, but stupidity wasn't one of those things. He knew something wasn't right with Danny, and although his guarded expression gave nothing away, I could feel his disquiet regarding her,
as messy and convoluted as his emotions were. Danny was trying to get better. I knew that much. What she'd seen the night we were all attacked by wild drifters and her conversation with Ralph had spurred her toward trying to take better care of herself, trying to overcome her drifting problem. Trying. But she was failing, and that was why I needed to tell Jason. He needed to know what the hell was going on with her, and she needed him if she was going to get any better. Setting aside my nearly full beer, I walked around the fire toward Jason, Sanchez, and Biggs, hoping Danny wouldn't decide to return from her walk with Mace, Camille, and Carlos until after our conversation ended. I wanted to avoid getting caught in the act of tattling, because no matter how necessary I tried to tell myself it was to get Jason involved, I still felt like I was betraying her. Jason's body tensed as I approached, his gaze questioning. "Hey," I said and cleared my throat, readying myself to say what I knew I should but feared Danny might hate me forever. "Can I talk to you for a minute?" Jason frowned minutely. "Is this about—" He gave me a meaningful look. "Did you discover something?" Glancing from Sanchez to Biggs and back to Jason, I shook my head. "It's sort of personal." I hoped that would squelch any formulating questions from our audience. Taking a deep breath, he searched my face. Whatever he found must have convinced him that what I wanted to talk about was important, because he nodded once, slowly, and stood. "All right. Where to?" Without another word, I walked away from the fire, away from prying ears and distracting chatter, toward a shack that temporarily housed our things. Jason's footsteps were heavy and methodical behind me, but stopped as I slowed in front of the shack and turned to face him. "It's about Danny," I said. "I didn't want the others to know. She's going to be upset that I've told you as it is." Jason's jaw clenched, and I could feel the concern rolling off him in waves. Biting the inside of my cheek, I considered my words carefully. "I know things have been beyond crazy lately, but I also know you've been worried about her." "You saw how she reacted the night of the drifters. Of course I've been worried." With a curt nod, I said, "Right, but it's more than that, Jason." "She's having a hard time dealing with all the loss." He shrugged one shoulder, clearly trying to seem less concerned than he was. "I think she's just been through a lot and needs some time to work through it." I felt a spike of defensiveness come from him. I shook my head slightly and tried not to sound too sympathetic as I explained, knowing he wouldn't appreciate it. "She can't stop drifting. It's become an addiction for her, something her body seems to want, even if she doesn't. But once she saw what happened to Scott and the other drifter and that band of wild men, let's just say it doesn't matter how badly she wants to stop. She's not in control of it when she's sleeping. She can't fight it on her own." I paused, allowing myself to breathe and letting Jason absorb the truth. "Why?" He shook his head, both understanding and denial battling within him. "Why didn't she tell me?" His composure cracked, making his voice hoarse. I felt like I should comfort him, but I didn't dare. "She's embarrassed, Jason. She hasn't told anyone. I'm the only one who knows anything about it at all, and not because she's confided in me." I peered into his troubled blue eyes. They were almost glowing in the moonlight. "I know Danny needs you." Jason took a long, deep breath, and then another. "Yeah, okay. Just tell me what to do." From the desperate plea in his eyes, I could tell that he would do anything to help Danny. "You can null her like you did with me. You can make it so she can't use her ability at all, right?" Jason began pacing, running a hand through his hair. "Yeah, I can null her." "Okay, so I'll go find her then? Bring her back here so we can talk to her together?" He shook his head. "No," he said.
I'll go. He started striding back toward the carts. I think she's by, I started to say. I know where she is, he said over his shoulder. Meet me in the shack. 10 minutes later, I was leaning against a stack of Rubbermaid tubs of food and cooking utensils when Jason and Danny entered through the open doorway. Danny seemed more than a little surprised to find me waiting inside. Pausing in the doorway, she looked at me, her eyebrows drawn together. Did you figure out who the No, Danny, I said. This isn't about that. After a brief moment, shock and betrayal played on Danny's exhausted features, and my guilt thickened. I felt like I was a horrible friend. She needs our help, I reminded myself. Jason tried to pull her further inside, but she dug in her heels, glaring at him and me in turn, suspicion emanating from her. What is this? We came up with a plan to help you stop drifting, I said. Her eyes flicked up to mine, little more than narrow slits of emerald, and she pulled her hand free from Jason's grasp. I cleared my throat, trying to ignore the hurt and anger and shame radiating off of her. I could not tell him, Danny. I'm sorry. So this is what? Again, she took the time to glare at each of us. An intervention? She laughed, harshly at first, though it quickly became high-pitched and despondent. It won't help. Nothing will. Jason reclaimed her hand. Red. No! Danny shook her head rapidly and shoved him, or tried to shove him. You don't get it. I'm trying. I can't make it stop. We know, Danny. I rasped, stunned by the feral sound that had emanated from her. Her desperation and fear brought tears to my eyes. Jason, I looked to him, unable to speak. He stepped forward and took hold of her upper arms. I'll null you for a while. Help keep your mind with you instead of drifting. She stared at him, her eyes wide. You're sure you should do that? What about everyone else? What if they can't use their abilities? We'll make it work, Red. I'm stronger now. I can control it more. I'll make it work. Without warning, she flung herself at Jason, clinging to him as her body shook. She was crying, but all I could feel coming from her was a sense of overwhelming relief. Lying in my sleeping bag that night, warm and cozy beside Jake, I stared up at the stars through the netted top of our tent, succumbing to every thought that filtered into my head. My mind failed to do what my body so desperately wanted, to rest. If I wasn't thinking about my secret electrotherapy sessions with Gabe and Carlos and the dwindling hope that my memory would return, I was thinking about what had happened with Danny a couple hours earlier. Or I was thinking about my mom and the danger we were all in, or about Jason's anguish and Sanchez's and Carlos's and Camille's traumatizing past. I didn't want to be the one who knew so many disturbing secrets. But I had to keep quiet because they weren't my secrets to tell. They weren't my problems to fix. At the moment, I just wanted my ability to go away. With an audible exhale, Jake rolled over to face me. I looked at him, finding his shadowed eyes in the inky darkness. What's wrong? He asked quietly, his hand clasping both of mine, which were folded on my chest. Are you worried about Danny? I turned onto my side to face him completely. I could have lied. I could have told him that I just couldn't sleep. After all, he would never know what I was really thinking. But I didn't want to pretend nothing was bothering me anymore. I'm thinking about secrets, actually, and how much I hate them. Secrets? He said it with a hint of intrigue. Not the good kind, I clarified. Jake was quiet for a moment. Over the last few nights, we'd been slowly slipping into a routine that was familiar to him, but was strange to me and, at times, awkward for both of us.
Although he was happy enough being with me, I knew it wasn't the same for him. Still, he tried, and he did love the new me in his own way, which was as much as I could have hoped for. I know things about people. Too many things, I whispered, not wanting to think about me a moment longer. I wanted to get the corrosive thoughts out of my head. I needed to get them out in the open. Jake was quiet. Danny's losing herself to drifting. Jason's going to try to help her overcome it, but I listened to Jake's deep, even breaths before I continued, hoping that airing out the haunting thoughts in my mind would make me feel better, lighter. Danny's contact at the colony, the woman who saved me back at Colorado Springs, is my mom. She created the virus, and that night you found me in the house, she'd left me with a letter for Jason and me. I balled my pillow up underneath my head, wanting to be at eye level with Jake. She has another family now. She says we're in danger, that some of the people we trust might try to hurt us. I knew I shouldn't be telling him any of it. These were dangerous secrets, private, powerful secrets, and the more people who knew them, the more danger Jason and I were in. But simply voicing them made it easier to breathe, like my lungs could finally expand fully, and the tension in my mind could ease. Please don't tell anyone. Jake squeezed my hands and wrapped his arm around my back, pulling me closer to him. I won't, he promised. I entwined my legs with his, feeling more solace lying in his arms than I'd ever felt before. But if you're in danger... There's nothing you can do. There's nothing any of us can do. We just have to pretend we don't know. But Zoe... I've got my feelers out, and Jason and Danny and Gabe are on the lookout too. It'll be fine. Although I could sense Jake's extreme dissatisfaction, could feel the tension it caused in his body, he left the topic alone, his touch soothing me despite his internal struggle. I'm sorry, I whispered. I shouldn't have told you. There's nothing you can do about it, and it's not your burden to bear. Shh, he murmured. I'm glad you told me. I just wish I could do something to help. After an hour of us lying there silently, Jake comforting me, my mind finally relented, and I drifted to sleep. My dreams were a patchwork of nonsensical images. Images of Becca surrounded by an army of regens, mixed with images of Danny and Jason, and of Jake and me, the other me. In a barn filled with morning sunlight streaming in through cobwebbed and broken windows, Jake and I lay on a bed of sleeping bags, laughing uncontrollably. I wriggled in his arms, trying to get away from his relentless tickling. His baritone laugh and my squealing were an ear-piercing chorus, but I savored the sound nonetheless. Our combined laughter resonated painfully deep. Seriously, Jake, stop! I'm gonna pee my pants! I pulled at his arms, trying to pry them from my body, but he tightened his hold and buried his face into the crook of my neck. You're mine today. All day, he said. His voice held a hint of promise, and my insides warmed. I ceased my wiggling and looked over my shoulder at him. Jake's amber eyes were gleaming. Keeping his eyes on mine, he smiled and placed a kiss on my shoulder. His hold on me loosened, and I rolled over to face him. He grinned wolfishly, melting my heart. You're a bad influence, I said as casually as possible. Who will do my chores if I stay in here with you? Jake shrugged. You can say I held you hostage. Oh, I kind of like that idea, I said and sat up. Slowly I pulled off my t-shirt to expose my bare chest and flung my shirt into the corner of the barn. But what if we change it up a bit? I pushed him onto his back and crawled up on top of him. Yeah? He asked. How so? His eyes danced with a combination of desire and amusement. What if it's me who won't let you leave? I'd be the captor, you the victim. Jake chuckled. I don't think that's very realistic. Sorry. I tilted my head, ignoring his taunt. Are you sure I'm so innocent? Black widows. I never said you were innocent. Jake clarified, sitting up and rolling me over onto my back. You definitely aren't innocent. He pulled me beneath him, his strong legs entangling with mine, holding me in place while his gaze trailed from my mouth to my chest and over my exposed breasts. A salacious grin spread over his lips. But I'm definitely the captor. I laughed eagerly this time, impatient to feel his lips on mine, to feel his body pressed against me. Equally impatient, he lowered his mouth to mine, one hand nodding at my hair while the other slid down the length of my body to squeeze my thigh. He groaned in wanting. My eyes fluttered open. The tent was still encased in darkness. That hadn't been my dream. It had belonged to Jake. He'd been dreaming of her. He groaned beside my ear, and my blood heated to near boiling. I'd never been so aroused. Dreaming about him on my own was one thing, but sharing a dream was another matter entirely. I wanted to feel adored and loved and coveted like that, Zoe. I wanted to feel his hands on my body and his lips devouring me. Hearing him groan again was too much. Feeling what he was feeling as he dreamed about me was too much. I couldn't ignore it, not this time. I wanted to reclaim something of my old self. Rolling over to face him, I tried to gather the courage to wake him up, to do something, anything, that would satisfy the emergent, burning need inside me. I trusted Jake more than I trusted anyone, so why hadn't I given him this? Why hadn't I given it to myself? Jake, I said quietly, not wanting to frighten him awake. I perched on my elbow, watching him closely. Jake. He didn't stir. I tried again, this time leaning closer. Jake, wake up. When he still didn't, I swallowed my apprehension and did what I thought she would have done. I leaned down and brushed a kiss across his lips, hoping that would wake him. It was both petrifying and enlivening. While part of me feared he would reject my advances, another part of me felt a thrill of excitement that he wouldn't. The possibility of acceptance outweighed my hesitation, and I kissed him again, this time letting my tongue sample the curve of his soft lips. It was a kiss that felt different than others we'd shared. It was sneaky and felt dangerous, but I liked it. Finally, Jake stirred. His lingering desire quickly gave way to confusion, and then to a hazy curiosity. His curiosity was reassurance enough for me. I leaned in further and kissed him again, more fervently, and this time he kissed me back. His lips were soft and warm, and the whiskers around them tickled my mouth as I leaned deeper into him, as I kissed him harder, more desperately. In the darkness, with my eyes flitting open and my heartbeat pounding in my ears, I felt one of Jake's hands cup the side of my face. He exuded the barest amount of pressure as he gently pulled away. The soft pad of his thumb rubbed my cheek, a tender, asking gesture, before he leaned in and rested his forehead against mine, letting out a steadying breath. Not wanting to give him enough time to push me away, I pressed my mouth to his again, seeking out his tongue with my own. He needed to know that this was what I wanted, that he was what I wanted. Placing my hand against his chest, I let his growing lust fuel my own. The desire to feel his hard, naked chest beneath my fingertips flooded my thoughts, and I reached for the hem of his t-shirt. Understanding what I wanted, Jake sat up, pulling his shirt off over his head and tossing it out of the way. His sudden haste was intimidating,
and I hedged as he leaned into me. Despite the fantasy I wanted to play out for him, the dream that was still so vivid in both of our minds, I couldn't bring myself to do it. I felt inadequate, and as much as I yearned to feel him inside me, I was petrified. Slowly, Jake reached forward, tucking my hair behind one ear. His tenderness was an unspoken promise that he understood my fears, that he would be gentle. With another world-altering kiss that left me feeling lightheaded, I nearly melted into an aroused, malleable heap in his arms. Guiding me down onto my back, Jake lowered himself onto his elbow and leaned over me, covering part of my fully clothed body with his. His fingers trailed around the outline of my face, his lips brushing against mine before he kissed the tip of my nose and the sensitive skin beneath my ear, each offering putting my nerves at ease and sending my heart soaring. I tilted my head, giving him access to more skin, while my hands explored the planes of his chest, the soft skin and corded muscle, soliciting a delicious, aching feeling I never wanted to forget, that I never wanted to go away. I let everything Jake was feeling drive my instincts. When his breathing quickened, so did mine, and my heart pounded so loudly I was certain he could hear it. When he pressed his hips against me, I pulled him closer. When he groaned, I tightened my grip on him. When he removed my clothes, running his rough hands over my stomach and breasts, immortalizing my body, I did the same with him. I memorized the feel of the muscles spanning over his shoulders and back. Every single touch was euphoric, every hot puff of breath against my skin devastating, and every quiver of his body sent ripples of exhilaration through mine. I inhaled the alluring smell of him. I tasted him. I finally truly felt him. Just as he'd silently promised, Jake made love to me like it was our first time, like I was the virginal novice I felt like. His touch was tender, but skilled and greedy, his movements slow, but impassioned. And when we were through, when I could no longer think and our bodies trembled with fatigue and satisfaction and we lay in each other's arms, I tried to ignore his emotions. I wanted to bask in my own euphoria, get lost in my own thoughts, and replay every moment of what we'd just done, but that was impossible. Jake's emotions were amplified and raw. Although he wrapped his arms around me, nuzzling the inside of my neck, I couldn't help the burn I felt as, inside him, his contentment warred against an insatiable longing for someone else, for someone I could never be.
You have reached the end of part 1. If you're enjoying the ending series, please like this video and subscribe to our channel. You can find links to other audiobooks in this world and series information in the description below. Thanks for listening.